since the gates connected to the dimension. Another space appeared 15 years ago. People come, curious natures competed in it to explore. They found out that it's not just a multitude of monsters, but there are also precious resources. With the appearance of these gates, some people have woken up to the power. It's called a hunter. Hunters are divided into categories from E to S, based on the amount of energy in the body. Our main male, Sung Jin-Woo, he's also one of the lucky ones, get this power. But he's just an E-hunter. That is, while the other hunters use their power to make money, to flirt, and to flex. Jin-Woo, there is no other way than to be a loser. People who don't know, Jin-Woo saw where he went. Also greeted by everyone. I thought you were strong. But they don't know. In addition to the name Jin-Woo, his parents placed him at work. There's another name for the wreck warrior. Nickname of Jin-Goo. He's the weakest warrior in the human race. So, weak as to enter the E-class gate, but still injured to the point of hospitalization. So, it's thought that, whenever there is the appearance of the fig, it's easy to determine today's mission. Jin-Goo sighed because of what Uncle Kim said. You heard it all? But whatever they say is true. So, you can't argue? This time the girl, Jui to Jin-Goo. I can see you have a personal injury on your face. Jin-Goo explained that this is the wound he has. On the previous mission, Jui told you to be a little more careful. Lest there be scars, it's rumored to practice being a gangster. Then we both sat down and talked to each other. It's only Jin-Goo. Those injured in the mission break into the dungeon level E. There are some high-ranking people on the team, so they didn't bother to call in more healers. Jin-Goo for that to himself. Getting hurt is my fault. Get used to going to the hospital. At this time Chizuru is in charge, the leader of the attack. Appeared this time. Everyone is assured for Chizuru he was the most powerful of those present. As soon as they are ready, the whole team walk into the gate. Uncle Kim reminded Jin-Goo to follow along. People from getting hurt. He quickly pulled out his knife. Because with the meager income of the scum hunter, Jin-Goo, you can only buy it alone. Better than not. Jin-Goo take a breath to calm down. Determined to continue on the road to wealth. In the president's office. The meeting with the government didn't go well. Because they don't want dungeons to become more and more popular. But they always want a steady supply. Items obtained from them. The president go understand the government's demand is for a reason. Hunters like them are resource sellers. 10 from the dungeon for a living. Crystals fall out from defeating monsters. It's called magic stone, are the most valuable items. Key aside, Jin-Goo after many attempts has obtained a tablet. But while you're celebrating, he was attacked by a golem. Jin-Woo risked his life to attack. But your knife is broken. That's the golem. He used his sword to give Jin-Woo another hole. Park rushed to defeat the golem. Rescue Jin-Woo. Leave your healing to Jui. She ran to help him stop the bleeding. Jin-Goo in pain. Try to look at others. Defeat the monsters in the dungeon. And there's more money. Magic stones falling out of high-class monsters. It can be transformed into weapons and armor. Stronger to defeat other monsters. And mana ore. Extracted from the dungeon. It can also be used in the same way. The main use that the government wants is to use their new energy source. Because it's safer than nuclear. It's more efficient than any artificial energy source. It doesn't pollute the environment. The government is currently pushing methods of producing electricity from mana ore and magic stones. Stuff talent. It's a rare resource that only hunters get 10. That's why hunters. He is now the king of all professions. Key aside, Captain Chizu took down the boss of the dungeon. It makes everyone very happy. Jui asked at Sao. Jin-Goo is stubborn as a hunter. One day you will have to die. She's very angry. When asked, Jin-Goo only knows how to say sorry. On the other side everyone started. Division of the spoils obtained. Even though this dungeon doesn't get a lot of subpoenas. Jin-Goo has 7 hopes. Jin-Goo has 7 hopes. Because I only earned E-class magic stones. Even if you risk your life. Suddenly another hunter called everyone back for him. Discovered an underground passage. They figured this could be a 2-story dungeon. It's rumored. The boss was defeated. But the dungeon shows no sign of closing. So, it's also very strange. Captain Chizu asked for everyone's opinion, because they're usually going to have to report this and seek guidance from the Hunters Association. But the other hunters were afraid. The best part of the dungeon will be enjoyed by the next team. This is a D-class dungeon anyway. So I really want to take a risk. I eat a lot because I need money to buy diapers and diapers. Captain Shizuru? Very understanding for the psychology of people's desire to get rich. But this is too risky. He decided to try voting. After a while, it turned out to be 6. 6 agree. The final vote fell to Jin-Woo. You know D-class dungeons are too dangerous for you. But I didn't come home after I went to buy milk. The cost of living depends on Jin-Woo. You have to take care of your mother's expenses. Tuition money for my sister, who is going to college. So Jin-Woo decided to go. While at the center of the association, others are taking turns doing ranking checks. Brokers from what's already at the door. To be able to invite potential hunters to join us. In there, Representative Koi's association is the most prestigious and large. And he's very confident. No way I can get past their Chahain hunters. Right now, there's two bikers out there borrowing their bags. The road doesn't pay. But they're quickly taken down by a blonde. The girl who grabbed the bag quickly ran to thank. And everyone around is buzzing. Because the blonde is the hunter Chahain. A very famous S-level hunter. Because I don't like being surrounded, so Hein immediately deployed the BAVI ministry to leave. Key aside, Jin-Woo's group has been exploring the cave. I'm sorry, Jui. Because you know you don't want to be here. You are very angry about the youth. That's more blood than brain blood. Jin-Woo feels guilty. Because without Jui's B-level healing power. You watch the chicken show its ass. A few minutes before the movie. Jui decides after this to arrest Jin-Woo. I want a drink. Soon their group found a large door. Kim decided to open the door. With the consent of Captain Chizu. On the other side, the hunters woke up. To start taking an additional course. About the formation of hunters. It's a dangerous profession that can cost lives. So the president goes and reminds them to stay awake. Allowed to keep themselves cowardly to survive. Now the door is opened. The green flame torches lit one after another. While everyone was visiting, Jin-Woo noticed a large statue in the middle of the room. People get very bored. Because there are no monsters here, let them knock their heads. But the hunters later discovered an ancient script. The rules of the Katanan temple. The first thing is to respect God. The second thing is to praise God. The third thing is to believe in God. Jui hurriedly pulled on Jin-Woo's shirt. Because she'd just seen the statue's eyes move and watched them. At this moment, the door suddenly closed. Another angry hunter wants to push the door to go home. But he didn't expect the statue to guard his gate. Cut 2. People were immediately terrified because the statue could move. Jin-Woo can stand there. Because of the people before than me, he was defeated with just one blow. When you turn your back, I realized that the eyes of the statue were looking towards them. Jin-Woo himself have experienced countless times the 10 most fatal births. Because of the weak power, Jin-Woo, you can't arm yourself with good weapons. Even with a small knife. But he decided to risk his life to fight. Right now, a statue that shoots energy rays that attack people. Burned to death an ill-fated hunter. Jin-Woo quickly urged everyone to lie down. And put his body out to protect Jui. Right this moment. You don't understand what's going on. Never. The fear of death is as great as this. The hunters now began to hover in fear. Captain Shizuru? Quickly tell everyone to stand still. Don't move. He thanked Jin-Woo for allowing you to recognize the danger. That's why people keep their lives. But Jin-Woo doesn't know that either. Because you just feel like something's dangerous. Now he realized that Shigai had become an amputee. Jin-Woo was forced to give him first aid. Because Jui is in a panic right now. Uncle Chizu said, I've tried to go on expeditions. Dungeon level B. It can be confirmed, the statue in front of you must be a, if I don't want to say S-class. Chizu recalled the 3 rules of the temple that he had read. 1 is to respect God. 2 is to praise and 3 is to believe in God. Jin-Woo thought that may be the God that the ancient script. It's the statue in front of you. They go back 15 years. A pathway that connects to another dimension appears. Dragged by the events, beyond common sense around the world. For example, the appearance of individuals, it's called a hunter. Take on the role of destroying the hidden monster. In the dungeon, behind the gate. But what's waiting for them is on the other side. Sometimes they're the ultimate monsters. It's similar to despair. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo's younger sister Jinna is at school. She asked about Jinna's brother who's a hunter. and I think I can do a really good job of that. Now Chizu figured they couldn't beat the statue. There's only one way out. But another hunter wouldn't sit still. It was very difficult to sign a contract with a big club. He's confident in his speed. We can get out of here before we get killed. But I couldn't get to the gate. The Kia guy was swept away. Only the feet left. They are wearing new super durable shoes. Jin-Goo, recognize the statue can kill them at any time. But it doesn't. Prove the statue is different from the monsters. I just want to go outside there. Remember the ancient texts. Jin-Goo asks Uncle Chizu about the first principle written. You have to respect God. I guess this dungeon has its own rules. Should calculate the action. Uncle Chizu tried to stop Jin-Woo. But I can see your desperate eyes. Just as the statue was about to be, when the laser evaporated, Jin-Woo bowed his head. It's exactly as you predicted. Jin-Goo urged everyone to bow down to the wall. The other hunters didn't understand what Jin-Goo meant. But you guess the statue's going to attack them. If people's heads are low. It's like the rule to respect God. Chizuru and the others felt it was right to do it. The statue no longer threatened them. But with a weird smile. Just like the Indian slope. Park risked his life to stand up. The statue no longer attacks them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Because you've been bending over and grabbing everybody. I thought they were going to be all over again. But Jin-Goo sees something missing. The statue suddenly stood up. Chizu asked Jin-Goo what to do next. You don't know, but I guess the key is to praise God. Another guy stood up. Tell everyone to give it to me. Because he belongs to 300 folk songs. CA recite 10 ways of Buddhas. He quickly recited the prayer. But Jin-Goo recognized this statue as a Christian. The Buddha is bad. And the bad hunter was trampled by it. The others immediately fled. Or they'll be squeezed into ketchup by the statue. Jin-Goo hurriedly pulled Jui's hand to run with him. Park decided not to die here. Because my wife is waiting at home, but as soon as he's not paying attention. Then another statue split Park's body in two. Jin-Goo at full power. Think about what to say to celebrate the statue. You can't quit. Jui stayed alone. In danger, decided to find a clue. By looking at everything around you. The hunters at the time were sent to pick up the boxes. Constantly noticed in the room. There's also statues playing music. Jin-Goo told everyone to run in their direction. Of course, the statue only plays music. Uncle Kim almost died. The top of the head for the first time was afraid to cry. Jin-Goo leads Jui to the nearby musician statue. But it's because he doesn't want to play BA. So, you left Jui behind. I risk my life to go to another statue. Become the target of the haunted statue. I thought I'd escaped from the statue's feet. I can't believe Jin-Goo. Lane went to the statue with the weapon. He was beaten for serious injury. You have to leave it on the ground. He tried hard to get to the CA statue. Singing before being crushed. Through which to escape death, and the statue also returned to its seat. Jui anxiously runs to check on Jin-Goo's situation. She was horrified to realize that one of his legs was missing. Fortunately, the middle leg can hold. Jui tried to stop the bleeding Jin-Goo. But she's reached the limit herself. Watching others die not entirely. Uncle Kim started blaming Captain Chizuru. Even though he was the one who proposed exploring the tunnel. People get into a fight. But Chizu took all the blame. Jin-Goo thinks now is not the time to fight. Because they have one more rule. God statue. Raise your hand and call out to a stone pedestal in the middle of the room. Jin-Goo knows that it's the altar. It's used to offer treasures or sacrifices to the gods. The third rule is to believe in God. People immediately understand what they have to do. Uncle Kim pulled out his sword and pointed it at Captain Chizuru. Because of his decision, he is going to be the father of 2 children. I was forced to leave you and become 97. He's holding Chizu accountable. Become a sacrifice. Chizu agree, but Jin-Goo knows he's not to blame. As soon as Jin-Goo came near the altar, then a fire appeared. Chizu asked him what to do next. Jin-Goo, tell everyone we need to check out the altar. I want them to help me get there. The flames keep coming and Jin-Goo. I realized something. He asked if anyone would come to save them. But this gate's been open for almost a week. If it is not closed after 7 days, then surely the dungeon explosion phenomenon will occur. The monster will get out of the dungeon. That's why hunters need to find it. And destroy the boss monster, to close the gate. If they lose 7 right now, the Kia statue will escape outside. On the other side, Jin-A's younger sister went to the hospital to visit her mother. She's in a deep coma and hasn't seen her day. Jin-Goo called Uncle Kim and Jui to the altar. So, the number of flames is equal to the number of people. Immediately the altar appeared green flames. The back door is open, and the surrounding statues are approaching them. Jinju told everyone not to take their eyes off them. Facing the near death, a female hunter panicked, leaving everyone behind to run away. Jin-Goo realized the flames were dying out. You remember the Order of 3 rules, and realize this place is challenging. They must continue to believe in God, even in the scariest of circumstances. But the hunter next door, I can't take it anymore. He also left Jin-Goo and escaped. Just like that, the door is getting narrower and narrower. Jinju asks O1AI to run away again. Otherwise, it creates a blind spot. If they take their eyes off the statues, they will attack. Just stand still and don't take your eyes off them. Green flames like timers. When they're out, they'll be saved. However, Uncle Kim, they fear that when the fire is out, they will die. He understands that he's alive because of Jin-Goo. I have a wife and children waiting. That's why he was forced to flee. Jin-Goo, he was very angry because his teammates were only good at squeezing. Uncle Chizu told Jin-Goo and Jui to run away. Just one person to stay. The door won't close completely. He asked you to take care of Jin-Goo. But right now, her legs couldn't move. Too much healing power for you. Jin-Goo told Uncle Chizu to run away with him. They don't have time anymore, because you can't carry her out of here. Because he promised to treat Jui to a meal. So Jin-Goo, I sent back the magic stone I had. Tell them that after you get out of here, I'm going to ask for the extra money. Uncle Chizu had no choice but to feint Jui. Because they ran out of time, he accepted, and trust Jin-Goo and take her out. You're so sorry right now, and I wish I'd bought some insurance. More expensive before you die. Jin-Goo also decided to pick up a sword and pull a. But compared to the giants, you're just like a clove on the edge. Jin-Goo's tiger is constantly beaten by them. In the name of the weakest. Jin-Woo also wants to become stronger. But all the effort is in vain. Right now, you're very angry at Uncle Kim for running away. Because they're all equally terrified of death. Dare to make excuses, has reached the limit to justify his cowardly actions. Jin-Goo himself. They have a family and want to get back to them alive. You're glad that only you died. It's really just a lie. Jin-Goo doesn't want to die. I wish I had one more chance. Then as soon as the countdown flame goes out, a hidden task panel appears. Jin-Goo has completed his mission. The courage of the weak. Eligible to become a player. And Jin-Goo chose to have. Suddenly, Jin-Goo wakes up and suddenly finds himself in the hospital. He immediately checked his for limbs. Because I didn't want to join the disability society. Fortunately, Jin-Goo is still full of BA legs without any. Chest pierced. It's now incredibly healing. Jin-Goo thinks he is dreaming, or has been eyesight. The men in black walked into his room. Claiming to be a member of the board. The Hunters Association. Gu Jin-Chu and Kong Taxi. Before answering any of Jin-Chu's questions, they'll call the doctor. By Jin-Chu. Jin-Chu found out that he had been in a coma for 3 days. Chizuru and Jui are safe. It's just that Mr. Chizuru has now become young. Forced to retire. Jui was in a huge emotional shock. Should be currently, treatment no one knows. Can she go back to being a hunter? Or not, other than those two. People who have died a lot. Only 6 people returned alive. Jin-Chu also felt that the tragedy this time was too catastrophic, and wondered why it happened. After receiving reports from those who escaped. He's with the White Tigers. We rushed to the basement. But they only found Jin-Goo lying unconscious there. There is no sign of the temple. Or any of the gods that remain. If the testimony of the survivors. A little different. Or if you can't find a section. The bodies of those who died. Then the association has collapsed. Doubt over the group of survivors. However, Jin-Chu has made a new prediction. It was Jin-Goo who woke up after he woke up. The usual value of a hunter's ability. It was decided immediately after waking up, and life will not change. But in some cases, rarely do people wake up and cross the line to level up. Jin-Goo is looking forward to it, and they're asked to put their hands on the testing equipment. According to the witness, Jin-Chu learns that in the basement, there are high-class monsters, that low-class hunters have no way of surviving. So there's no way a level hunter. I'm afraid Jin-Gu will return alive. More than removing them, without leaving a trace of Jin-Chu. Suspect because even S-class hunters can't do it. He first raised the question. Jin-Gu has reawakened. However, the measurement result, it shows that your stats are still as pathetic as ever. The two Jin-Chu and Taxi 7 hope to leave. Because even if it's an E, the score has to go above 70. But Jin-Gu's stats, no different than normal people. They have to go back to the investigation. At Sao the power tunnel disappeared and Jin-Gu. How did he survive? You're very depressed right now because you're excited. But Jin-Gu, it's strange that the other two didn't notice. There's a big screen in the air. Jin-Gu wondered, is it only you who can see it? Try to touch, then you realize this isn't a touch screen. Or, bosom best friend, looking at that Jin-Gu remembers what I saw. This screen, about to kneel down. At this time, Jin-A's sister appeared. She asked her brother to value himself. And don't make people worrying. Jin-A does not understand why. Only my brother came back. Jin-Gu can't believe it. Myself at that time, he was willing to give up his family to save others. Jin-A threatened if Jin-Gu, next time we have a problem, I'd quit school and go hunting. You hurry. She asked Jin-A if she could see him. The screen in front of me. I think only I can see it. Jin-Woo asked about the messages, notifications in the game and how to read them, because they look very similar. Jin-A is a real game addict. So she quickly instructed Jin-Zu. Just open your inbox. Jin-Woo quickly remembered the question that the system asked me about when you were going to sleep. Jin-A saw that his brother was fine. I was able to safely leave. There is a friend outside, but Ji is waiting for her. Jin-Gu after finding out, I realized what I saw was a support system. Player in case. If you don't follow the system's instructions, will be punished. About the daily task it sets out for Cho Jin-Gu. It's strength training. It's asking you to do 100 crunches, 100 PCs push-ups, 100 PCs 10 kilometers running squats. If Jin-Gu not completed every day, the punishment will be imposed. Yusai. For being bedridden, it's a bit of a challenge. 100 days of training like Saitama. Meanwhile, Jin-Chu. I called to report everything to the president. This time it was too mysterious. It's not like any other case. Ever since. President Go, tell him to put it in the data bank. And request a reinvestigation behind Representative Choi. He wants Father Hein. Join the next demolition mission. As a guide. Become a trainer. For new soldiers and field training for them. Hein thought himself unfit for this task. But Agent Choi told her to keep fighting. Just as usual, Hein's power is not the table. So people will soon be able to look at it and learn from it. Their association is counted as one of the 5 largest in the country, but in terms of world scale, it's nothing. That's why representation. Choi wants to enhance his abilities, real war for members. Prepare for that moment to come. Meanwhile, a gate suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. A task force quickly surrounded and caning people around. Kia Jin-Gu is sleeping well. Then the notification system. You didn't complete your daily tasks. And then the whole room started to shake violently. That Jin-Gu don't understand anything. When he woke up, he suddenly realized he was in the desert. While Jin, I'm still hiding and bewildered. Then a giant centipede comes up behind. System requirements. You must survive the monster's poisonous teeth. Within 4 hours, I'm in a hurry to check it out. Jin-Gu's hospital bed doesn't have AI. Because you're putting your feet on your neck right now. But run from the pursuit of the giant centipede. 5 bites till love you. Not even just one. There's a lot of animals in this desert. Jin-Gu still has 2 hours. Just got out of here. Meanwhile, the nurses are scrambling to find you. As soon as Jin-Woo reached the limit and was about to get into the centipede's stomach, the time is over, and you're transported back to your room. Jin-Gu notification system. Completed the punishment and received a reward. But Jin-Gu, I was so tired that I passed out when the nurses found me. The next morning, Jin-Gu's health condition is much better. Jin-A called to ask and make him remember to yearn for me. On the day of discharge, Kia Juju sighed. Get the call? Join the new dungeon demolition team. But she refused. Tell her about Jin-Gu. I woke up and made Juju feel better. She rushed to the hospital with a basket of flowers. You're safe. But the two nurses caught Jui's attention from the outside. Jin-gu is running every morning. Where for a health condition that has not fully recovered. No matter what room they have. Today is the 4th day after Jin-gu woke up. You know something about the system. Daily tasks, it's about strength training. When it is finished, Jin-gu will receive 3 awards. Recovery state, it makes the body get better quickly. Next is the ability value. Jin-gu was chosen to increase one of his stats. In fact, you can feel your body changing. And muscle strength has been enhanced. In addition to the skill screen, there is also a warehouse. That Jin-gu. It feels like I'm in the game. And everyone else looks at you as part of it. Buy the radio, name on TVI. Playing the game for 180 minutes. Go back to Jin-gu's room and open the gift box. Random rewards of daily tasks. In front of you is a key. These days it's just full of shit. As a pen or personal tape. The system shows a copy of the dungeon. Jin-woo guesses the key could lead to the event. Help yourself stronger, but when you think of the statue, you're hiding. Where the gate appeared on the road. It's classified, and there's a lot of it. Meanwhile, Jin-gu visited his mother 4 years ago. She suddenly didn't wake up. The doctor said it's Swedish nephropathy. It is also known as the last sleep. The disease was discovered when the gate appeared. It's about 1 in 10,000 people. Since that day, Jin-gu becomes the main worker of the family. Until you. Detected. I woke up and became a hunter. Then Jin-gu. I was glad I could make a lot of money. Medical expenses for mother. Even though my sister is worried. Hunting is a dangerous job. Jin-gu's power is too weak. It makes everyone who comes with it uncomfortable for being entangled. This time, Jin-gu is determined to do it again and get stronger. Then you're fully equipped. Ready to use the key. Before opening the gate, Jin-gu hesitated a bit. But still determined to open the gate and move on. Notification system. You went to the dungeon copy. And the door was immediately blocked. Jin-gu realizes that he is in another dimension. You are about to see the stink and run away. But look, the plane went bankrupt. The screen shows the information of the moving stone that Jin-woo only uses to get out of here. Or after completing the challenge. Is an E-level hunter. But was asked to? It's absurd to clean the whole dungeon. But now Jin-woo has only one way forward. Be careful to go down. Old Ga house and immediately met the Golan. 3 at the same time. Jin-gu suddenly remembers being stabbed. But this time he was able to dodge their knife. Jin-gu both fends off and reacts to the massive attack. But still being blown away, in a panic. You have the opportunity to take down one. The other two immediately rushed for revenge. But also by Jin in turn. Go sell salt. For the first time ABA weight makes Jin. I know how strong I am. But before I could be happy, one of them, Monster Wolf. He came to bite the knife in his hand. Jin-gu, I can feel the Wolf. This steel fangs is stronger than the Golan's. A lot of his legs were shaking so much that he couldn't move. Because of the fear and the obsession. The Wolf rushed to bite a mark on Jin-gu's cheek. There is no cure here. Being seriously injured is done. The Wolf after howling. Yours is coming quickly. I decided to make you my dinner. Fortunately, Jin-gu, hurry up. Avoiding a dog bite costs $900,000. He suddenly realized that his body had become too light. And it's easy to mess around. It's hard to keep alive. Jin-woo doesn't want to die here. You are surprised when his punch could hit the Wolf. It turns out that muscle mass index has increased. But that's not enough to beat the steel fangs. Jin-gu doesn't know what to do to beat it. In the end, the decision to run is top of the book. I am alone. You have to prioritize safety. Jin-gu wishes he had a magical weapon. He remembered the warehouse and called it Ra. From inside Jin-gu, draw a sword. And knocked it down as soon as the fangs came in. The sword seems to belong to Uncle Kim who left it in the basement. According to him, it cost 300,000. This is borrowed, but it's better. The wound on your cheek suddenly healed. 2 more steel fangs came. Jin-gu has a weapon in his hand. So no more forging. The sword is stuck deep in the ground. So, you can't get out forever. If you can pull out the sword. Again with the metal jaws of the steel fangs. Bite Jin-gu tight. I decided to kick it with my feet and cut off the Wolf's head with a sword. Compared to the Kia statues, these steel fangs are nothing. The remaining steel fangs did not smell good, so he yelled at the tail and ran away. Jin-Goo took a break for a while. When I checked, I realized I was in second grade. Because this is a real battle, it seems to level up faster. All performance indicators are increased by 1 point, so the wound on Jin-Goo's cheek recovered so quickly. Every day, there are only 3 points. It is better to watch raw fight to level up. The most obvious indicator is muscle. Even if it's only 32 points, but Jin-Woo, I felt my body suddenly lighten a lot. The higher you estimate the power value, the number of points added will also increase. This time myself, it really can be stronger. Before leaving, Jin-Goo did not forget to check the body. Do the steel fangs have magic stones? But instead, they drop items. Look out the dungeon and these monsters, different from the Kia outer gates. The store is now up. But because Jin-Goo is a rookie, so it can't be used. You can only sell it. Fangs in hand go to get 20 gold. Jin-Goo thinking, this dungeon is probably only E level. 20 gold is not worth much. Until you destroy the boss. We can't get out yet, we'll use teleportation stones. So Jin-Goo is going to find it. But the food you brought, Theo, not enough for a long fight. If you upgrade to a certain level, there's a chance Jin-Goo can win. At this moment, he noticed a flock of steel fangs, out of nowhere. But because I was close to death, so Jin-Woo decided to bring a pound of Lao. Slash them one by one with a sword, and make them 7 pieces. Even in the face of danger, but it's hard to have a chance to do it again. That's why Jin-Goo is determined to fight hard. As long as you're alive, it can be even stronger. Just like that, after a while of animal violence, Jin-Goo has earned the title of Wolf Killer. On the other side, people are starting to feel there's something wrong with the gate. That the association works so slowly. Jin-Woo had killed all the wolves. But Uncle Kim's sword looks like it's also out of use. The system says all Jin-Woo's abilities have been increased by 40%. He currently owns 30 for Wolf Fangs, 2 old short swords, a female outfit and a moving stone. Jin-Woo has been looking for. You're going to use it to get back. Maybe next time. There will be no chance. Help yourself to grow in power this fast. There are also some events in the game like Limit. Jin-Goo, it feels like I'm under control of something. Cannot be determined. You don't know whether to move forward or retreat. Jin-Goo chose to move on. Meanwhile, Jui on her way home got a call from the association. They reported that the gate was near her. There's going to be an explosion. Currently, the company is urgently gathering its own hunters. Reasons to find a way to cope. But the big problem is the number of cures. Absolutely not enough. Kia side, Jin-Goo continues his farm business. Destroy them for you. It has become easier. Through time, Jin-Woo recognized text color display. Every monster has changed. White is for the weaker ones. Orange is for those who are as strong as you. The red ones are the Jin-Goo. Put your feet on your neck and run. At first you saw red. Now the text has changed color. It shows that your power has increased. Jin-Woo is still not confident though. I can straighten the monster. Waiting for yourself down there. You can feel it clearly. There's a monster down there that's so powerful it's covered in skin. The current chicken fights in vain. The sword will not stand. So Jin-Woo had to take a risk. I can't believe this bar is so long. The deeper you go, the clearer is the scene of destruction. The bottom is no longer home. That's been completely transformed. A wave blowing through you. The sword in his hand broke in two. Appeared in front of Jin-Woo. This is a giant snake. With the name Green Kasaka. Xingyu is convinced that he is the boss of this place. Your sword can't have a door. With scales covering its body. The snake is coming at high speed, causing Jin-Goo's broken blade to burst into flames, trying to hurt him. Facing the open mouth of Kasaka, Jin-Goo could only retreat and put all his strength into it, catch the tail of coming. The snake continued to chase and beat him. He even tossed a train carriage towards Jin-Goo. I can't believe you're getting stronger, but this isn't enough. I wonder how strong I have to be. Fresh out of life, laughed at before people used to call. Jin-Goo is humanity's weakest weapon. Mr. Chizuru found that special someone so immature. Cheer Jin-Goo to try to regain his reputation. This time Jin-gu, completely subjected to the giant and supple body of the snake. Overpowered, but he was determined not to remain weak. To be despised again. It just takes overwhelming power. The weak will naturally tremble in fear. Whether you're smart or quick-witted, we all have to give in to the power. That's why Jin-gu decided at all costs. We have to keep fighting and changing. You have to be stronger to survive. Compared to the fear of death, standing in front of the statue of God, it's nothing to deal with a Kasaka snake. Jin-gu uses his best, just dodge the serpent's sharp teeth. Just decided not to let him go, and then use your own hand to break its scales. Let the snake wave. Or injured themselves raw sao. Jin-gu kept aiming at the scales. Itself has worn out and attacked. Finally, he killed the blue Kasaka snake himself. The system immediately announces you've been promoted. But what Jin-Woo care right now? It's the feeling. Win the victory of a strong man you have. You successfully recovered Kasaka's poison fangs. It's a dagger. Not just good, it's also accompanied by paralysis and bleeding. Next, there's the bottle of Kasaka's poison. But Jin-gu doesn't want to use it for the time being. A message appears that the boss has been killed. The surrounding space, Jin-gu immediately returned to normal. You quickly leave the house. But it's strange to see no AI outside. A soldier told Jin-gu not to be here. Seen on Jin-gu holding a weapon. He immediately guessed that you were a hunter. The soldier apologized and said he would take Jin-gu to the scene. You go, Theo. I don't know what happened in my heart. Look at the desolation of the surrounding. Jin-gu guesses that Ra had a dungeon explosion. The soldier said everyone had cleaned up most of the. But there's still a big one left. Jin-gu immediately sensed that it was the boss. People are gathering so much right now to talk. No matter the danger, the hunters fought hard. And hurt a lot. The golem boss monster's defense index was very high. While they're lacking in human resources, Jin-gu can see the current front line. There's only 8 E-graders and 1 D-grader. That D-class person is the support system, so I can't pull the trigger. The battle was prolonged. Among the healers, Jin-gu recognizes someone as Jui. She can only stand in place. And I'm a little distracted by anxiety. Remember the experience. My experience with the idol is Jui. You can't use magic. Jin-gu decided that this time he would do it. The golem worm is only D rank. So, you're sure you can handle it? It is weaker than the snake. Kasaka a lot. If you can disable the golem's defenses, then they will have a chance to win. You stand from a distance, taste the broken sword in your hand towards the monster. It makes it weak. The other hunters jumped at the chance to attack and defeat the golem. AI is also happy, only the guy who supports the blow is strange. Because suddenly, they can destroy the golem's defenses. I saw a broken sword on the ground. He asked who threw it. The soldiers are looking for Jin-gu, but you've lost money. Jin, I didn't expect that one blow would defeat the golem. I think it's because it was weak before. The days after that, Jin-gu becomes the subject of the nurse's conversation. I heard you are the son of the owner. When you own a full body. At first they only saw Jin-gu. He's a normal guy. Speed of muscle growth. Your corn is amazing. The nurse checked the room today. You also have to walk in. Jin-gu appears as a male god with body. Like a statue. I asked her what she was looking for today. The nurse told me today was the day. Jin-gu is discharged from the hospital and completes the procedure. Before Jin-gu could leave, she plucked up the courage to get a phone number. Jin-gu is naive. Maybe they need to send the results. Test or something for me. Should have agreed. The VI appeared today, the Thunder Hunters interview. He's one of the country's 7S level hunters. The reason he's been called here is to talk. For the audience, understand what the brilliance of hunting is. In the case of Jong-ho, he's a guy who practices every day. Since I was a firefighter. Jin-A always watching TV. At almost late for school. She hurried to call Jin-gu, who was still sleeping. I saw the durian tufts you'd hidden under your shirt. Jin-A wonders when his brother gets to the gym. Not only is it more expensive, Jin-gu looks taller. No need for that AI to plug in. Jin-A hurriedly greets Jin-gu to go to school, but you reminded your sister to forget Theo. Jin-A calculates idler, but Jin-gu made her take precautions. God is pouring rain in the summer. When you're alone, Jin-gu, the test and only the jog is unfinished. You've got more muscle because you've increased your strength index. If it goes up, fear of people suspecting you of taking drugs, Jin-gu still has some extra points from his promotion. So, you're thinking about where to divide it. The best indicator is speed. Jin-gu, I've decided that I have to move between strength and speed. Besides, you wonder, should you raise your intelligence? Whether you use magic or not. In the end, Jin-gu decided to let it divide raw. The landlord is calling to urge you to pay. Tell Jin-gu to stay healthy. I'm tired of looking for a new hire. Jin-gu has increased his power significantly. Decided to find out if there were any recent dungeon missions. Not to make a little money. The port as possible. Then there's room for e-hunters. Jin-gu is thinking about going back to the examination. If promoted, your income from this hunting job. It will be more stable. However, Jin-gu, afraid that if it's prominent, it's my reawakening. It's going to get a lot of attention. The media is noisy. It also attracted some anti-fans. Or posting on the Z City to expose yourself is miserable. Jin-Woo wants to prioritize her own safety. The source of this power is to be found. Soon, Jin-Woo has found a recruiting portal. Yuta just ran there to complete the challenge. Training the power that the system sets. The hunting party quickly greeted Jin-gu. Wild Guy Dong shoveling, the leader of this mission. Someone else recognized Jin-gu immediately, because you're famous for the weakest hunter in the world. I told my team to stop, sorry. Jin-gu replaced them. You're too used to it. When her tentacles tell, they just need you to follow them. It doesn't matter. The dungeon ranking this time is C. You need at least 8 participants. More than half of them must be hunters. Class C, Jin-gu does not need to join the fight. So, you won't get a share of the booty. Instead he will pay Jin-gu 2 million cash. Jin-gu, after confirming their rank, agreed. All you're supposed to do is carry your luggage. There is no one on the team who loves you. Jin-gu was surprised. But freezing. Tell the attacking team by individual type. It's very difficult for them to recruit a healer. So they've always worked this way. Dose of punches eat spinach. There's still a lot of concern about how to do this. But Jin-gu put pen to paper on the contract. In that side, he is not responsible for any of the accident in the dungeon. Another guy in armor goes to Jin-gu. Hi, introduce yourself, your name is Jin-ho. 21 years old, it's a D-class hunter who's also called in. Look at all the fancy gear he's wearing. That Jin-gu. I'm sure Jin-ho is some rich guy. He confidently said he'll protect Jin-gu. By the power of money. Just like that, the winter hunting party shoveled. Quickly ready to go. Jin-ho wondered Jin-gu. Carry heavy loads of luggage and talk to you. He said the company took the project where the gate. They are now in debt of 900 billion and have to run away like Jay. Jin-gu is not interested in scandals. Should get bored right away. The entrance to their dungeon was unusually large. Others asked the animals, is this dungeon really sea level? He was determined, because the association sent investigators, and confirmed twice. Jin-ho is a little nervous. Jin-gu thinks size doesn't matter. What's important is skill. The association will inspect the dungeon through the level of magic wave leakage. From inside the dangerous dungeons from level B pouring up. They are usually given to large groups. Jin-gu, I'm very excited about this because I've been working for a long time. But this is also the first time you see a C-class gate this big. The animals urged everyone to prepare. And Jin-ho, I told you to follow me to be safe. Just walk through the gate. The animal ordered his comrade, Kazongwon, lit up with a ball of light. It's strange that in this dungeon, there is no monster. Normal, other dungeons will have or something. Something like that, Jin. I watched the dungeon in the dark. Remember the temple. Jin-ho next to him asked what the luminous stone was. Jin-gu says they're low light emitting rocks. Plays a luminous role inside the dungeon. Jin-ho sits to check the stones from Manhwa. To the ore and feel there are many kinds to remember. Their group continues to go deep inside. But there's nothing here. Jin-gu motioned Cho Jin-ho to keep quiet. Let me feel the sound. I'm sure there are monsters here. They just haven't found it yet. The crew and the whole team are in position. Ready to fight. Jin go through the data. The monsters that live in the dark come to them. Based on light. Let everyone know. They're insect monsters. The others immediately panicked, because the sound comes from many sides. They can't detect the direction. The enemy will appear. Jin-Goo relies on hearing. I found them coming from above. Kazongwon immediately used the light blow. Hit directly in the direction the ants are coming. Jin-Ho told Jin-Goo not to stand too away from me or dangerous. At this time, Dong Dao's teammates played an offensive role. And he's provoking ants towards himself. Create opportunities for others to attack. The crowd is directing people to try to resist. Jin-Ho also plans to rush, but when Jong-Hoon stopped. Because he is preparing. Unleash your powerful technique. As soon as everyone counts down together, Kazongwon has accumulated enough magic power to unleash a huge fire. Burn the ants. I took that opportunity and ordered everyone to move forward. Jin-Goo, I think their teams work very well together. Can recognize? These people have been together for a long time. But we're going to break through the dungeon without a healer. Still make Jin-Goo feel they're too reckless. Jin-Ho's sighed, then tried to use equipment to compensate for his ability. Everything went well. But Jin-Goo still has an uneasy feeling. After dealing with all the ants, I told everyone to hurry. Collect 10 magic stones from them. He went to thank Jin-Goo, because it helped them see where the ants were attacking. I wonder why you know them. We'll descend from above. Jin-Goo replied, it's thanks to the author, Cho, it's not difficult. This time the Kazongwon guy. It feels strange on the body. Some of them don't have the wounds they caused. He's afraid there's a monster here. It's even scarier, see ants as food. Jin-Ho asked about the equipment Jin-Ho was wearing. Tell him. That's because I bought it for the occasion. The first attack. Jin-Ho doesn't know what to say. So I can only remind Jin-Ho to be careful. Meanwhile at the White Tiger Festival, the other hunters are training. Then a shock appeared. They thought there was an earthquake. Another person comforts everyone, because it's just because the president is practicing. With just one blow, he can cut through a rock. And I feel like it's not worth doing a warm-up. Right now, Jin-Goo's group is heading deeper into the dungeon. Jin-Ho on the road just asked and cared. Is Jin-Goo tired? You said this size doesn't matter. Because it's good to have money without fighting. That's why Jin-Goo still feels that there is. There's something wrong with this offer. Now the whole group, only the monsters are dying. And not healed. So it feels so strange. When Dong Quan is trying to open the way to find the boss, the animals asked him to show them the way first. What appeared before them was a path full of silk. People immediately go deeper, and discovered a mana or mine. Make this trip look like a bumper. This number is roughly 1 billion. Winner is extremely excited, because with this thing, I can prove myself. You don't have to hide under your brother's shadow. Jin-Ho saw the whole team and asked Jin. Please show me the contract you signed. Because I am very law-abiding. He went to the cave. Tell Jin-Goo's contract. They told me not to share the spoils. But mana ore. It is excavated, so Jin-Goo will still enjoy it. Winner shovel, smiling, he said, of course, we're going to divide by law. It's just that before that, they still had a problem with the boss. It's a giant spider. It's in the middle of a silk cocoon, hanging on the ceiling of the ore mine. They had to dig and move mana ore bit out before killing it. Because once the boss is down, the gate closes. Fortunately, the spider is sleeping. Create opportunities for the whole team to dig ore and move it. I didn't expect to find such a large mine. The people of the east. No carrying equipment. He asked the people. Jin-Goo and Jin-Ho stay watch. While they go back to get their tools. Jin-Ho is worried, but the frostbite reassured the sleeping boss. So just don't get excited. He said you're both new to this kind of dungeon. So just believe me. Jin-Goo, while he was leaving, arranged the facts. From the fact that there's only 6 people in the team, although the requirement to break the dungeon must be 8. Up until now, they don't have people to treat them for lack of people. This makes Jin-Goo feel strange. Because if you've gone through a lot of sea-level dungeons, it should have been frozen. There must be people available to make up for the missing amount. Of course I just came out. I ordered Cho Jong-won. Closed the entrance to the hooded room. At this point Jin-Goo was sure his hunch was right. Previously Mr. Chi, I told you about the accidents in the dungeon. There is no AI. That's because there's no surveillance in there. That way, a lot of people have taken advantage of this. Pushing the weak as bait for the enemy. Then run first. It's the same way a lizard cuts its tail. Jin-Ho, extremely angry because the sentient crowd killed them for this mana ore. He blames himself. Because if we don't start the contract. Not so much that. But Jin-Goo knew from the beginning. The crowd was messing with them. The most dangerous thing is the spider, because the noise has woken up. A C-class boss goes up against E and D-class hunters. I heard it was too bad. But Jin-Goo decided not to let the incident at the temple happen again. You walk confidently with the dagger. Prepare to defeat the boss outside. Tell me why you didn't kill 2 people. Jin-Goo and Jin-Ho are afraid of touching the spider. To him, a weak E-class guy is a D-class guy. There is no experience. They soon become prey to the boss. When he's finished eating, then the whole group can relax and pick up the ore. That found a shortcut to the boss's room. So, getting rich is easy. More, the equipment that Jin-Ho owned was at least 100 million. In case of not getting the ore, then they can take it. They also earn quite a bit. I decided to find out Jin. How warm are you? To know how to send smoke incense. He asked if he was alone when Jong-ho. Can you beat the spider? To be honest, you have to be careful. I can confirm this trip for 2. Jin-Goo and Jin-Ho go away. Jin-Ho is worried right now, because to kill a C-class insect, there must be at least 1 B hunter. Or strong good top grade C. Xingyu knows he's not wrong. Even though I woke up again, but Xingyu is not the hegemony yet. My son Kasaka born alone. You may only be in D class. And the golem boss is probably even lower. They have absolutely no doors to compare with this spider. However, Jin-Woo, it doesn't feel. You feel a little pressure or fear. Your mind is strong. So much so that I'm no longer afraid of the C-class boss. Jin-Woo's current level is 18. So, for you, the spider is a worthy opponent to take risks right now. Jin-Goo will show Jin-Ho understand what it means to be a hunter. On the other side, go. We ended the meeting a few days in a row. With government and media people. It's also about energy-related organizations. Jin-Shu said. He has no schedule coming up. I want to ask the president to fight me. Although there was age, but when asked, the president never gets bored. Right now, Jin-Goo tries to attack the spider's legs. But the crust is too hard. Even the power of attack is extremely terrifying. A meal is a reminder. Jin-Ho looked at his fighting moves. I can't believe it's an E-hunter. Jin-Ho is immediately worried he's a registered fraud. He'd heard of. There are hunters who can control ghosts. Forced to register below grade. A lot of them have morbid tastes. Or pretending to be a man. The anime itself hides the job, while Jin-Ho is overthinking about. Jin-Goo struggles. Find a way to do damage to the spider. Your fatigue point is pretty high. The special power of the Kasaka knife is the key. Help Jin-Goo find a way to win. You're going to target the weakness in the spider's eye. Then it's suddenly sprayed with corrosive poison. It turns out that this boss is a lot harder than Jin-Woo thought. It's risky, but you have to close the gap. By using new skills. Fast forward Jin-Woo speeding away from the spider's leg. And aim it from the air at its head. But not enough power. If one shot is not enough, I will stab many times. Jin-Ho watches you fight anxiously. I don't know what Jin is going to do. You keep on speeding up. Without noticing that his fatigue point was too high. To get myself hit by a spider. It's trying to end Jin-Goo. You get out in time. By using full recovery. From above Kaojin, he hurried down with all his might and stuck the knife into the spider's head. You keep stabbing to activate the spell. Paralysis and bleeding. After a while, Jin-Woo. He succeeded in taking down the boss. Simultaneously success level up. Fortunately, Jin-Woo saved the rewards from the daily quest. Just in time to recover. This time can't believe it alone. Jin-Goo took down your boss. I'm sure you're a registered fraud. Jin-Goo, go ahead and pick out Ra's magic stone. Jin-Ho came over and told Jin-Goo to keep it. You don't have to split anything. According to the contract, let me worry about the orange juice. Jin-Ho then enthusiastically invites water and calls Jin-Goo. Is the CA. He hurried to dig ore with a pickaxe for Jin-Goo. Comfortable to rest. At this moment, the crowd shovels appear from the shortcut. It's amazing that you're still alive. Meanwhile at the gym. President Go. He was training and easily pushed back Jin-Shu. He thanked him for helping me to stress. He praised Jin-Shu for making progress. For the President Go. Should not be so dependent on the power of the hunter. Instead, you should train your body and your mind. It's also very important. especially when you have to get involved. They go to extremely dangerous places like dungeons. The boss is down now. Was out of the crowd's plan. They thought he, along with his VIP equipment, did that. The police said they investigated. And no, he's the son of the president of the construction company. Ho Si-on, he will give Jin-ho the way of life. If you kill Jin-gu, kill all the useless to monopolize their share. It's always been the way the herd works. If Jin-ho doesn't listen, he will have to die with Jin-gu. But Jin-ho is determined to go to Jin-gu. Decided to be on your side, and not let my hands sink. There's no other way. The crowd rushed up. Right now, emergency mission notification system with Jin-gu. It's about killing people who intend to harm players. When Jong-ho is not paying attention, who attacked and blew Jin-gu away. Meanwhile, the hunter. Hee-jin is out for coffee with her friends. They're all hunters in big clubs. Hyzen is a member of the White Tiger Order. And Gina from Hunter Guild. She asked about training in the dungeon. Her class. But both Kia said it was boring. Because of the monsters they're fighting. Was killed by the hunter Cha-hein in the blink of an eye. Even if complaining is that, but they feel very lucky. For being in the big clubs. There is a lot of bad reputation out there. For example, a single attack team has an unusually high mortality rate. Kia sighed. Jin-gu was injured and recognized himself in a moment. I was too naive. This is a world of big fish swallowing small jobs. System requirements. You take down those who try to kill you. I think it's because I'm so important to him. The system needs Jin-gu to be stronger. Winner shovel. I was quite surprised to see Jin-gu standing up and thinking that Jong-won has relaxed. Jin-gu is determined to take advantage of this system. The animals are also mentally prepared. When you are a hunter, you will one day be hunted. A guy comes up and puts his hand on Jin-gu's shoulder. Remind me you're us an E-class guy. Don't be a crow. I can't believe he was chastised by Jin-gu. Please lighten the head. I can't understand. Because the name before was D rank anyway. How could an E-class guy like Jin-gu do that? Jin-gu knows he just killed someone. But, if you don't, you'll be the one who gets killed. There is no turning back, the strong will live. The other hunters immediately scattered Ra to attack Jin-gu. From many sides, but in turn the two are connected. They're spanked and they bleed. Jin-gu just put them on the counting board. Kazong-won rushed to attack. But it was taken down in just a moment. The number of enemies killed by Jin-woo is now 5. There are only animals left now. He immediately guessed that Jin-woo was the one who killed the spider, and then used the strengthening skill. Many people believe that my heart must have been weakened by the fight. Your advantage, it's the speed and the special power of the knife. With a steel-like reinforced body. I am extremely confident. The knife can't do anything to me. He rushed to attack. Jin-gu dropped his head to the ground. I can't believe it. I was measured for a moment. He prayed for Jin-gu's life. We'll pay and the ore and the booty here. Jin-gu can keep it. But Jin-gu, I have no intention of forgiving those who tried to kill me. 3 times they threatened to report to the police. But what's here won't get out. I haven't even told you yet. Who is your father's brother? Jin-gu let his head off. Jin-ho saw everything on the spot. The dungeon's about to collapse. So, we're both going to have to get out of here. It's hard to understand outside the supervisor, when all the higher level hunters to die. Only 2 people in D and E survive. She guessed. It's probably thanks to Jin-ho's awesome gear. Jin-gu only noticed. I got a skill called murder. It causes a panic effect on the enemy. To make all their stats have. The supervisor now concludes. Jin-ho was the one who took down the boss. And Jin-gu E-class is hiding somewhere to survive. The investigation is over. Jin-ho quickly bowed his head and thanked Jin-gu. Suddenly the rain was pouring blood on him. But I'm just glad to have reminded Jin to hold the umbrella. This morning, Jinshu receives reports of 6 deaths. During the C-level dungeon raid. There were only 2 survivors, D and E. Surprisingly, the boss was destroyed. According to the investigation, they claim that Jin-ho hunters with advanced equipment did that. What concerns the investigator? The other survivor is Jin-gu. Not to mention that one of the 6 people who died was a cattle hunter, brother of a crowded S-class hunter. Jin-gu came home and bought fried chicken. At the same time informed Jinna. I could have taken care of the living expenses, the same mother's hospital bill. Jinna hurriedly asked about his attack. A lot of rewards this time. Jin-Goo was not injured. She thinks her brother's team is strong this time. Jin-Goo only answered yes. But in my heart, thinking about what I did that day. You feel like you've become braver because of the promotion. When he saw that his brother did not answer, Jinna asked Han. Jin-Goo explained. I'm just remembering if I took the change. You decided to put it off. Because what's important now is yourself. Be stronger for your family. If that situation repeats itself, you have to choose that too? At this point, the system detects you are loaded with alcohol, toxic to the body. So, it's automatically detoxified. Jin-Goo left after eating. I didn't forget to remind my little sister that she was fat. Thanks to the system's unique sensing capabilities, you can't get drunk. Right now, it reported that Jin-Goo received the reward of blessing. To live a healthy life, the body is immune to toxins. Abnormal state of body damage. That's the reward for completing the dungeon. Jin-Goo was too busy to check. See, you didn't become a cripple because of it. That afternoon, Jin-Goo is resting when his sister informs him that there is a man named Jin-Ho call you. She looked at the beer cans on the table and worried. My brother became a drunk. Jin-Goo went to the coffee shop after rubbing his sister's head. That Jin-Ho dated. He saw you as a savior of his life. Jin-Goo is also very grateful. He gave up all the magic stones. And keep quiet. What happened? Jin-Ho thinks it's a legitimate act of defense. There's nothing bad about it. The reason he called you here is because he's in attendance. To form a separate team. But I haven't finished yet. Jin-Goo refused to participate. Because you have no intention to be the babysitter of a warm boy. Jin-Ho, he said he only needed 19 more dungeons. And pray to Jin-Goo listen to me. Jin-Ho's true purpose. You have a license to be a host. One of the conditions, it takes 20 raids. To inherit the company? He tried to learn a lot. In theory, it's a blot, but in practice, you can't even try. Jin-Ho wants to be the host because of his father's company. In fact, Jin-Ho's father is thinking of forming a society. The dungeon is dangerous, but contains a lot of precious treasures. Mana stones or magic stones are just one of them. Colors of high-class monsters. It can also be used as a building material. Can say, everything in the dungeon can make money. It's a construction company. Jin-Ho's side want to be able to self-supply the items in the dungeon. His father's going to hire an S-class hunter to run the guild. There are 2 sons. Will become vice president and run as one. The company currently has only 7 employees. The only one who doesn't have a guild is a Bijunu hunter. But he's retired. Jin-Goo advises them not to snatch hunters from other guilds. Because it will generate hatred from the members of the old guild. But Jin-Ho's brother is not the one who wakes up. So I can't be the host. So they have the experience to take that position. Realize that Jin-Woo needs a companion. To be able to join the raid. While hiding the power. Jin-Ho offered to work with you. Because if you go with a low-class person like Jin-Woo, the raid was successful, then he'll be more flamboyant. Jin-Ho gives Jin-Goo information where the building he's planning will be the headquarters of the guild. The market price is about 30 billion. At the same time, it will be Jin's reward money. Ho give Jin-Goo. If it was before, Jin-Goo will agree to this lucrative offer. But in a situation that's escalating as it is, then reaching the level S and beyond is not fiction. By then, this 30 billion figure was nothing. Team up with strangers when it's not clear. How will my own influence to others is too risky. So Jin-Goo refused. Out of the way, Jin-Ho brings Jin-Goo's secret to the negotiating table. But you just glared and scared him. While a level hunter S is looking for information about Jin-Goo and Jin-Ho. That's because his brother was killed. He asked his assistant. Let's see if we kill ourselves. According to the law, it depends on negotiating with the government, that hunters like him can reduce their sentences. That's why he asked me to rearrange my entire schedule. The next target is Jin-Ho and Jin-Goo, to avenge his brother's death. Right now, Jin-Goo and his sister are going for morning exercise. While running, he asked his sister what she would do if she had $30 million. Jin wants to pay for her mother's hospital and college. Then send the savings. Jin-Goo was so bored that he rushed ahead. You're done. And it goes beyond the physical exercise that the system sets out to do. Jin-A is always catching up. Jin-Goo decided to run more. Check if it is exceeded. What happened to the required distance? As soon as you double it, the daily exercise indicators, then you've activated the secret mission reward. It's a random blessing. A random box of curses. Check the blessing box first. Inside is a key, used to enter the dungeon of the demon castle with S-level rarity. Jin-Goo checked the information and found out there's something called the elixir of life. That night he went to his mother's in the hospital. If what's called a panacea, life can cure any disease. Jin-Goo's mother. You will be saved for that. Jin-Goo decided to use the key. If the level of the dungeon is equal to the key, it is very likely that this will be an S-class dungeon. Not good inside. There are monsters the size of Jesus Island, where even S-level hunters can't deal with it. Jin-Goo decided to risk going there. A castle surrounded everywhere by fire. If you think the situation is too dangerous, then you're going to use the stone to go back to the deputy dungeon to retreat the first monster. Jin-Goo Clash is a dog BA. CBR head Jin-Goo immediately activated the skill too. Tried to cut off the leg and then attack the dog in turn. However, it almost doesn't do any damage. Even your killing skills are disabled by CBZ, because the target resistance is too high. Jin-Goo then moved over and stabbed the dog in the head. Activate the paralysis effect, but also quickly disabled. The dog rushed to bite Jin-Goo's hand, causing the HP bar. Your pants are down. Finally, he threw Jin-Goo and oppressed him. In the blink of an eye, Jin-Goo lost a third of his blood. CBZ also activates outrage skills. Increase the whole index by 100% in 3 minutes. Its speed is too fast and it easily beats Jin-Goo. You just activate your own recovery. Then dodge the blow and close the CBZ eye. But it doesn't hurt. And threw Jin-Goo away again. And then you go ahead and you put a bunch of onions in your mouth. The system sees the player being seriously injured, then give a warning. Jin-Goo wants to at least take it. Over 3 minutes until the CB fell out of anger. But it's too dangerous. He was trying to use the stone when the CB dropped. Attack made the stone 7 lost. Jin-Goo is forced to retreat. If you get a few more hits, it's game over. While looking for a way, remember, I can buy a healing potion in the store for 300, then immediately order BA bottle. 1 bottle can only recover 100 health. Jin-Woo was forced to use Kasaka's poison vase and then do a little bit to increase my stats. Fortunately, there is a system helps eliminate toxic effects on the body. This is when CBZ finds you and attacks them. But Jin-Goo can still fight. And CBZ is poisoned by them, plus the outrage effect. It's over Jin-Goo. Take this opportunity to come. Continuous attacks on its feet. CBZ is still fighting back. I want to swallow Jin-Goo alive with my sharp teeth. The attack left his blood count at 179. Jin-Goo was bitten by CBZ, but he still stabbed him in the eye with a knife. Make CBZ painfully drag you away. Jin-Goo, despite his injuries, he kept stabbing a knife in his eye. CBZ finally succeeded. The dog collapsed into the surrounding hellfire. Turn off the notification system. You got the dog. Guard the gates of hell and get promoted. The wounds on Jin-Goo immediately healed. You then get a new item? It's the key on the dog's collar. There's also an unspecified item. It's a piece of paper, the recipe for the elixir of life. It takes 3 items to create it, and can only be found in the demon castle. However, Jin-Goo now understands how powerful he is. So he decided he'd come back later to find a way to save her. Jin-Goo returns to his mother's bedside. 3 things needed to create the medicine of life. Jin-Goo still doesn't know where to get it. However, you understand the current situation, but going back to the demon castle is no different than committing suicide. You need to level up and get stronger. That's why Jin-Goo contacted Jin. Cough and agree to his offer of cooperation. But there's a condition. That's the raids. It's only Jin-Goo and Jin-Ho. He was surprised. Only you to go alone conquer the C-level dungeon. In order to get in, they need at least 8 members. So Jin-Goo wants to use Scarecrow personnel. The same way, the East Dao did it. Jin-Ho worried. It's too dangerous, but Jin-Goo believes that if he's lucky, they're going to complete 19 dungeons without getting hurt. Your first target is 10 perfect raids. I thought it would be a great way to show my dad. Jin-Ho has agreed to Jin-Goo's conditions. I will quickly arrange people and find the gate. While the hunter I ran around the stadium for a couple of laps to practice. While adding more water. She knows someone is looking for her. person of the recruitment department, then show up and send a business card from the construction company. Jojin Cho Hein. Jin-ho is sitting in the car with his father. He felt since the gate appeared has made a lot of changes and upsets. It makes it impossible to separate from the dungeon, especially the infrastructure, service for daily life. The only one who can provide resources, the only people in this world are hunters. The management unit they're called the association. Association will help determine the level of the awakened hunter, then register in the system. They are also responsible for organizing manpower handle when the gates suddenly appear. But even though SAO is a real public organization, what controls most of it is the social units. They make huge profits out of it. Inside the dungeon, in which the Hunter Society, White Tiger Society, Death Society of the Stars, the Corps of Engineers is the 5th largest in the country. Most of the profits from the dungeon, they all have a large market share. Jin-ho's father doesn't want it to last forever. He wanted a piece of that delicious cake. In order to do that, Jin-ho's father needs to form his own society. Even if you say so, but he knows how to pull a level hunter. Working with my brother is impossible. I myself am not confident enough. Stand up and take care of this. Kia sighed. Jin-gu has completed his daily fitness task. This time, the raw balance is not calculated anymore. Jin-gu has 7 hopes. I thought I would get something similar to the key to the demon castle, or capable of, I can get a copy like last time. Try the rest of the blessing. I got a scratch-off ticket. Jin-gu really wants to find a way to level up quickly, but was only way to wait for Jin-ho contact about level C dungeon. Right now, Jin-gu suddenly remembered the monsters in the punishment zone. But you're not sure if you can take them down. Do you have experience points? The phone suddenly announces the invitation. Jin-gu joins level D gate from the Hunters Association. Jin-gu refused, but was still hesitant. Meanwhile, at Chizu's swordsmanship class, he also got the message. Invited to join the raid from the association. The students asked if Chizuru planned to retire. Think about that terrible accident. Chizuru thought that a great magician like himself, it will only become a burden. But because of luck, he kept his life. Chizuru still wants to give more. Hunter Kim also received an invitation to join. His wife asked him to retire from hunting. There were too many people killed in the last raid. Kim himself almost lost his life. But the next year, his youngest daughter went to kindergarten. The oldest is about to go to high school. That's why the family desperately needs money. Uncle Kim thought, the guild wouldn't call low-level hunters like me. It's too dangerous to go on a mission, so don't worry. He accepted the offer. Take care of your wife and decide. I will return safely to my wife. While the hunters shout, are very angry with Koi's agent as he pushed through the interview. Back to me. The answer to the question is from Choi. Not mine. But because the president goes, ask them, we need to show people the dedication and seriousness of a top hunter. So Choi thought he wasn't as fit as the storm. He ran out of time to ask the representative why. Choi called me. Why Choi called Jong-ho? That's because I heard about the construction company. Jojin is thinking of forming a guild. Dong-ho has heard about this too. And asked what was the main thing Choi called me to. Jui Hunter is being called by his mother. She knew her shy daughter was a hunter. Must have been a lot of trouble. Jui advised to give up and go home to help his family. But she doesn't want me to decide my life and hung up. Even though you know you can only hurt your teammates. But seeing Jin-gu trying so hard, she wants to try too. And then the association sent out an invitation to Jui on the Kia side. Cha-hein saw Ying-ho coming here, it was strange. She went to see Agent Choi and talk about being represented by Jojin. It seems like they want to start a new company and want Hein to be the host. Agent Choi guessed she came to report this. Probably refused. Hein turned to wonder about the reason Jong-ho come here and ask. That night he sat back and reflected on representing Choi. Mentioned to me, that's Jeju Island. After the 3rd raid, the island was banned. Currently, the public only knows about it through the annual memorial service. Because they're scared and they're trying to forget about that island. Although the representative, Choi, is considered the most powerful hunter today, then he can't forget what happened. On that island, Choi plans a not-too-distant future to conquer the island. Jesus again. Because of that, he doesn't want people to be distracted. Decided to recruit more teammates. Choi knew that the cattle could not forget the island. because he's got something to leave there. Jin-Goo got up early the next morning to get ready for work. Gina feels her brother is not only taller. I've rarely been injured coming home lately. You don't even leave the house carrying too much stuff. While the Chizuru hunter understood. No matter how good you are at swordsmanship, it's useless in the dungeon. Is a swordsman, but he has a magical hunting ability. Chizu and Jin-Goo meet. Your look has changed a lot. It surprised him. Wonder, where did Jin-Goo get the money for plastic surgery? Moreover, Jin-Goo's severed leg has grown back. Not joining a disability like me. He figured someone from the guild would come to the rescue. It's a kind of advanced treatment that helped Jin-Goo heal. Whatever it is, he's glad you're alive. Although he had lost his arm, Chizu was still undeterred. The reason he's here is because he was called by the association. By chance, it's not just them, it's the hunters who escaped that day, including Jui. And Uncle Kim was also on this mission. Uncle Kim didn't dare look at Jin-Goo's face. Because I left them that day to run alone, Jui. I'm so excited to see Jin-Goo now. Even though you've changed a lot. Now a car appears. 3 prisoners with handcuffs came out. A hunter with them told them to be quiet. Because this is not going out. The association explained, they're re-education prisoners. I'll be with you on today's mission. They joined to get a reduced sentence. There are not enough hunters in the area. We have to use capable prisoners. Wake up. This time, there will be taxi hunters from the association with them. He is grade B. So, if there's a problem, can easily control the Kia C-class prisoners. Jin-Goo thinks this is not good. Should ask Jui not to join. But when she sees you go, she wants to go too. The 3 men were quickly removed from the taxi. Warning them that they're acting recklessly is to receive a written sentence. He immediately went to ask. Jin-Goo and Chizuru AI are the leaders of the raid. Chizuru, please let me take care of it this time. He bowed his head and thanked Jin-Goo for giving him the chance. Because in the heart, Chizuru, always blame yourself and tell yourself to be responsible with those who are alive. Chizuru, in particular, wants to speak on behalf of the survivors. Thank you, Jin-Woo, that day. Without you, there's no one left alive. Uncle Kim did not dare to have any opinion. The taxi noticed Jin-Goo and thought of something. The hunters are ready. He's directing the prisoners out. People after stabilizing, the squad goes into the dungeon. With the leadership of Mr. Chizu. The first monster they faced was Golan. The prisoners fought very hard. It makes Chizu wonder who's the monster. What surprised people the most was Jin-Woo. I grew stronger to see. Even owns a very good dagger. You don't need Jui today. I love you for once. Chizu feels what Jin-Goo has changed. It's not just the look, it's the look inside. It feels like you've become a lot more friendly and confident. The taxi told them to move quickly. The whole team crashed into a triple. I think the difficulty here is easier than I thought. Taxis are divided into 3 groups. Even if the risk increases, but in return, they'll complete the attack faster. The taxi will go with the prisoners. If you run into the boss room, Chizu, keep him informed. Jin-Goo could clearly sense which way the boss room was. Should recommend Uncle Chizu. Let's go to the left to destroy the boss. To get more experience. That's Uncle Kim, with the other hunter in the middle. Before leaving, Jin-Goo notices that the taxi is strange as he keeps looking at her. That's inside the path that the hunters. Kim caught the weak Golans again. But last time it was as easy as this. It made the other hunter uneasy. Uncle Kim is determined. I'll leave after the demolition. Sorry. Jin-Goo, they fled despite claiming to be hunters. Even for family. But they both made the mistake of abandoning their teammates and running away. If you want to continue, you can be a hunter. You have to admit your mistakes. Maybe Jin-Woo won't forgive. But they still have to apologize. Kia side. 3 prisoners are bored because the Golans are weak. Spanked by a taxi driver. Ask them, if the opponent is human, would it be more fun? All 3 names assume that you. It doesn't matter who or what. 3 of them had previously committed assault on a girl. So I was arrested. The girl then hanged herself. The mother was hospitalized because of the shock. The father was extremely disgruntled because all 3 of them only got a few years in prison. He was also a hunter to reduce his sentence. While his daughter is gone forever. That's why he paid $3 billion for a taxi. You can kill them instead. Things in the dungeon can't get out. So the taxi reported back to the monitoring department. 3 prisoners clashed with 100 golems and died. There's Uncle Kim's team. Follow the path and surprise, I saw him act. The taxi coldly killed the other prisoner. His plan had to change a little. Because of this unexpected incident. Kia Jin-Goo's side. The taxi is the driver. Closely to investigate yourself at the hospital. At this moment, there was a scream. Jin-Goo's group rushed through the inspection and found the body. 3 prisoners. The hunter with Uncle Kim. Then Jin-Goo found me. Kim is seriously injured. He asked Jui to heal quickly. But the wound is too heavy. Chizu looked at the cuts on Uncle Kim's body. I realized it wasn't the monster. Kim knew he couldn't stand it anymore. Jin-Goo asks him to try to live until the end. Then you can continue to hate. Uncle Kim didn't intend to apologize to Jin-Goo this way. From the bottom of my heart in this last breath. He said, I'm sorry. But I have kept my wings in my heart. For a long time, close your eyes. The taxi attacked Jui. But Jin-Goo managed to grab hold of his knife. The target of the taxi. Deal with the one you love first. But was read by Jin-Goo. Chizu doesn't understand why he did it. Even if you are a member of the association, now the cabs have come up with a different scenario. The golems were supposed to be the culprits for this. But now he's going to make it up. The prisoners want to escape. They killed the hunters who were with them. Then we're going to attack. I was fighting with the boss. But 7 failed. In the end, the taxi was the only one who survived. Chizuru worried Jin-Goo couldn't win. He should have said let me. He borrowed Hunter Kim's sword and walked over. The enemy is a B-level hunter. So he asked Jui. Use the power-up on your body. The downside of the assassin class is weak defense. That's why Chizuru wants to take advantage of it. Taxi alert class shaman like Chizu. That body strengthening is counterproductive. But now he wants to fight like a swordsman. The taxi rushed to attack and recognized the Chizu's movements. Very pretty, his sword skills aren't bad at all. Just in the moment, Chizu was able to catch up to his speed. But the power difference is still there. Juji rush healing Cho Chizu remote. The taxi saw that and decided to deal with her first. Fuss prevention. But Chizu wouldn't let him. That's what it looks like, he's proud. I'm the sword teacher of an S-class hunter. You don't lose to Taxis in swordsmanship. However, as a magician, Chizuru, it's impossible to keep up with the speed of the killer class. He was quickly slashed by a taxi. Cause the body to collapse. Jui wants to heal, but she's exhausted. The taxi is trying to finish off Chizu. I suspect he started the fire magic. Attack as soon as you lure him into a trap. However, that plan was avoided by the taxi thanks to its speed. I thought it was over, Jin-Goo. The taxi driver heard you. I'm just an E-level hunter and I laughed. By Jin-Goo, he was fast enough to stop his attacks twice. Taxis no. Jin-Woo is currently trying to hide his power. Jin-Woo is not an imposter. Because usually, they're not going to let the surviving AI know about them. The taxi came to a conclusion. Jin-Goo is the one who woke up. It was after the double dungeon. The taxi recognized it. You're an E-level hunter. Miracle escape in the temple accident. Completely different appearance and demeanor. A lot back then? He pulled out his second knife. Decided to teach Sho Jin-Goo. Understand something about the power of high-level assassins. The taxi also revealed the reason I took action. It was paid by the victim's family. Kill 3 Kia bastards. However, what Jin-Goo? I wonder why he's working with Uncle Kim. If he wanted to, he could have killed them quickly. Clues but all the way to avoid the fatal point. It's like wanting to torture. For the sake of justice, he bragged. It's just a lie. The real reason that the taxi took this case or joined the association. Although many guilds have invited, he likes to kill more than monsters. At this time Lao Taxi came to attack Jin-Woo. And use your speed to create afterimages. The sight of the two fighting each other astounded Chizu. Their speed is the same. But the taxi is confident that it has more experience. He doesn't even hesitate to play. Tio prevail. Jin-Goo warned him not to let out any gas on him. Because the system defaults and sets a mission to destroy someone who wants to hurt you. Now Jin-Goo has another reason to act. The taxi doesn't know what you're talking about, because right now he's clearly dominant. Jin-Goo used a rhythmic dance. Suddenly, the taxi did not react. Even the knife you carry has an effect on your opponent. Jin-Goo gained the advantage and rushed forward, but the taxi has rolled out its trump card. Using concealment skills to cover up, hiding his presence makes Jin-Goo can't see him. Even the killer hunters. Only a few people can use this skill. Of course no one knew he owned it. Because there's no one alive who tells this story. So he looked at Jin-Goo injured and worried. The taxi warned. When you're done, it's their turn. With the injured leg. Taxi 10, Jin-Goo can't dodge his next move. However, he did not expect you can recover in a moment. A type hunter. The killer can use it. It's something he's never heard of. Jin-Woo's side is angry at a scum like him. Just wasting time. The taxi driver noticed that he had killed someone. Even Chizu dimly guesses raw. Jin-Woo must have made a lot of hard choices. Taxes tell the land of hunters like them. There is no law. Only the strong kill the weak. He then used hiding to disappear. But all his attacks were carried out by Jin. It's helped by feeling the heat. As soon as, when the taxi arrived, Jin-Goo activated his weapon. I let him be overcome by fear. And was defeated by Jin-Goo. While dying. The taxi still doesn't feel sorry for what I did. He only cares about what Jin-Goo is after all. It's a form of killer, but it can use both therapy and magic. Reduce the incoming state. Jin-Goo is also unknown and wants to find out. Jin-Goo killed the taxi. So he figured you couldn't hide your identity anymore. The shadow behind Jin-Goo. He saw it sinking deeper and deeper into the darkness. He warned Jin-Goo. If you look at it one day, the shadow will look back at you. Jin-Goo, after killing him, he was promoted and rewarded. In which there is a shivering stone that carries the taxi's hidden trick. Right now, Jin-Goo feels that he is getting stronger. The more you're broken inside. Soo-hee and Uncle Chizu thank you for Jin-Goo. That all can survive. Jin-Goo told them to get out first. I'm going to close this dungeon. That afternoon Jin-Choo received a report about the taxi was found dead. He already felt that his subordinates were worth something. Suspect the director. The police took Jin-Choo to see 3 people. Jin-Goo, and he recognized you right away. Jin-Choo, I'm sorry, but first I asked the AI directly who took down the taxi. Jin-Goo guesses that he can't hide anymore. The plan with Jin-Ho is like a broken river. But Uncle Chizu, he claimed to be the one who killed the taxi. Why a C-level guy like him? I can do that with the help of a B-level hunter like Jui. Jin-Choo accepted that answer for the time being. I want them to follow me. Complete the record of events. Jin-Choo has now realized that the level of Jin-Choo is a level. Himself is not his opponent. Chizu knows there must be a reason, so Jin-Goo hides his power. He told you to watch what happened. As my thank you. 3 hours later, the taxi driver turned himself in. Jin-Goo's group was found to be defenseless. Taking a break in the park. Ju gave out the magic stone that day. Jin-Woo for me. While walking around, Ju feels that Jin-Woo has changed a lot. While I still am. You think that everyone's experience. Each different. Ju himself understood that he was too shy. The job of a hunter. Even though I tried to overcome my fear. But still can't do it. That's right, she can participate in a level raid. B or C, but only D or E for fear. However, thanks to this, Ju met Jin-Woo. And become your dedicated loving sister. It's always not good. At first she was a little bothered. But Jin-Woo's eyes were filled with life force. That made Ju unforgettable for a lifetime. This time she wants to return the magic stone that Jin-Woo. Invite me to dinner. Because Jui was determined. I will retire and go home. So, if Jin-Goo comes by, call her. Jin-Goo gets the stone back. And promised I'll take her to dinner in person. Watch Jui leave. I am glad you made your own decision. After a while Jin-Choo. There is no doubt about Jin-Goo. The one who knocked down the taxi. So I called Ra to speak privately. He warned Jin-Goo to be careful if he wants to live long. Because in the case of the East Cattle killed most. Only you and a D-level hunter survived. Dong Cattle's brother is an S-level hunter. They may be targeting them. He only cares that his brother is dead. Jin-Goo is back alive. Because the opponent is S level, so the law, it's hard to stop if that monster is targeting you. If possible, Jin-Choo advised. Jin-Goo should take his family and run away. But you just see it as a reason. I have to be stronger. The next morning, Jin-Goo is surprised when Jin-Ho has called a lot of hunters to the gates of the dungeon that they're about to destroy. He's prioritized people who have circumstances or have trouble in life. Because a C-level dungeon raid requires at least 8 people, so Jin-Ho found Cho in sufficient quantity. The hooded girl heard Jin. When I call myself a child, I am angry. You're a decent hunter, after all. Have a license. They are students and have no experience. Jin-Goo seems to know that she is an E-level. But not Sao, because you just need the others out here. Only Jin-Ho and I went to the dungeon. Hunters are called. Just stand out and get 3 million cash. However, the condition is not to disclose the information to the outside world. According to the contract, if someone commits a crime, they will be fined 10 times the reward. This time Jin-Goo, I'm interested in the stone, the worm that I got when beating the taxi. Decided to try it. As soon as you break it, the system has notified you that you've acquired the cloaking skill. Jin-Ho sighed. Then arm yourself with a cool armor. It's made by a factory in Italy, and Jin. I just need to touch Jin-Ho and he fell. And then I can't stand up. He finally had to take it all off. Just keep the hat. The other hunters, I don't care if you go to the dungeon alone. Because they get paid anyway. You don't have to do anything. Over there in the classroom, Gina, I was worried when my twin sister dropped out of school. For just over an hour. I saw Jin-Ho running away. The hunter thought they were running away. But the gate suddenly closes and Jin-Goo cold step out, after conquering it. You want to start quickly. To a place with a gate. Next, while the other hunters were stunned. In the dungeon, Jin-Goo is responsible for handling the monsters. Jin-Ho is in charge of collecting 10 trophies. He then easily defeated the boss in a single move. And level up some time later. Jin-Goo leaves the house very often. Your job and Jin-Ho's going very well. And the other hunters just stood and ate. Jin-Woo's promotion index went up very quickly. You can gradually master it. New stealth skills gained from Taxis. System indicates that Jin-Woo's skill rush has been upgraded. Evolve wants to spanking medium or 2 Jin-Woo test. Skill, that's the superior method and the fatal blow. Then Jin-Goo then just sit back. And the collection of 10 magic stones has Jin-Ho worrying. Jin-Goo has more skills. But they also use a lot of magic. I wonder if it's time to go to the Devil's Castle. But think about it, Jin-Goo's current power. More than grade B. It has not reached level A. Challenging that place now is too risky. Right now, the player has reached the required level, allowing Jin-Goo to take over the job transfer mission. Meanwhile at the White Tiger Festival, director and received the report related to the tender of C-level ports. Some have pointed to 150 million, just to get the right to attack them. Every time a C-level gate appears recently. Is that there's going to be a double pay team for the right to handle it? Captain seems to be the younger son of Jojin Construction Company president. In there, the director noticed that Jin-Goo was involved. Is an E-level hunter. He realized you're the one who escaped from the double hell hole. And sniff. This smells. Jin-Ho has successfully returned. While the other hunters are playing cards, Jin-Goo notices the song. G is looking at me, the director, and I guess Jin-Goo is the one who woke up. Because now you've had 3 major accidents and you've survived. The first is the double dungeon. The second is the East Animal Massacre. Finally, the murder of a prison guard. Most of the participants died. But Jin-Goo survived. If you're not a reawakened person, it's absurd. That's why the security director recruited you himself. But when we get there, he and his assistant were shocked. When you see other hunters sitting playing after drinking tea, gee, go ahead and tell them this place is forbidden. I was considered a child, but he said he was also a hunter. When I guess alone, Jin-Goo goes inside to break through the dungeon. The director knew right away that this was the big fish. As soon as he leaves, Jin-Goo is done. He asked Jin-Ho what he planned for tomorrow because he wanted to leave early. So Jin-Goo told Jin to cancel. Ho keep the dungeon day. We'll deal with them tomorrow because they're reserved for 2 days. Key aside, the obsession with ants and the horror of Jesus Island. That year came back to Koi's mind. When he calms down, he's holding a top-secret plan to record the upcoming Jeju Island reconnaissance mission. That night Jin-gu, after being Jin, when he returned, he was approached by the director. Want to ask, can you take a moment to talk? He said, the White Tigers. I am working. It's one of the top 4 in the country. The director gets straight to the point. They will pay twice as much to recruit Jin-gu. About the White Tiger, he was convinced that, with such favorable conditions, I'll get a nod from you. No wonder Jin-gu asked if the White Tiger order building. How much is it worth? The director immediately quoted 50 billion and Jin-gu. I thought they were going to pay you with that building. After hearing Jin's wages, Cho Jin-gu is a $30 billion building. The director was stunned. If he doesn't believe it, Jin-gu, I'll show you the contract. If director and has nothing to say, Jin-gu. Permission to leave. But before we leave there, Jin-gu was upset. When the director secretly investigated himself. If you look back, you can't see Jin-gu. A scratch on the cheek suddenly appeared. Director and recognized Jin-gu. Have hidden skills. Then the company, Jojin spent 30 billion recruiting you is not strange. Director and apologized for secretly investigating Jin-gu. The reason he did that was because of the dungeons. C was suddenly captured. So the director, the manager, has to learn about transactions. Find a beer and find out about you. Jin-gu, ask him if anyone else knows more about him. The director honestly said, it's just him and his assistant. Jin-gu warned, if someone talks about you, Jin-gu suspects that they are the ones. The director did not want to risk his life. I promised to keep this a secret. Zetsu decided to come out and apologize, because they understand that they monopolize the level dungeons. C affects them. Because this is the White Tiger. You can't train new people. That's why Zetsu asked him to make a deal with him. You will resell it. Ba level C gate set. Before for $300 million. Director and Zero G. Because of the magic stones and magic power in the dungeon level, C is only 200 million at most. Jin-gu immediately agreed to that price. So, the two made a deal. Selling BA grade C gate. For 600 million. Before leaving, he told the director to open his mouth and close his eyes. Then give him medicine. To heal wounds on the cheeks. Jin-gu temporarily believes. The director can keep a secret and leave. When the assistant came over, director and assured Jin-gu. It's a fish bigger than itself. I thought the next day, Jin-ho, newsletter has received 600 million transfers to the account. Asked Jin-gu. I sold these gates to AI for a very high price. But you said it was a trade secret. The director was shocked. When I hear there are other C-level gates. They were purchased by Rujin Company. Except for the 3 sold to the director. But the valuation for each one is only 70 million. Director and was shocked because not only did he recruit 7 losers, they also buy at a high price. Jin-gu's message came after this. Looks like they got along because he was secretly investigating me. This time the director realized he had lost completely. But they are played. Then he also got Jin-gu's phone number. An opportunity to recruit you. Jin-gu decided to leave the city today. To understand the task of transferring jobs. What you get when you get past level 40. In the previous raid. So far, Jin-gu opened 2 dungeons with a key item. Outside of penalty and emergency duty, this is the first time the mission has appeared with the intervention of the system. Cho Jin-gu freely chooses the time to perform. As usual, this could be an event to help Jin-gu achieve skills corresponding to the job. It helps you become stronger. That's why Jin-gu agreed to participate. But right now, you just remembered. I have not completed my daily task. Well, after you finish it, just go back to work later. Meanwhile, Jin. He is having dinner with his father and his brother Jin. His son also came. Jin-gu has arrived at a castle. The system says you can't get out without completing the task, career transfer. At the same time, recovery or state recovery can't be used. Here Jin-gu is extremely alert and summons weapons. A knight-like monster appeared. The 2 sides immediately engaged in combat, but Jin-gu can't do any damage to it. Even the knight's sword swings were extremely powerful. Jin-gu almost in danger. The system suggests you use a fatal blow. But Jin-woo's knife. You can't get through the armor. I remember taking down the green snake Kasaka. Jin-Woo decided to use his bare hands to separate the entire knight's armor. And taking it down, you're bored. FO are wasting a fatal blow skill when you can't recover. The magic point here. The concern is that many other knights have appeared. Kia Jin-Ho's side is not in the mood to eat. I turned to my brother. What is the work of the guild? Jin-Sung said. They were killed by 2S level hunters, Young-gu and Hee-in. Reject the current. He's negotiating with hunters in Europe and the Middle East, because before, there's been a case of outbound winter hunters. Jin-Sung knows that his brother is working undercover. High auction of sea-level dungeons to accumulate achievements. He warned Jin. Don't stop yourself, even if you do it for pleasure. But Jin-Ho knows. If both my brother and I knew about the power of Jin-gu will understand. Right now, Jin-gu is constantly fighting and starts to get tired. He suddenly realized that there was an enemy who could use his cloak. Press me. Fortunately, I was able to defeat him. There are even magicians who know how to use the light. Jin-gu attack. It felt like the battle with the Kasaka was repeating itself. But this one's a lot more annoying. Depending on the type of monster, it's got to be the right metric to deal with. The power-oriented knight, the killer, is feeling. Archers have to be quick to use. If the power is too weak, it will be doubled by the knight. If you don't feel good enough, you will be attacked by an assassin. The most important thing is the wizard. Jin-gu doesn't have many points of mind and mana to deal with this kind of. Your fatigue level is rising because they're being massively attacked one by one. Meanwhile, Choi and his hunter, ready for their reconnaissance mission. Jin-gu has defeated all the monsters. Lucky, can get some necessities falling out from them. To replenish fitness. The system says, you get the chest armor of the senior knight. And Jin-gu gold bag to try it. And I didn't expect the armor to become transparent. You can still move comfortably without being affected at all. Your current level has also increased. Money and supplies have also been collected 10 relatively. Fatigue levels are decreasing, so Jin-gu decided to prepare for the next floor. You go to a big gate. Wonder how strong the enemy behind it is. Just push the door out. Jin-gu could feel the chilling atmosphere radiating. The torches inside immediately lit up. This room is where the king's throne is. Appeared in front of Jin-gu. It's a sense of threat, just like in a dungeon. The double emitted from the knight in red armor who had just appeared. He's called the Red Knight of Isis. Name Dark Red Display. ISIS is completely different from the he and Jin-gu just fought. Isis came with its sword. Throw a slash. It's like cutting through a piece of beans. Jin-gu dodged the fatal coward. But they were also blown away. Not just strong. Isis has a very high attack speed. Body-bearing armor? Jin-gu tried to counterattack. But all your tricks. They can't hit you. Red blood. His great sword. Make Shojin stand up. And then they're blown away. The speed of both is equal. But the other power is clear. A Jin-Woo knife can't pierce the armor. Makes you wonder if there's a way to win. Even if you don't want to take risks. But Jin-gu. Just how to use your hands, to be able to do damage to what's underneath. Kyushu armor? That's easy. Let's drop the sword and throw away the weapon. I like to play any way I like. Meanwhile, the president goes, continue to increase the processing CA. The jobs are being piled up. He called Koi's agent. Talk about your interview. We've talked a little bit about the Jeju Island tragedy. People have tried to forget it. And the president told Choi to be careful not to be dangerous. Purpose for the plan. This time he's spying on the enemy's power. During the third Jeju Island raid, Representative Koi's heart was forced to leave there. At this time Red Blood Ezzy's Lao came to grab and throw Jinju dead on the floor and throw him away. Every punch he threw. It's easy to hit the wall. Jingu even helped but also guessed the HP score. My 500 is less. If you weren't wearing armor, you'd be young by now. Even though he dropped the sword, but the power of Ezreal is still too great. If you can't fight back in strength, Jinx will compare speed. You activate the skill, and then you run around. Do Ezreal distraction and Ross banked. But Ezzy's can still react and continue to throw Jingu. You don't give up. Still trying to attack him. With his nimble body. I thought Jinwoo was able to hit and cause damage. But that only makes Isis boils blood and fists more force. Jinwoo was not only beaten up, but but dragged and thrown away. Finally sitting right, always on the king's chair inside the room. Isis is slowly coming to look at you. Kyojin A side spent Cho Jin-Goo's dinner. I never saw my brother come home. Their mother is still in a deep sleep. This time Ezi saw Jin-Goo. If you can no longer move, you will swing the sword. He killed him, but Jin-Goo caught him with his armored hand. You can't lose like this. You use all your strength. Isis pushed him against the wall. When Isis is stunned, Jisoo called back his knife, aimed at the gap under the helmet that attacked. It doesn't feel deep enough. You keep hitting and paying. It ended with an all-out stab in the neck. The system says you've got the red blood. Jin-Goo, sit down and feel the victory this time. It's just luck. Technique, your skill or experience is lost to the enemy. What makes Jin-Goo? Surprisingly, I received 4 awards after defeating Ezi's. The first is 1.5 million gold, then the same helmet is easy to wear and is a level item. S reduces physical damage by 15%. Increased HP and power by 20 points. Next is the rock trembling the ruler's hand. It's a skill that Jin-Goo doesn't understand yet. The last thing you have is a teleportation stone. Jin-Goo feels very strange, because the mission of career change is not over. I can't believe it now. It's really just beginning, and the longer the battle goes on. Jin-Goo gets a lot of points. He was selected for a higher position. The system also wishes you luck and displays the timer. From inside the gate, a large number of soldiers appeared. Meanwhile, Koi's representative plane has departed. Jin-Goo is in trouble in the dungeon. For as many kills as they take, the soldiers keep showing up, because the key to this mission is time. So Jin-Woo decided to use hiding to buy time. Invisibility costs 200 points of magic power. After a second, it drops by 1 point. Jin-Woo now has 190 points. However, an eye appeared that broke Jin-Goo's hidden lair, forcing you to use your weapon to overwhelm the soldiers. Then keep fighting. Looking back, the time had only passed 5 minutes. Jin-Goo decided to use the teleportation stone to leave. He was hit by a soldier. Caused the moving stone to fall out. That's Jin-Goo. Currently facing the situation. Enemies in the room. At the same time rush towards me. There are no more moving stones. Jin-Goo has no other choice. Outside, kill the knights and soldiers in front of you. However, your current strength is exhausted. The hidden skill and the aura can't be used. Tio prevail. Jin-Goo in a dangerous situation. Still determined to survive. You're constantly fighting by yourself. Understand what it feels like to be desperate. Jin-Goo's hands. He was injured and bloody. By hitting the armor. Your eyes are fading from fatigue. At this time, Jin-Goo begins to experience an illusion. Heard the laughter that I'm a hunter. The weakest before. Even to those who care. You also think Jin-Goo should give up. But what you're most afraid of? It's seeing myself before. Meanwhile, the president goes. I remember the 3rd raid on Jeju Island. His body couldn't fight back then. Should not be involved. Remember, it seems that Jin-Chu was also present in that raid. He's on guard duty. Guard outside and keep in touch. That's why we understand. There's been a lot of casualties. Even the survivors who returned. He also suffered deep wounds in his heart. The president go understand. If you are a hunter, sooner or later you will experience that feeling. But if you can't get past the mark, scars in the mind, what's waiting for them is only destruction. Jin-Goo has seen himself before. You of the past. It's also very surprising before the spectacular change of self from the outside. But Jin-Goo's inner self has not changed. Because you always put yourself in a life and death situation. They only know how to act recklessly without accepting fate. Jin-Goo is distracted by disturbing thoughts. To be grabbed by a big knight. In that situation, you see yourself before laughing at yourself. Because you only know how to lie with determination. But the results haven't changed. Put yourself to death. As soon as Jin-Goo, I thought I was going to be executed like I was in a dungeon. Then the notification system, you haven't completed your daily training. So Jin-Woo was lucky enough to be transferred to the penalty area. Was the SA before being dealt with by the knight. In this penalty area, you can take a break. I was lucky to be able to use the store to buy restorative and therapeutic drugs. However, the drug can only heal to some extent. Jin-Woo's body was injured too badly. You can only wait for natural healing. Or buy promotion. It's just that there are centipedes that come looking for food. That's Jin-Woo. The mission is to survive in the penalty area until the time is up. It's just the present. These centipedes can no longer make it difficult for Jin-Woo. Become a tool for you to train and advance. The power for me. At home right now. Jin-Ha feels nervous. It was midnight and my brother hadn't returned. There's a parents' meeting tomorrow. So she's hoping you can come. Kia Jin-Goo sighed. Finished the centipedes and successfully recovered. After promotion. There are only 10 minutes until the time limit expires. So Jin-Goo rearranged his equipment. In the store, he noticed a knife bearing the night-slaying sword. Then place an order. It increases damage to armored monsters by 25%. It's a bit expensive, but it's something that Jin-Goo needs. Next is the stone that June obtained after defeating Izzy. You destroy it and receive the power of the hand of the ruler. A skill that doesn't cost mana. It helps with the physical impact without having to touch the object. That's how Izzy called his sword. Jin-Go now. They can't move objects as large as bodies of centipedes because of injured hands, so Jin-Go put a bandage on to get ready for battle. On the other side of the knight's castle. In just a few hours, the number of knights has increased. Jin-Goo is allowed to farm gold sword soldiers. Currently, Koi's group is about to enter Jeju Island airspace. In the third attack, Hunter Hein hasn't been a hunter yet and came here. But she's very understanding of how Representative Choi feels. Detection of large-scale magical reactions. So the pilot showed the observed image. Meanwhile, Jin-Goo. Thanks to a new knife, it was easy to slash the knight's armor without having to fight with your hands. But you have a strange feeling. Because of how many knights I killed, I have not seen any sign of promotion so far. More than the wizard. In the middle is casting a spell that catches Jin-Goo's attention. You realize it's creating a summons gate. The knights. It's just been called in as a weapon. So no matter how much Jin-Goo kills, there is no experience. That's why he decided to target the magicians. Knife 2. When he died, some of the knights also disappeared. Jin-Goo successfully learns the skill of throwing daggers. You move over. The goal is to target the 5 wizards that are currently here. Jin-Goo to hands to knives easily handle the next one next. He quickly swept away the knights and learned to use the ruler's hand to attack. It wasn't long before the pieces of armor. It's a mountain under my feet. Jin-Go, the magician who is hiding behind the puppeteers. I can't escape being killed by Jin-Go. The remaining 3 immediately use the matrix to gather the puppet knight giant. Jin-Goo uses yeast speed to attack his body and jump on the chandelier. Then cut the rope so that it fell on the head of the giant knight. The magician's mistake was to reduce the number of million knights to compensate for the quality, but the easier it is for Jin-Woo to access them. The wizards you swept away. But the giant knight is still there, trying to crush Jin-Woo. But you broke him into pieces. The system tells you when you've completed the challenge. That's 4 hours and 29 minutes. The job change mission is over. The system will analyze the behavior, fight and style to choose Cho Jin-Goo a suitable career. After the analysis is done, a line showing that Jin-Goo always has the angel of death on the way that you pass by. Add to that, Jin-Woo always has a strong desire not to rely on others. That desire is strong enough to summon the ghosts in the Valley of Death. Make up the army of death. That's why it chose Cho Jin-Woo. Transformed into a soul master's career. Jin-Woo doesn't understand because you've barely increased your mental acuity. As far as Jin-Woo knows, souls are a magical profession. You can summon undead monsters to fight. Jin-Goo has always been a killer. Fighting in close combat mode. Fighting in close combat mode. If you become a soulmate now, then it will all be in vain. See yourself can agree. Or reject the profession chosen to transfer. Jin-Goo refused immediately, but the system asks if you're sure, and said this is a hidden job. Jin-Goo in the head broke tie. I wonder if it has any special powers. Are thinking, for example, you suddenly realize that the spell. That's what the magicians used. It's kind of like a million souls. The battle is here. It's like recreating the battles before Kia. Jin-Goo with every type of opponent he meets. Jin-Goo suddenly realized, it's all set up by the system. Think about it, the weakness of these wizards is that they're not capable melee combat. But you do. If the job is a skill, when users are promoted, means the death army of Jing. It can also be stronger. This will be beneficial in both ways. So Jin-Goo, he agreed to switch his career to a lawyer. It's almost dawn outside. President Go, I guess Koi's team has arrived at Jeju Island by now. At this time, Jin-Goo's career transition. There was Jin-Goo. Start receiving bonus points from achievements, as the survival time exceeded expectations. Do not use displacement stones and destroy all the enemies. Amount of bonus points plus Jin-Goo sure has crossed the line, so you've been professionally trained twice. As soon as the career transition is complete, Jin-Goo receives the title of Dark Lord. Promoted from the master. This time Jin-Goo, to hear a sound like the cry comes from the knights. The system says you can use ball extraction. And ask Jin-Goo to set a command when using it. Jin-Goo thought for a moment and chose the word rise. Immediately the shadows rose from the knights. Become the army of death under Jin-Goo. You get specialized skills in extracting balls, and it comes with the ball reservation, a form of mana absorbing skill, and turn the subject into a shadow warrior. Skills of ball retention extracted. You can take it out at any time. Know that the target is dead. The longer or the stronger, the lower the ball extraction success rate. Except for the knights. Jin-Goo also extracted the shaman shadow. And they're all level 1. Xingyu remembered Ra-Easy's and went to him. Now the number of shadow warriors is limited. So Xingyu eliminated the 11 existing ones. Your goal is to call the knight commander. Red-blooded is his rises to serve himself. But Xingyu's first extraction failed 7 times. Jin-Goo only has 2 more tries. You hurry up and try and wake Ezzy's up. Again but still unanswered. Jin-Goo realizes he can't extract Ezzy's. Because he's still waiting for his king to return. Jin-Goo knows deep down Ezzy's longing to swing the sword. Should know for sure he doesn't want the sword. I'm forever buried and rested. In this ruined place. If you need an object to offer the sword. With my loyalty. Isis chooses you. Don't wait and protect something that doesn't exist. When I say with all my heart, Jin-Woo called out a last stand against Isis. And this time he answered your call. Wake up in a new form. He became the leader of the Dark Army. Serving his new king, Jin-Goo. Meanwhile, Koi's representatives were stunned. Their new discovery. That's the body of one. The ant is evolving. More wings to escape from where they're held. I can't open my eyes in the morning. My brother was knocked off the phone. Into the ear. When I answered the phone, I knew my sister was calling. It's time to meet the homeroom teacher. Exactly 5 minutes later, Jin-Goo shows up at high school dressed up. It's no different than a famous star. Remind everyone about the rules. A little bit of this world. Calculated from the present time, it's been more than 15 years since the gates. Appearing all over the world. To feed her school-aged sister. And the mother's sick. Soon Jin-Goo though is only an E-level hunter at the bottom of society. But in spite of everything, I stormed into the dungeon to work. Unfortunately, it was the first time I experienced it. Then you get lost in a dungeon. The end, of course, is death. However, there Jin-Woo broke away from the restrictions. Must know. Normally, people only wake up once. And will not grow. Leading to rankings also not change. But Jin-Goo is different. You're lucky to wake up a second time. After facing death. In the process of honing your abilities through battle. Jin-Goo has got in hand the holy water recipe of life. Cure the disease. Next to it, you've got a whole army of darkness. Thanks to the power of soul acquisition. Back to main content. Jin'e was quite surprised to see his handsome appearance. To your eye pain too. Also easy to understand by being Sao Jin-Goo. You can wear fitness clothes. You can go to see the teacher, as usual. Of course, it comes with an internal magnet that attracts girls. No girl at this age can see it. Jin-Goo without being struck by lightning. It's a pity that Jin-Goo doesn't care. Go straight to the teacher's office. To hear something about Gina. Not beyond prediction. Gina at school is very popular. To hear the head teacher praise what is outstanding. Both character and performance are good. It's an ideal model for all students. Moreover, his test score is also in the VI range. To the desired college. The teacher should have just told her family that. But Jin-Goo alone. As a hunter, I wanted to ask more. For example, if Jinna wakes up, do you have? You can be quiet. At the same time at the airport, manager of the Hunters Association, Jin Kim personally arrives to pick up the famous hunter, Kwang Dongs, who visited the land of kimchi. Because he's a dangerous component. So, you get straight to the point of how long he's going to stay here. East Su reassure. He will leave soon. Because I don't like this country. It made Jin-kun feel uncomfortable. I wonder if a man from the ground is dead. What the hell to do? He was hit by black heart, so he was angry. If you think you know, the blind speaker is deaf. Straight talk Ra East Su come is to Samsung. Jin-gu and the D-rank hunter talk a lot. And if Jin-kun comes here to stop him, I'm sorry. Don't put me in your eyes. Jin-kun decides to avoid the forest. Should have rebutted, I came here us to fulfill my duty. Next to it, Choi Dong-in is in an emergency meeting with the president of the association Dogoni about dangerous monsters. Looking to expand the area. But it's kind of vague. We need to investigate for a while. More important now is the hunt. Jin-gu with a team arranged by the White Tiger. This time you brought Theo Songji. Let her know the grit of hunting. Your reputation in the eyes of the managers is quite high. So, when you introduce her, they all easily agree. Are having a social chat? Suddenly a hunter came to cut him off. Grumbling about the takes time, waiting for the E-hunters to take a breath. According to the manager, he's a first-class hunter named Kim Kun. In charge of tanker location. Kensi, this a class is the captain of tonight's hunt. Introducing a little bit, the attack team will consist of a class. 5 Bs and 2 Cs for a total of 8. Out. Jin-gu and Songji will go along with according to the study. There are a total of 10 people. Jin-gu doesn't really care about the 5th squad. So, it's okay. You're just wondering about Songji. Because I thought bringing it here would make her think again. And now it looks more bloody than usual. See if it's bad. Before entering the gate, the manager said something to Jin-gu. That trying to avoid letting new hunters lose their land. Just watching is enough. We're done, team of 10, let's go. Jin-gu was the last person to walk through the gate, and immediately realized that something was wrong. It's like the energy flow is out of control. Turn a C-class dungeon into a red gate. Jin-gu quickly pulled Ji back. But it's too late. You can only tell 2 managers. Get in touch with the main attack team. The White Tiger quickly received the news. Immediately to the scene of the incident. Back to the vanguard. People are transported to a frozen world, and literally locked up. Classic Kim seems to know this kind of red gate very well. Should boldly affirm that. But Ji didn't know when to ask Jin-gu. Quick explanation is different from normal port. This is a special kind of dungeon. Once you enter, you will be completely isolated from the outside. People inside can't get out, unless you kill the boss or the place collapses. Especially outsiders can't get into the rescue. And the monsters here will be about 3 levels stronger. Just finish the sentence. One member, he fell down by the arrow of the pole. But Ji will also follow if you don't have Ji gun by your side. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the arrow, and discovered some frozen spirits. They're extremely reputable when targeting the 2 weakest people on the team. The more Jin-gu thinks, the crazier he gets. Squeeze the arrow in your hand. After understanding the situation, Captain Kim made the announcement. This dungeon is at least B rated. To come back alive, you must obey the captain. After that, he himself is not strong enough to command everything. So, we decided to split the Raw team into 2 small groups. The reason he gave sounded very good. But it's still about eliminating the weak. To easily survive. He assured me that those who followed Theo would survive. Of course, he only accepts C-class hunters pouring in. The rest is free. A day here by an hour outside. The worst, it's going to take a few months here to beat the boss. The weak. If you want to survive, you have to hide. Hiding during that time. It sounds cruel, but this is the reality. Any human would do the same. But there's still one person who's actively applying through the E category. Captain Kim thinks she's feeling sorry for them. Should have agreed. I didn't know this was the right choice. She knows for sure. Jin-gu is much stronger than the selfish Kim. He couldn't even feel that arrow. But Jin-gu is able to stop it. Divide the team. Captain Kim chose the main route to go. So Jin-gu will go to the forest. A while later, the team caught a scratch of the ice bear on the tree trunk. Captain Kim guesses. If the other side also encountered this trace, surely they will all die. Right then in front of him came a ferocious roar. Not too surprising when the ice bears pull together and attack. Surprised Captain Kim sees an experience. Reacted in time. Put the shield up. Then, the final blow successfully destroyed the first one. On the other hand, Jin-Goo's group also encountered scratches. Bright girl. They asked me to come back before the bears. But Jin-Goo thinks he should go deep into the forest. Because if this is ice bear territory, just be wary of it. Much better than the ice spirits, who are wise as demons. I heard him say you opened your eyes. She admits she's shallow. So I'll totally listen to Jin-Goo. I see no opinion anymore. Jin-Goo just took out the warm clothes from the high-level warehouse. The photo took 5 seconds. Ask Jin-Goo to explain. What is your true identity after all? Jin-Goo gently rubbed his head. Song-ji. He promised he'll be responsible for protecting her. But in exchange, you don't want any questions from any AI in the group. At the end of the sentence, an ice bear appeared. Jin-Goo immediately changed his title to Wolf Killer to take more damage. At the same time, White Tiger was at the scene. Nothing to do with the Red Gate. Now, I can only hope that the hunters are safe. Until the dungeon collapses. Suddenly, there's a car coming. Step down again is the traitor Dong-Soo. Nothing new to come. He was willing to ask the president to hand over Jigen Ra. I saw the Red Gate appear. He's just waiting for the final result. There's nothing I can do. Back inside. The Jigen took less than 5 seconds. He killed an ice bear. Makes the whole group wonder. Then at night you are alone. Into their lair. Then call the Shadow Corps with ISIS General Ra. Ignite the explosion, start the invasion. At first, his mana dissipated at a slow rate. But since the first one appeared, it slipped off the brakes to 0. There's only one ISIS general left. That you didn't expect. It's handling the Queen Bear so gently. The future general will surpass the owner. That's for sure. Besides the team captain, Kim's just been raided by a tribe of ice spirits. Only Kim survived. So he's just running towards the forest. Back to Jin-Goo? After the battle, all that's left is a pile of bodies, dead lying on the white snow. As usual, once the work is done, it will be profitable. This time Jin-Goo, recruit 10 more white bears, with great offensive power. Especially when operating in groups. Outside the Red Gate. It's been 3 hours now. Baek Junho is counting the minutes, waiting for the day everyone comes out. Who also knows the environment inside the Red Gate is extremely harsh as long as it's not closed. That's all I'm worried about. The opposite is wild. Frozen Sue continuously yawns short sighs. I'm sure Jin-Goo will die there. So I'm going to turn around and leave, but think again. He recognized Sung Jin-Woo as a hunter. It's not White Tiger. Why was Sao allowed to join the vanguard there? The manager is reluctant to apologize. I followed him because I was asked and. This happens all the time in the hunting world. So, it's not a surprise. However, Hans, the manager, had bad luck playing the backdoor game. With a madman's target. He just needs a little more strength. Your throat will break right here. However, it seems that he is disregarding President Junho. It's clearly still here. Dare to work closely with your employees. Is what you want. They are forced to release their prey. It made him angry. Must have known since sitting on the S-level hunter position. There's never been an AI that would give him orders. Of course, Junho is not tired of his father. If you want to fight here, go ahead. You are ready to receive. Abundant power constantly VA banging against each other. It's a whirlwind that blows everything away. Around. Right at the time Monsters launched the opening punch. There was a big explosion. Earlier in another development, Captain Kim is back at the starting line. He startled. My whole body trembled when I saw the beach with my own eyes. The bodies of snow bears. He doesn't trust the ease. And she can do that. So he fooled himself. I think there are snow spirits around here. And run back down the path. Back outside. The explosion just happened. It was caused by Jin-Kun's blocking move. I need praise for that bravery. Not every hunter dares to stand out. The confrontation of the two gods. S-grade is convenient. Jin can also help Bushu to hunt. Jin-Goo personally about 2 months ago. Dare to give him? Jin-Goo is still only E rank. The wild coin. It is assumed that he was killed in combat. With monsters. And that crazy guy still wouldn't believe it. He was determined to live to see people. Death must see the body. He was told to return immediately. This is a good sign for Jin-Woo. We have to fight a big fight right now. Continue with Captain Kim. He found it very quickly, where the E-class party stops. The anger immediately came. Pushed him to the brink of losing control. The warm clothes and the food. Captain Kim is missing. Now he wants justice back. He stepped closer to the hut. At the same time screaming, asked to explain where the supplies were. Who dares to hide the equipment from the beginning? He figured maybe Heechin knew before. They chose to switch teams. No evidence needed. He accused Chin of cover-up. Now is the last chance. Or reveal the whole truth. Or die here. After 3 hours of counting, suddenly Jin-Goo appeared. To press Captain Kim's head like a sun. Next, he reminded the spirits behind him to show their faces. Before it's too late. It's as if the entire army of the snow elves removed the lair. Invisibility simultaneous appearance. Looking through Jin-Goo, you can guess that the leader is the horse. You're quite surprised. When the self, they can understand their language again. Probably influenced by the system, but that doesn't matter now. Shao Clan Chief with Jin-Go. A genius who's trying to fight you. But only briefly. Jin-Go has dealt with the arrogant man. Dare to challenge yourself with a clean slash. And then you make a measuring sword. Test the boss's strategy. How far is it? After using the A Touch Experience package, Elemental Chieftain Snow felt. Don't waste your energy fighting Jin-Woo. What else to do? You don't belong to the target group. But the whole tribe has to chase. It turns out that every species, from monster to goblin in the gate, they're all instructed to kill people. If Jin-Woo is ignored, it means that the system has considered you a player. Talk about here. The chief made a peaceful request. Just Jin-Woo deliver the people behind Ra. You'll be free to roam this forest. That's right, Jin-Woo. Ask the opposite. Let's see what the hell they are. Why Sao is constantly aggressive with humans. He answered to questions correctly. It was intervened by some force. Reset his memory and let him repeat the offer. Jin-Goo doesn't really understand, but he doesn't waste time. Again, you definitely rejected the offer. Then call General Ra to prepare for battle. This act is sufficient evidence of goodwill. So the chief, Snow, doesn't have to try to reconcile. He waved his hand and signaled the whole army to move forward. Death to the Legion of Darkness. Weak BA kit. I know the only thing I can do is run. So there's no need to think twice. If you have Jin-Goo behind you, you're safe. But it's still an old problem. The Dark Cores is still too weak. That the rate of mana loss. Again to fast, more powerful than Isis. Jin-Goo is stuck not knowing how to handle Sao. Now, with easy cooperation, it doesn't work. The key to winning this battle is a stronger general. Chief, at that time, Jin-Goo was recognized as a worthy opponent. So I introduced myself to BGK and asked him back. Finish the exchange. Both of you continue to perform these sophisticated slashes. Extremely standard movement rate. You can just play. But as I said, Bossy A is stronger than Isis. So fight one for sure Jin-Goo will lose. So, you chose the old strategy. Simple but effective. I'm weak, but my brothers are strong. When he loses his guard, Jin-Goo Ra signals a full force release magic team. At the same time, Captain Kim woke up from a coma. He grabbed the sword straight from behind. I want to stab Jin-Goo right here. More, Bossy A Chief also timed to coordinate. One before, one after. Jin-Goo reacts quickly. Make a mini smoke bomb I cover BACA. Then call Captain Kim's soul to fight. Everything is done in just a few seconds. You need slow motion to see it. Jin-Goo first call Ezzy's Ra. Cutting down the snow creating white smoke. Next, you control the Ezzy's to go out the back. Pierce through Captain Kim's chest. In the end, just wake up. It's over to join the Dark Cores. Not known as a hunter. Enough attack power for one inhale to beat back Chief BAK. And from now on he'll be promoted to Deputy General. Izone is just behind Easy. It seems to be too happy. Izone has activated the provocation skill. Self hand in hand with Chief BACA. Although strong buffalo cattle, but the speed is too slow. You can't hit the opponent forever. BA cheerleader. The officer was commenting enthusiastically at the time. They are not strong enough to fight. You can also help make it more exciting. Bossy A notice isn't punch so boring. I asked Jin-Goo to come easy. This is what he wants. So there's no reason Jin-Goo would refuse. You coordinate with Ezzy's left. The conflict is beset from both sides. There is an IZ in front of you, so go ahead. Of course BACA will not stand still waiting to die. He decided to take down is first, to avoid provocation. But there's no doubt, this is the trap set by Jin-Goo. If you focus on the tanker, you get hit by it. It's just that this demon is reacting so fast. In that situation, and still avoid the weak spot. Come here Jin-Goo. Please inform him that the snow is officially flying in color. He immediately rushed to you. Wield his divine reflexes to dodge the dagger. Your opponent is out. It's ironic that the AI would throw its weapons like that. I'm sorry, Dad, you're fine. Jin-Goo uses his magic hand. Call the weapon flying back as one. Boo loved teeth that made BACA not in time to turn Tay. And then he screams out loud. Iron holds the target. And finally, the team of magicians delivered the final blow. I don't know if that's enough. Jin-Goo is kind. And it's going to hit another shot in the left flank. At the same time motion for Izan to smash his head with a hammer. The notification panel appears. This means that K has been destroyed. The boss is hard to chew this time. It's horrible. Wait a minute. Izan was suddenly agitated, repeatedly banging on the body of BACA. It makes Jin-Goo angry. Aziz doesn't want to hang out. With this kind of epilepsy, turn your head away. And so the dungeon was cleared. The gate that leads out has also appeared. But before that, Jin-Goo needs to capture this stubborn Pokemon. A moment after the president, Junho was smiling with joy. Pick up members of the group back. I keep thinking in my head, if there are survivors, it must be Captain Kim. Jin-Goo and Song Ji. They were the last out. Junho was stunned for a moment. Jin-Goo is just going home. You force yourself to stay and testify. Because in this dungeon exploration, your organization has lost 6 members. Who is responsible for them? I have to ask Cho-Ra. It's a shame who saved the other 2. If there is no, Jin-Goo is a member of White Tiger. Everyone involved has died. Junho understood and immediately bowed his head. Sorry Jin-Goo. Then let him rest. Next, you give the job to the manager. You should invite this person to the party at all costs. About Jin-Goo? After sending it back, you alone gnaw on bitterness. Because I missed the last one. I don't know for what reason I called the soul 3 times and still failed. If anything is too hard, put it all on his own head. Who told him to torture the body? The next morning, the boy put on his sleek armor. Come to pick up CA. Jin-Goo goes to work. That, no matter what, this guy is just a driver. Come bulb. After seeing it, I kept listening. Not all young people suffer more when they go to the dungeon. That can't contribute X even a little bit. Blink the big CA. Jin-Goo wiped out with the Dark Legion. Something you don't even know the point of. By the way, Jin-Goo also introduced Xiao briefly. I also consider my son a close friend. It's a little difficult to explain in detail, so, to simplify, Jin-Goo just snapped. Immediately the whole army stood still. Head back to the owner. Then you give orders through communication. The thought of asking them to plow the land. Third 10. There's nothing in here that can be exchanged for money. After seeing the whole thing, Jinho like that I saved the baby. At least let my brother get 10. Magic stone, but who's left? Just finish the sentence. The dark engineers turned to give the stones. If you want, please do. I suddenly found the kids helpful too. Jin-Goo is very satisfied. At the same time, the ship had just been smashed in a blow. The captain was the only survivor. And have to face the big, gnarly stranger. He tried to reassure them that he had only knocked the soldiers unconscious. No, but it doesn't work. He is in England that he. Korean is fine. I will try to tell you tomorrow. I am human and I want to go home. I'm the one who sent me home quickly. Back to the country where Jin-Goo resides. That night, you're invited to a barbecue by your brother Jin-Ho. To thank the 19 dungeons. If there is no CA, certainly in the next life, Jin-Ho didn't complete that goal either. Now just take a theory test at the association. To get a license. Then bring the legal papers. Come and negotiate with me. As for Jin-Ho, help me finish this. You will disappear for a while. He just finished raising his face. Suddenly, Jin-Ho's face became tense. He finished his beer and said, "What, you're a pain in the ass? Don't be afraid to get hurt, just say it. I know this guy is drunk. Just sit back and listen." Jin-ho starts talking about his older brother who is 10 years older than him. He hated his younger brother very much. We had a few chances to laugh together. Compared to him, the CA didn't just save your life. It's a ridiculous request to clean up. 19 The dungeon also accepted. Actually sometimes Jin-ho thought. It's good that you are my brother. Lam libid that love jam so wet. Jin-gu has to take a sip. Then make the final decision. He slowly filled his glass. Then take a shot and say, "You're my brother from now on." Shouts like a burst of emotion. The tears kept coming out. It makes him unable to control his actions. Give your brother 10 pieces of meat. It's a new class. Had small sister Nutty at home. There are more cheetahs now. Jin-ho doesn't know how Jin-gu is going to live. On the other side of the shipwreck mystery, he was sent to the largest prison in the United States for questioning. According to testimony there, I know this guy is locked inside the gate. 15 years ago and ever since. He was taken through a gate. Connected to the United States. I can't speak English. So they're waiting for an S-class hunter. Made in Korea to support. He is a crazy man. Only with him can the investigation really begin. Besides, they know. The name of the mysterious man is pronounced Wild Love Sung. The next morning Jin-gu carried a pile of things. It's about a week away. The little sister was curious, but didn't ask too much. I think my brother has a girlfriend. Going out for more than a week is understandable. Surely no one will know where Jin-gu's arrival is the mysterious tower. Where I've encountered a CBRBA dog before. Jin-gu was only 20 at the time. Now 3 times more. Back then, don't ask why the sea was salty. You take the key. So Long Ra officially entered the journey climbing the tower. It's extremely dangerous, this time by the key. So, the mission has changed dramatically? Nothing has just entered and captured 10,000 demon souls. This number is not small. But it's no problem with Jin-gu. Because even if there's 10,000, 200,000, you also accept. Because the end goal needs to be achieved. Back outside. Jin-ho, I was having an important conversation with my dad. On the issue of delegation of authority. You collected 10, all the necessary elements of a manager. Assembly outside out, you agree with the plan. To make an outsider president of his brother. It's too much risk for the company. Speaking of which, the father interrupted. He recited the Sung name Jin-gu. Then list the exploits that this hunter has achieved. Of course, you also know that your son was helped by him. A lot, but what you're particularly interested in, it's the red gate that the white tigers encountered the day before. Jin-gu is the leader of the group. Turn to my son. Follow Sung Jin-gu by name. Try asking, do you dare to give me the title of President Cho? Of course the corals know that. But even so, you're still determined to be president. To stop it from collapsing. Actually, I'm just waiting for this one of yours. He agreed to that request. However, there is a prerequisite. As far as you know, White Tiger Association are looking for 1,000 ways to recruit fig hunters. Jigen, so before that happens, you want the ocean to bring him back to you. What do you think? Please join the club, it's too easy. And so the talk ended in peace. Meanwhile Sung Jin-gu just finished processing the first floor. The monster's body piled up. But you can't. To extract their souls. Instead, you get experience. And a passport. Go upstairs, after the cleaning is done. We have to go to the end of the road. Just use the passport. So Jin-gu is a bit lazy. You decided to call someone raw to drive you. But I didn't expect the snow bear leader to come out. If only he had the heart. Maybe you didn't add a little. From now on, it will be called Tam, because of the crazy way of fighting. At the same time, dedicated gym party of Goddess Hein. You always exude an attractive aura. Enchanted people. Even with women. Sorry about this range. Hein doesn't care about the topic of love. You're on the wing. That can't make information about feathers public. At the present sensitive time. That's going to cause an uproar. More as the country's largest society. You should always prioritize reassuring people. Back to Jin-gu? When you get the key. You thought this must be an S-class dungeon. I've only met B-class monsters so far. Even though they're more numerous and stronger by the layer. But as long as you keep your license, you're done. Say it again. Like the original tower. There must be at least 100 floors. So Jin-Woo wondered. At the top level, how strong will the boss be? Then you yourself will benefit from raw sao. Of course, the most important thing is food. If it's not enough for you to get up there, you have to stop to get out. Just like that Jin-Goo. Straight up to the highest possible level. The number of 10,000 souls very quickly was collected 10 enough. Jin-Goo has reached the 50th floor. And for the first time facing a boss with a red name. That's equal to S-level power. Outside side, manager of the White Tiger Association with her lucky colleague who camped at home. Jin-Goo for a few days. But always asking is the answer no home. Even the manager used GPS tracking. The result still holds 7 hopes. Jin-Goo's appearance position. The last time was in the city center. Then it disappears like a wind. Continue with a tough battle with the red boss. Jin-Goo is going so low with it. Order the Legion to deal with the scum. The magic team immediately launched an attack. Right after that, the knights advanced into melee combat. Now Jigen has invested a lot in the wisdom point. So, we can store more soldiers. There is also more magical power. Help control the Legion as smooth as the yard. Super hit for a while. You're still wondering why the boss hasn't acted. It's like the end. It's got a jump hammer. To wipe out most of the Legion of Darkness. Jin-Goo, incensed with all his might to punch a blow, the sky tried to fly. Boss back away. Of course, that much cannot be completely defeated, but on the contrary, it drives it crazy. Jin-Goo knows it's coming. So he quickly asked the boy to throw the shield over him. That way you can survive the rage. And at the same time, he's going to get some money back. However, your intuition tells you to get closer. I am sure you have to live to save your life. This boss is capable. Read the opponent's movements. So Jin-Goo needs to change tactics to wing headers. Priority lock is its anomalous motion. By taking advantage of the crumbling building ahead. As soon as it hits the wall, Jin-Goo takes advantage of the gap to get the dagger raw. Raid from above. Cut through the neck and finish off the enemy. At the same time, the Wild was present in the cell of the possum. To start the interrogation, he kept insisting he wasn't asked. It only answers the questions that are asked, but the crazy guy starts with what the crazy guy forbid. You want to know how many secrets have people discovered? About the gate as well as the monster. Because they're just the tip of the iceberg. The power that causes the worst disasters. I finally woke up. That's all you can reveal. That's your goal when you get back, is to prevent that disaster from happening. Don't say anything. Gather all the hunters in the world. No amount can be touched. To a feather of that disaster. I thought this guy was crazy. We should ignore all warnings outside of the ear. He turned to Cho for personal information that he. Is there any family? If so, list the name clearly raw. Coincidence and said love Wild Sung. He has a son named Sung Jin-Woo. The name touches that crazy guy's itch. It makes him bitter. Your son's buried in the dungeon. When it comes to Jin-Goo, you clear a path to the undead floor. Still alive and well. As for the winter solstice, my condolences. Love Wild Sung. One punch destroyed the entire torture facility. More than half of his life. About Jin-Goo? You're 25 floors away from 100. We ran out of food and had to go back. The total loot after 75 floors. It's not exactly white. Jin-Goo only lacks one more item of equipment to complete. Set VIP. And there's also a sphere of greed that's doubled. Damage to the wizarding team. A mysterious key from the gift box. And especially 2 of the 3 required pieces. For holy water items. It's just a little bit missing. You'll be able to save my mother's life in a hospital bed. Out to the outside, Jin-Goo still has his regrets. Then you swear you will be fully prepared. Besides, by plowing more than 70 floors of Demon Castle, Jin-Goo's level is quite high. However, the current official level is still only E level. Now, if you want to plow in the high-level dungeon, you can't, because there is no right. So, what do we do to break this dead end? Of course, re-examine. Hunters for the whole of Korea. Jin-Goo is not the right type. Say do it immediately. The next morning, Jin-Goo is at the Hunters Association, waiting for the name to be checked. That's always the case. Inside this area, there'll be some fake high-class wake-up hunters waiting. It seems like every day it's a B grade. That's it today. He appeared again. Manager Hyan saw one and picked up the phone. Call White Tiger Jun-ho to hurry. Slow buffalo drinking cloudy water. If you are fast, you are slow. Jin-gu just left. Of course SAO can give up the super character. This potential is, even if you're the honorable president, you have to get your ass up and run. When it comes to Jin-gu, you're playing. Boys relax, listening to the key stories of the hunters. C-class people comfort those who don't have a grade, that you just need to get a D or higher. You will be very warmly welcomed. However, it must be on the E-class, it will not suffer very much. Jin-gu only knows how to laugh. It's your turn to come in. I have to remember the days of shame. This is Chong for the first time. The test method hasn't changed. Jin-gu understood and put his hand on the crystal ball. Start a general index assessment. I thought it was about 9. But the machine does not report continuous errors. Even if the staff tried again and again, your boss took too long to open the door. The machine is broken. He immediately protested and tried again himself. That's how the error message came out. Please note that this is not the fault of the device. It's reporting that it can't be measured. It means, this man's magical power is beyond limits. Assigned or said for ease of understanding, this is the class. The 10th S of Korea. Manager at the same time. We are having a meeting with Big Face in the world of hunters to talk about the monster spilling out of the gate. But what he cares about is not why it happened. He's the one who killed the boss of the dungeon himself. That, because I heard it's a non-white tiger outsider. It's a very sensitive question. Fortunately, the side of the entrance gate suddenly popped up. Make an excuse for the manager. Leave. People are deliberately avoiding that and your brother still bottle. Face to follow, through the story. It's not a surprise. Just Samsung Jigen. Reported an S rating of approximately 100%. I'll see you in about 3 days. Back to the test machine. Special for S class. Right now, Manager Gu with the president of the hunting guild, Choi Dong-in walked in. Jin-gu, of course you know the name of the person at the top. His fire system magic. So, you can't even flinch. 2. He had to smile and invite you to the club. It's just that Jin-gu is interested in it. But leave directly. With the word sorry, MBG. Jong-in turned around to have fun with the manager. You clearly introduced yourself as Choi Jong. It's from the Hunters Club. The manager only knows how to hum, because more than anyone, you are the one who knows Jin-gu best. At that moment, President Jun-ho rushed over. This is the clearest evidence for Choi Jong-in. You must know that the White Tiger headquarters is very far away, and yet Jun-ho himself ran to the point of panting. I have the answer, so I'm confident. Sooner or later, Sung Jin-gu will join the club. Jin-gu came to the hospital to visit his mother for a while. I promise you, just wait a little longer. Then quietly leave. But I just got out the door. You're blocked by the manager. He took the name of the surveillance department. It's the only agency that can control hunters. To hold your feet. Of course, when you're in front of the S-classes, it makes no sense. So, the manager uses the invitation. They didn't force Jin-gu to meet someone. I probably don't need a referral anymore. President of the Korean Association. Gogan he is too famous. First of all, I want to congratulate Jin-gu promoted for me to S. You don't have to dare to redefine the cost. The test machine error message is enough. I have to ask for 3 more days to buy time. For the association to reach out to potential people like Jin-gu, I have to understand this dirty trick. In fact, there aren't many willing hunters. Join the association. They're all attracted to income. With high reputation from the great societies, manager and manager Gu. This is a rare case. Although it is very strong, it is still a class in the end, so the president wants to get straight to the point. I hope that Jin-gu can stand shoulder to shoulder with the association. Of course, he'll prepare you for a very important position. Why does it give so many benefits? Explain a little. People who support the current state. It is no longer government, it's the hunters. There are 5 big clubs that hold a lot of power. Lucky to maintain the balance. But if Jin-gu joins any guild now, that will be severely destroyed. So, joining the association is a reasonable choice. To better manage those 5 associations. Of course, Jin-gu knows that this is a delicious proposal. A position in the association, it means a warm life. Outside the government, no place has as much power as the president. Not to mention, he's also Korea's first S-class hunter. Just sitting close, you also feel the overwhelming power. Despite retirement, but he's still as strong as Jin-Goo. So just accept this invitation. Your life will turn a new page. Do that for Chi. Jin-Goo asks permission to refuse on the grounds of wanting to fight. This statement is literally true. You want to hunt high-level dungeons. You can see it in those steel black eyes. It's not a lie. It's been a long time since the president's heart rate rose this high. The child is now about 10 years old. I'm sure he'll stand shoulder to shoulder with this hunter. If Jin-Goo is ready. The president did not force it. I am so grateful for your valuable time. Listen to an old man talking. After Jin-Goo left, the president decided to leave the next job. To live fully with the newly lit fire. This explains the reason. Jin-Goo categorically rejects the president. Normally, the association only takes over dungeons of D or E class. That Jin-Goo, I need a quick promotion to cure my mother's disease. So I can't tie myself up there. The next morning, Sue woke up with a broken body. Injury. The U.S. Deputy Chief of Staff paid him a special visit to ask for clarity. The wild monster really needs to be careful. I didn't see him confirm. He then made the decision to pursue wild love. However, the capture of the man who is able to beat the... It doesn't seem very realistic. Of course, this is completely intentional. It's been so deep in shame. It drives him crazy. Be sure to leave the hospital. Sue will hunt rare artifacts for revenge. For those who don't know, artifacts are high-level equipment in the hunting world. It's sold all over the internet, but very few people can afford it. Even Sung Jin-Woo has a headache. I don't know how. You want to be fully equipped. But there's all this crap in the store. The best ones only increase by 30% while the... Ask you to double it? Magic damage. Of course you can sell it. It will be investigated for its origin. Now we need to find a reasonable excuse. For example, I have entered a class gate. Just thinking about it, I found a job offer. If you go to a prison, there is no crime. The next morning, Gogani president has started to investigate the details of Samsung Jigen. But your Phantom E class passed. It's still a big question mark. It takes more time to find a solution. Meanwhile, Jin-Goo. It's at a class gate. As a member of the excavation team, most high-class ports have to be divided into teams to ensure safety and economy. This time Choi Jong-in will take the lead. So the hazard rate is almost zero. Just a snap. All the monsters inside except the boss has been thoroughly resolved. When we wait for him to come out, it's the excavation team's turn. But before that, you need to pay attention to the vice president, 9th S-class hunter in the country. Dancer Cha Hein comes. Sung Jiggle. You also have to respect the false air. It's all around her. So I can't joke. To the inside, the Jiggle felt the boss's position. For the first time, I was quite surprised. But you dare to insist? This one is stronger than the Vukan and Metas of the Demon Ring. If you are stronger, you have to test some swords. You deliberately worked overtime to take the time. Precious to be alone in the dungeon. Wait until everyone goes out to eat. You just move to the front door. Hand 5 years. The knife began to smile excitedly. But the black one was discovered by Vice President Cha Hein. Standing before the goddess's frank question, Jin-Goo is a little confused. Blame yourself. I don't understand why. That's when I had this weird idea. Next, you go back to fighting. I accidentally got lost here. I was surprised to hear that. A familiar miner who dared to rush to the boss's room. The liver is not small. Jin-Goo was equally surprised. I didn't know they were hunters. They hide their presence. It's so terrible. After understanding the situation, he coldly told you to come out. Because if you dare to provoke the boss. At this point, the whole mining team is dead. Listen to the beautiful woman's reminder. Jin-Goo meekly goes out, but as they pass each other, Hein suddenly called you back. You didn't say no, get close. You smell the smell on your body. Take a deep breath. Hein amazing. Jin-Goo doesn't he smell bad? The little girl asked, are you really a hunter? Look closely at the card. That's a real E-hunter. Hein is a little shy. Stand back and ask. Jin-Goo on his way home carefully? Because this dungeon is so big. Jin-Goo had just disappeared. You start to doubt yourself. Because with a low rank like Jin-Goo, the smell must be strong. He smells amazing over here. When Jin-Goo returns to Ra, your co-workers didn't forget to tease you. The most popular of the year, go to work and meet the beauty of thousands of people. The usual minors. Just look at it from a distance and be jealous. More Hein. I hate the smell of hunters. Other due to special physical. This information made Jin-Goo. I remember Hein's strange reaction. Maybe she just smelled it. You don't have the typical Mason smell. Hunting at the Red Gate. The boss said the same thing to Jin-Goo. I wonder if I'm the only player. It's a privilege granted by the system. But so far, you're still confused about the title of this player. Evening. The captain had packed Jin-Goo's hand with a red envelope. His mouth never stopped thanking him. Because thanks to you, the team completed the work earlier than expected. The vice captain also praised Jin-Goo for his quality. It's no different than a human-clad excavator. Don't need to think much. The captain invited Jin-Goo. The team promised to pay well. It sounds delicious, but Jin-Goo is sorry to refuse. Because I only accept help when I'm free. After listening, his face revealed to words of regret. That's why he begged Jin-Goo. Give yourself another day, because tomorrow's raid will be split into 2 teams. Grade A and Grade C. Kia Jin-Goo just had to decide. So stop helping one more session. I saw the chickens nod. The captain was happy to show up. He promised he'll report to his superiors and double your salary. Hein called an acquaintance that night. Find out about Jin-Goo. I can't believe the other guy said. Choi also asked for an investigation. The information is currently being withheld. It's the first time in history. There's a story about the association locking a hunter's data. Grady. Hein is bored and thinking. Trying to piece things together. From Jin-Goo's strange actions in the dungeon. To Agent Koi's mysterious investigation directive. There must be something shady about it. She wanted to know as much about Jin-Goo as possible. Because this is the first time I met someone who smells so good. The next morning Jin-Goo just arrived. I saw the captain and everyone lined up. Warmly welcome. It brings back memories in you. About old friends in the dungeon. Maybe this is the warm feeling. Jin-Goo has long since forgotten. After the C-level squad left, Jin-Goo's team gets to work. The captain just stood there smiling. Happy for having a proper drill in your hand. Thanks to Jin-Goo's incredible productivity. So they're resting earlier than a level team. The generous Captain Ra. 5 times the salary to carry Jin-Goo home. But you still laugh except for rejection. Right now, Captain Ki-hun of the Trin Fat team came. Want to borrow someone from the mining team on the team. You're missing people. The captain of the mining team refused. But Ki-hun still has a reward. In addition to the enemy Lao accompanied the chastity team, there will be more risk. Of course, no one would risk their lives. Life is about making money. They die as well as not. Surprise, Jin-Goo raised his volunteer hand to startle everyone. In front of everyone's worries, Jin-Goo Trenan said that he was very brave. However, the 2 captains were not satisfied. Tell Ki-hun that this person just arrived. So I don't understand the problem. But he was even more determined to choose. Jin-Goo just ran out of words. After a while I stood in front of the prison gate. People feel it's bigger than yesterday. But the magic power is much thinner. To reassure people, Ki-hun explained that if the danger level is high, then this mission, I didn't give it to a second team like them. Jin-Goo is still watching. I noticed the team participating this time. There are 6 A-level and B-A-level hunters. There's no S-class hunters, but with this squad. If it was another guild, it wouldn't take the risk. I have to admit, the hunters are real. As soon as I walked inside, Jin-Goo suddenly felt it. The amount of energy that's flowing is much less than yesterday, but you don't understand why you have a sense of insecurity. Just like the Red Gate. Jin-Goo seems worried. The girl next to him advised him not to get too nervous. Because the captain and everyone else will take care of it. As long as you don't act thoughtlessly, they will not be attacked by monsters. Above Ki-hun is also confident that if this raid is successful, your team will be officially approved. Suddenly from deep inside came a loud noise. All hunters immediately into combat position. Even though no one ordered it. The first Jack G dog. Quickly cut by Ki. Sometimes the others take turns. They were also killed by this powerful hunting party. In an easy way. After fighting, everyone is wondering, Jack G's are back in level a dungeon? This is clearly a C-class monster. Jin-Woo came to check it out. I found that everyone has a necklace on their neck. So I guess we're just pets of something. Just finished, everyone is in the picture, when the real monster inside is revealed. An army of soldiers. High-class crowd roar to thunder. I lead the javelin with tremendous power. The shield of Ki-hun almost broke apart. And then the bugs rushed to attack. The team's tanker rushed to the front, using provocative skills, but in vain. We're smart enough to know we should target the front. When you first jump over your head, the team's magician used a fireball to chase them away. Soon after, the master appeared. Unleash the magic strings that hold it tight. However, due to the power difference, it can only last a few seconds. The shaman decided to summon Ra to fire warriors. This is the evil master of mana consumption. Consumption giant. On the other hand, female warriors also do some basic martial arts, dance with some tricks. Then they threw it against the stone wall. Support blood resilience. He was called to heal the wound. But it still doesn't work. Ki-hun realized that the number of enemy troops was too large. If they are surrounded, the team is in great danger. He asked people to divide into 3 small groups. Each group of 3 people, but it's absolutely not decoupled. Just finished, a member had his arm chopped off. Master control. Use magic to stop the monster. Recovery work support. But when the treatment was over, suddenly a child escapes the control magic. Appeared right behind the 2. It seems like everything has been arranged. Fortunately, Jin-Woo is in a state of invisibility. You lift it up into the air. It ends within a note. Over there, the monster key. The Hun is facing also suddenly slowed down. So, you can end it? The rest are also confused. I don't understand why the OTS suddenly weakened. That's how they managed to break through. I don't know. The person behind this is Jin-Woo. You don't want to intervene deeply. But I can't stand by and watch. So just quietly weaken them a little bit. At a level where no AI can detect it, it's the OT masters. Constantly being defeated, the whole team was very excited and blinked through the accident. Of course, no one knows what the specific cause is, but winning is still winning. So, we're all lucky about this. The captain of the team knows for sure. Jin-Woo is the one behind it. You must be hiding something from them. She also understood that Jin-Woo must have his own reasons. Silence is considered to be a saving grace. We're all confused right now. I don't know if Ki-hun will choose to move on or withdraw. If you want to continue, you need at least 2 people. And 3 wizards. Jin-Woo is aware of Ki-hun's regret. You can't conquer this dungeon. The last star. He still decided to withdraw temporarily. To make everyone breathe a sigh of relief. I am not stupid enough to know the amount. It was my strength, but something unexpected happened. As we all turn our heads towards the gate. Then discovered a superior boundary. Block the exit. Control the assertion. This border can be destroyed. But it will take some time. I just finished talking about a terrible power. Make everyone raise their hair. I see the situation is critical. She quickly performed magic. Let's get the team out of this dangerous place. Jin-Woo suddenly realized that this magic power was at cave level. Level B can also be felt. No one outside knows anything. Suddenly, all 3 wizards have been attacked by a mysterious power. Blood in my mouth. When Hun didn't understand anything, turned around and saw the whole army of Osh. High-end rear enclosure. At first glance, it must be about 50. So I know for sure. Now there's only one way to die. A captain? Of course. You have to be brave to face it. I also lead the way to introduce myself. His name is Kagan, the great wizard of the noble OS clan. Ki-hun suspicious probe. Is there anything stronger in this cave than you? Kagan laughed horribly. He said he was just one of the generals. Next, it gives you 2 choices. One is that everyone here has been killed. To be obedient to the Most High. Before this situation, Ki-hun did not hesitate. Choose the second option. To save the lives of your teammates. When the OT turn their back and leave, you rush to call, Jin-Goo whispered the plan when the boss appeared. Everyone will attack at the same time. Give it your all regardless of the results. Then it'll be distracted, unable to maintain its boundaries. You just get out. Get in touch with the main hunters and get to the rescue. After saying that, the support girl also moved to Jin's hand. Go a book. Please bring it back to your family. Jin-Goo temporarily takes the notebook. And said nothing more. At the same time outside. Hyun is too curious to take a day off. I went to the dungeon to find Jin-Goo. Asked the captain of the mining team. You just know, he entered the gate as a porter. Back inside the dungeon. That Hun and his teammates began to enter the boss's residence. Not beyond prediction, a majestic tall figure slowly appeared above the highest chair. Raised a low voice to welcome. These little people have visited its territory. Back outside. Hein is extremely curious. Reasons at Sao class hunter. I dare to take care of the dungeon. Grade A. People are playing together, not multiplayer games. I didn't realize you were going to do something. To see Sung Jin-Woo. That, you have to tell the captain of the transport team first. 1 hour allowed? I borrowed his weapon. You can't have an iron fist like this. But the porter doesn't have a sword. There's an imported pickaxe. This high quality. At first, Hein returned immediately. But think about it, it's better to distort. It shouldn't be hard to hold. It's on the inside. The high evil army was parading the martial arts. By the percussion of spears, make the sounds of the ears tied up. Counting the number of high-level demons is easy to spot. If they get out, it would crush the entire city in the blink of an eye. 4 of you standing next to the boss. Compared to those who are knocking spears, the atmosphere is not ordinary at all. However, Captain Ki-hun still has to be strong, ready to take up the sword and command the entire fighting team. The boss Kagan took off the mask. It gives off a certain amount of power at the same time. The giant magic, enough to make a first-rate magician shiver 7. Ki-hun also started to show, there's a panic on your face. He opened his mouth and asked Kagan's true intentions. What's the point of calling the hunters in here? He doesn't hesitate to speak up. Here he will kill. Tormented and devoured one by one. It's fun for the soldiers. Finish listening. Ki-hun only knows how to hold hands tightly to keep calm. I can't believe everyone's determination. It's only worth making a toy for that fucking boss. Besides Kagan, I've also felt the special touch of the bearer. Stand behind, but it decided, close the mask and wait patiently. Right then, Ki-hun pulls out his sword and leads the way for the whole team. That, I realized that no one has the will to fight. So I had to fight alone. Kagan sits still as a statue. I don't want to avoid it. Make the ice as big as a steel shield. Stopped Ki-hun was pushed back to the back and then right after. Kagan uses counter-gravity to take you to the sky. Plus the acceleration of gravity dropping to the ground. That's about 4 years. Put your life in a critical condition. I can't stand to see any more. Jin-Goo immediately rushed to pick up the captain. Put him on the ground and ask. You didn't intend to interfere in the first place, but this is an emergency. So, can you please have all the monsters here? Of course the answer is only one. What else can this mind think about? Relax, friend. It's just such a simple procedure, is to save a team of hunters. Potential. Kagan gave off another wave of magic power to the Jin-Woo. But then again, admittedly, this is the first time. You face a monster. It's as powerful as it is. But you have to say it again. It's hit an opponent that can't be defeated. Just said Jin, I've called the Dark Ones to prove it. As well as warning, Kagan knows what hit Cho seriously. At the same time outside the gate, the Hunter's Association surveillance office just arrived. It scares the whole mining team. The manager is very curious. Sao Hunter, Sung Jin-Woo came here as a worker. There was a snitch right there. That he was glared at by Jin-Woo with bullet-shaped eyes. Like wanting to eat fresh. I can only sigh. Class S is nothing but digging minerals again. It hurts all over my head. I know people are panicking. If you want to know the facts, just wait for the news in the morning paper. At the end of the sentence, he led the team slowly into the gate. But suddenly, it's a terrible gas that wants to tear flesh apart. Suddenly radiating out, he urgently ordered, measure the magic power of this gate. Inside Hein can't explain it. The second strike team did this very well. OT Premium. But before the magic just exploded, she understood that their lives were hanging in the balance. We need to get in cover now. Speaking of which, Jin-Goo, they're being despised for having too few toys. That's why you always come out. The title is the domain of the king. A great technique. He received it after Leo finished the 70th floor of the demon castle. Helped the black soldiers increase both attack and defense. The hunters looked open-mouthed. I can't trust a human. It can unleash the power of magic. So Kagan began to order an all-out assault. It saw that and roared to provoke them. But it's completely useless. It's going crazy dancing a little bit. Send all 10 back. Prince Isis is not a vegetarian. Standing in the midst of monsters, swinging a few swords. Take them all out in time. And Jin-Goo with the speed of the altar thrown escape. Cut each one, just like a professional killer. Originally, your movements are exactly like Vice President Hines. It's amazing to everyone. I also wonder why such a strong man. Why do you carry? I let go to focus on the battle. The current soldiers of Jin-Goo. Hunter-sized power class B. It took me 4 years to get it down. A premium Osh. We're going to reduce our numbers. Kagan. Use the fire dragon to burn them all. Jin-Goo unpleasantly summoned again. And at the same time, I'm warning you that I can summon infinite troops. But Kagan is not afraid. Continue to play the defense, then use gravity accelerator to throw hard at Jin-Goo. Next he uses anti-gravity. Shave the stones under your feet. And then switch to accelerating gravity down. Created the rain. Jin-Goo dodges well, but his army doesn't. Kaguya threatened to spam. Continuously clean out the soldiers until you run out of ghosts. Force stop talking. At the end of the sentence, it's a fire. Fire from the ground. The hunters are constantly on the move. It was then that Jin-Goo realized. He had only used long-range skills to stop you from getting close. Outside surveillance team. There were also measured results. This class A gate is close to class S. It means that there was an error in the measurement. Forcing the surveillance room to move in. Captain of the mining team on duty. Go to the Hunter Council. Continue the battle inside. The army has been destroyed and continuously revived. Jin-Goo's magic power just plummeted without breaking. But you don't flinch. It's just opening up the warehouse and getting a jar of mana. Ramanik blinked as he filled the mana tree. And now you're going to tell him what's possible. The truth of a soulmate. Stop using the chain. Turn most of the senior OT into zombies. It's also a statement for the living. That the whole thing will become Jin-Goo's shadow. And of course not excluding Kagan. When he heard this, he realized something. But whenever you try to talk, the body is forbidden. The memories in my head are crumbling. He doesn't remember the reason why myself and my crew here. I only know when I wake up. You keep repeating a command in your head. Hunting humans, without being allowed to know the reason. Meanwhile, Hunter Council President heard about the S-Class dungeon. If this dungeon explodes, I'm afraid it will cause a Chedu-like disaster. So the entire Hunter's force will be mobilized to deal with. Even in the worst case, you'll have to ask for help from the White Tigers and the Reapers. Back to the battle. Izone is so low with one of the 4 guards. And quickly handle it beautifully. Ezzy's right next door is also alone a swordsman. The other 2 strong. Jin-Goo looked over and realized, when it comes to melee combat, we are superior. Kagan, of course, you know that your staff is being underestimated? The rest of the hunting team. I also want to contribute now. But not in time to hand was cursed by the boss. It causes the body to become extremely stressed, and then it uses all 4 types of curses at once. Plus are you sleeping and slowing down Jin-Goo? It's completely useless because of you. It's intrinsically resistant to poison and curses. Jin-Goo's turn. You call the Ra team. Begins to build up the maximum flame. Bundled with Jade Bridge to double the power of magic. The fireball pen destroyed Kagan's shield. The mask was immediately broken. To make the rage rise, Hein went to the boss room. You can't believe your eyes. When this great army is all summoned, recovered by a human. She ran back to ask Han about the situation, but no one knows exactly what's going on. Kagan lost his patience and couldn't sit still. It's turned into a melee shaman. Giant Jin-Goo is extremely allergic to giants. And Kagan poked the right spot. We had to fight quickly. It spits out a fireball sweeping a straight line. But can't hit. And yet, it summons out dozens of other magical portals. Tongue combo. shoot a lot of fire at the same time, powerful enough to wipe out most of the legions of darkness. The whole room was engulfed in flames. But Jin-Goo, surprised from the smoke, Lao-Ra stabbed the enemy in the eye. You know, the bigger it gets, the more it makes you easier to hit. Not to mention that Kagan is a shaman. There are no guards now. How to fight an assassin? Not finished yet, it's spammy. Turning the ground into lava. No matter how many flares you call out, still can't hit. Jin-Goo took a left. He threw 2 daggers and broke the ring. Magic. For the giants, you have to use hot stuff. You use the ruler's hand. Snatched the chain from the wall wrapped around his arm. Kagan swung a tug, flying the chain, pulling Jin-Goo closer. You just follow it around. And momentarily tied him up. Next, he picked up the chain and threw it down as hard as he could. He succeeded in knocking down the boss. Right at the right time, Manager Gu stepped in, intending to support. But it seems too late. Hein just looked over and saw Hunter Jin. Gu is a fighting system, but also used the summon's permission. That's even the head of the department. Keeping an eye on it is not trivial. Kagan has now been scaled back. But still hit. That your body can't be destroyed. It's gassing up. Hand in hand with your own guards. But apparently, a magician of any age fought a melee. He was eventually executed by the man who was his wrongdoer. Finish the boss. Jin-Goo knows. Do not take the item, just slightly extract the shadow. This time it's called success. Of course this one is as strong. It is easier than easy and icons combined. I can't remember the name he just read. He gave it a new name. Fangs with jaws are elite knights. This is the first time Jin-Goo has been seen. It's also about extracting as well as fighting. So, you didn't recognize the head of the unit? Here, in addition to facing dozens of questions, you don't know how to explain. May the Hunters Association Supervision Department has stood out. Statement. The information about Pulse Hunters goes into the top secret. We should ask people not to get in. Today's story is out. But before I leave, I want to say a word. On behalf of the whole team, I want to thank Jin-Goo for saving my life. Jin-Goo smiled, then returned the letter to the support team. Hein now wants to say something to him. But that's because I'm holding a pickaxe. Now it's not just White Tiger that even the hunters are indebted to the Jin-Woo hunters. Choi Dong-in was shocked. I can't believe that power is real. Ask your subordinates. Let's take a look at me and Sung Jin-Woo. You don't have to think. A demolition trip. We need hunters with different abilities to work together and divide roles to compensate for each other. For a standard A-grade dungeon, that's extremely difficult. President Choi dared to conquer alone. I feel embarrassed when I hear it. While bearing the title of ultimate weapon. And of course at all costs, I want to take that hunter into my fold. The next morning outside the hunting center. A forest guard has ambushed Hand 5. 5 cameras waiting for work. Suddenly from the distance, a glossy white car speeding towards. Getting out of the car was Baek Jun-ho of White Tiger and Choi Dong-in of the Hunters. The crowded scene. This reporter made the White Tiger president. I'm a little nervous. The reporters were as fast as cutting. Immediately rushed to the enclosure. The 2 men are asking questions about. Will they come to recruit Lee Min-sung? Or not? They both shake their heads in denial. I don't know who he is. According to Choi Dong-in's latest source, R.A. Lee Min-sung put his pen to paper. It's a contract with the death squads. Listen. Reporters are like donuts. 7 desperate to leave because of disappointment. By the way, Baek Jun cough excess water chisel drop fishing. Asking Choi Dong-in about the gate. I heard a nasty rumor about a recent S degree. But he's not upset. That immediately dragged the White Tiger case to lose a level rookie. For the Red Gate Roth lost the Volf. On the contrary, the more you say, and the 2 of you got so fired up that you didn't stop for half a second. 8 HG guy half weight. No one is willing to talk straight. Today I came to win Jin-Goo. About my association, now from behind. Have young men curly hair, untidy ears. For no reason to ask. Don't fight for Min-sung. Of the death party. I hear you both are hot. Simultaneously swear Min-sung lame pants quickly turn help. Meanwhile, Jin-Goo is bewildered. I can't understand what's happening in front of me. You just want to finish the power evaluation. Then hurry home, just be quiet. So many reporters like this. It's on the school side. The sorority is whispering. We talked about Appa's press conference. Min-sung turned out to be floating like a bunch of alcohol. It's not a Class B SAO. Lee Min-sung is now. He's talking about himself. Suddenly I woke up a hunter. From a top actor, and then. He is solemn. He said he's going to do a power evaluation right now. And then I'll close a solid sentence. Confirmed. He himself will join the Guild of Death. Limit. The reporter heard that. I asked Han. About the, will you take off your shirt and leave the entertainment world? With a facade like my own. Lee Min-sung. Nothing will shake off the showbiz aura. Because he's been certified a level before. Plus a 2-year contract with the death squads. During that time period, I'm going to play the role of a hunter who brings out corn and potatoes, waiting for the scandal to subside, and then we're back on the stage. But that's what Lee Min has in his stomach. Out of his mouth, swear to death as a hunter. Using American language to pour honey into the ears of reporters. Suddenly the sound of the guards breaking down, chasing Jin-goo straight out. To keep order for the grand press conference. But rather from behind. The president went out. A gentle reminder that this is your guest. At the same time, the manager of the unit stopped the press conference immediately, but Lee Min-sung still proudly reminded the manager of Goo. Don't worry about the money. Now I've called 10 more of these guys. It's nothing compared to Jin-goo. It should be free of comment. On the inside, Jin-goo and Bu-shu go to the special engine room. There, Baek Joon-ho and Choi Jong-in are dead. They are so excited to know Jin-goo. What kind of power can be exerted? Don't keep people waiting. You million, a shadow soldier to make a demo. Convenient to explain. I mean, you can use magic. I can see that the president's eyes are as bright as Sao. Please ask more about Jin-goo's abilities. Because you've heard the report. Like the afternoon, Jin-goo starts showing off. The mighty army of darkness counting the do? There are hundreds of them, not many. Everyone in the room has an OI. In front of this crazy power. The inspection finally came to an end. Jin-goo obtains a hard new hunter license. If you have it now, you can sell good stuff. Without fear of being looked upon with suspicion. Just came outside. You were picked up by the duo. Continuously invited. Of course, there is only one no-no. Jin-goo passed them both like the wind. He just showed his face outside the door. Suddenly a bright light suddenly appeared. On the front line. My best friend's little sister also sells suspicious information. I was surprised that Jin-goo was on the air. This is the shocking news that has taken social media by storm. Sung Hunter. Jin-goo has been officially recognized as a S-class hunter. Lee Min-sung's eye blinking. It's just a name no one knows. I blame him for forgetting the date. Jin-ho is rich. Talk to your father about being helpless. I can't invite you back. You remember that moment. He said he wanted to fight alone. So he flatly rejected the offer of cooperation. Because right now, if you join an organization, you'll be tied up. Busy with all sorts of things. Of course, the father would be angry and blame the son for being useless. Failed to complete the task. Swallow all the bitter insults. Jin-ho suddenly remembered when he joined the battle. Fight with Jin-goo. Then make decisions like nails. You will be thick. Join the fight with the CA again. Listen to here, the tough dad also wants to be clear about everything. Once and for all. Back to the Hunter Inspection Center. The more curious the crowd became. Coming like a bee bursting its nest. Jin-goo thinks so. White Jun coughed quickly, he wanted to take you home. But Jin-goo. It's moved 500 meters away in the blink of an eye. Choi Dong in the picture. From when, the shaman system possesses such formidable physical abilities. Baek Joon-ho is no different. Because the speed just now is way ahead of the last time we met. I met him. A while later, Jin-goo visited the weapons company for reference. You're interested in things that have attributes. Fire resistance to prepare to climb the next tower. With such an urgent need. Enthusiastic consultant staff. Give him a coat. It's the 3 holy rings. Can be easily equipped. When you look at the price in the sky. Jin-goo has a pale face. Ask if there is a discount, brother. Of course everything is listed. So there's no bidding here. But, if Jin-goo can break of Kia tempered glass panels, they'll be happy to send free gifts without paying. Flex a bit. They're all high-grade magic enhanced glass. Hot AK-2? 6 barrels of ammunition are not sure to penetrate. Jin-Woo took a deep breath. Put maximum power into your hands. Calculate the fatal blow immediately. I see the situation seems tense. Your uncle blew face. Hurry up and raise your hand. To be honest, it's just a joke, it's for fun. You don't need broken glass, it just requires an abnormal concussion. The alarm will sound. Security will come right away. See that? Jin-Woo also shrugged his hands and turned away. Look closely at the glass that has a long crack. Even though you haven't touched your hand. Jin, I want to see if the knives are good. But you can't believe costs poison fangs. The price is so high for Fox. Suddenly an idea came to mind. Jin-Woo bent down to pretend 6 times. Take out another sword from your bag. Then ask the valuation staff. After the staff carefully picked up the sword. I feel the meticulous enthusiasm of a talented artist BA, and then arbitrarily bid at least 100 million. Finish listening. Jin-Woo was extremely surprised and did not understand the 2 million item. 8 in store back raw 100 million here. If the item on the store is already priced terribly like this, it is no longer a crime to sell jade. That night Bok Joon-ho sat musing, thinking about Jin-Woo's power of terror. And then I wonder if I'm ever going to wake up again. Maybe he's a hunter. Possessed the ability to develop constantly. The next morning Gina looked carefully out the window. See if there are any reporters. She couldn't blame her brother for the reawakening. Rumbling loudly, Jin-Woo also spoke casually. We'll disappear from the house in a week. When I finished, the doorbell rang. It turns out that Jin-Ho's brother came. I didn't know how to explain to my sister. Jin-Woo used his brother as a bulletproof beer. I will go to work with him for a week. At night, he called out to Kagans for strongest guards. Or now it's called Tut. But there's only 3 of us, and where are the others hiding? They point their hands to the sky. The other guy was unlucky at the time. Stuck on the ceiling. So, you can't summon the ball down. Jin-Woo also assigned tasks to the BA. 1 in charge of keeping Jinna safe. 1 is a babysitter and the other is improvising. Next, you quickly deploy the security team. Patrol everything around. 24 out of 7 by the next day. Jin-Ho actively works as a driver. Cho great by the way. Also confessed, I left home to find myself. Next to that guy. I'm also curious to know what happened to the DS tower. Something tells him to go back to training. Jin-Ho startled? But then smile and wish you good sailing. Enter the demon castle. Jin-Woo immediately equipped with a water attribute ring, plus wind attribute gown. For heat resistance. The mission is to collect 10 evil spirits. But with the goal of defeating the demon BAs on. Extremely attractive rewards with ball-swapping worm stones. And specialized skills of the profession. Jin-Woo excitedly teleports to the 76th floor. Start now and always. Meanwhile Jin-Ho's father. Then he suddenly collapsed unconscious. For unknown reasons. Back to the front lines on the 76th floor. Jin, you have to face a giant monster. It's time to test me every time. See if you can do the job. Immediately, unleash a terrorist energy sphere. From my mouth, blowing up the target in the blink of an eye. This destruction is too real. When there is Lamthamangok help. From now on, that item will be issued separately. Back outside, Jin-Ho's father was hospitalized and shocked. Or believe you've got permanent sleep sickness. It's because the magic resistance is so weak. At the same time on an empty street. Patrol team encounters a monster. It looks extremely dangerous. About Jin-Woo? In order to maximize the time to climb the tower, he divided his army into 6 teams. You just gave me 2 very succinct orders. Destroy all enemies in the way. And look for a passport. But it's been 2 days since we got to the 80th floor. And you haven't made a breakthrough yet. Suddenly Jin-Woo. I realized there was a stranger. Are stealthily destroying the soldiers of darkness. Obviously that's the team. 2. Your blood is on par with a class. He immediately investigated and found out. These monsters are on a whole different level. Let you do it yourself. Just a few short seconds is enough. After an exchange of skills, Jin-Woo has taken advantage. And used it to stop the enemy. But as soon as the blade touches the neck, the monster is praying for your life. The same pleading voice as a human being with emotions. Jin-Woo is a little confused. If you try to remove its helmet, it's as if. This is a humanoid monster with ears. Spirits with the fangs of wolves. You wonder? Cho tried to come in and now, please forgive your life. Not to mention that all of her friends are down. Jin-Goo was less suspicious when he heard the answer. In fact, only monsters can say that. It doesn't matter if they die. I live enough. If you ask for that size, you will. Jin-Goo gathered his weapon and turned and left. I know that little girl can take advantage of the gap to stab. So he had the fangs make even leaves waiting for the fish to bite. Once again, she knelt down and asked for mercy. Because of that stupid act. That thick face is the same. You just need time to hand out the license upstairs. Any size is forgiven. Fortunately, this little one knows the whereabouts of the license. It's being held by my little family. Out. Small also know where the licenses of the upper floors are. Just make sure the family is safe. Turns out it's the monsters. Jin-Goo 6 is on the 80th floor. You can't see it. But you still have to use gas to detect it. Ask how much the monster believes. Standing in front of such a powerful killing machine, Sweaty Monster claims to lie as devil. After confirming that, Jin-Goo picked up the tone and said, as long as you get a permit, you'll leave right away. So, it's not Flo. Before that you want to know. What race is she, after all? At the same time, on a small island right next to Japan, appear the giant worker ants eat fresh, swallowing innocent people in the middle of the morning sky. They were no longer afraid of being discovered, so, how many hunters should be called? Back to the tower, female warrior named AC. Eldest daughter of the JD family. Of course, this is information that is of no value to Jin-Goo. You thought you had to exploit something to do with the system. It makes more sense to eat your own food. Jin-Goo started asking questions in his head. AC, do you hear the voice that tells you to kill people? There's a monster in the tower. I heard a completely different order. Protect where you live instead of butchering the intruders. The voice began to appear, since they were brought here. I've been mostly in the ghost world before. Jin-Goo continued to ask deeply. What did you do when you were in the underworld? This is the limit that AC can answer. The system immediately intervenes to control your brain. Only small information, like a monster preparing for war with the enemy. It's so powerful that we need to get it all together. The devil has a chance to fight back. Finish the sentence. AC was forcibly knocked unconscious in Jin-Goo's arms. On the other hand, information about the Holocaust, innocent killing of giant worker ants, went to the Korean Hunters Association. So far, the damage has been in for categories A grade C and A grade B. Through examination, a worker ant must be at least as strong as a class A hunter. The island is in trouble this time. It is at least 120 kilometers from the island. But the ants still get there. That they've evolved wings. If you let it go, the entire South Pole of the 6th will be in darkness. So the president goes, instant send support request from Japan. At the same time notify neighboring countries, let them raise their alert levels. In short, he'll use the powers of the president of the Hunters Association to restart the island-breaking campaign. The 4th time. Back to Jin-Goo? He fangs holding Theo ACD while she fainted. To save time. Until you wake up, they both arrived at the castle where the family. Radizu is alive. He had just met the king who scolded his daughter to take the plague home. Obviously, there's hundreds of soldiers of darkness hiding behind us. He still believes. He then warned Jin-Goo to stay away from his daughter. Dare to fool him even a little. Then immediately 5 code break the corpse. Not finished yet. His followers naturally called this the one who had defeated him. Can and Metis natural thing? You become cowardly. You're going to get your license to the 81st floor. And kick the guests out. Jin-Goo didn't want to stay here long either. Before you go, you want to borrow more AC as a guide. Who said that? She asked for the license information of the upper floors. Don't worry, your daughter's safety will be guaranteed. Thanks for this sentence. Jin-Goo can take his daughter. People's homes go easily. The 89th floor is closed. The EZ with the tank has also been upgraded. The fighting power is now equal to S-class. At that time AC was regretting. For bringing gifts to negotiate. It's never used. Jin-Goo came to the side to explain. There was never a monster to negotiate with the weak. That's right, if Jin-Goo is weak, whatever you give, it's the same. You promise to help the people. JD is first in this tower. EC wonder. Why do you only spare death for each of your clans? Ask each of them. It's because you keep an eye on me. That's it, now you can go home. Because from the 90th floor, the monsters will be strong, more than twice as fast, It's dangerous. Just show Jin-Goo. The location of the passport is enough. Who thought AC would go with you to the end? To witness the glorious moment. Like the afternoon, Jin-Goo begins exploring the 90th floor. I notice that there are crazy monsters. Of course you're going to walk through every floor. You have to get the raw materials. Holy water of life. Meanwhile on the Hunter side, President Choi called Vice President Cha. Hein came to announce that he will join the island demolition. Cover Chu 4 times. There will also be a new president, Baek Jun-ho, with all the S-class hunters across the country. Not to mention working with Japan, they're closer to the range of the ants. That day has finally come. The day Jin-Goo reached the 100th floor. The last floor of the Tower of Hell. There is only one demon, but its prestige is off the table. It is not called the Three Kings of the Devil. Jin-Goo is wondering if he is going so low. In front of me, I can see that he can fly. Suddenly, 3 swords came up. Summon countless gates. Take them to attack at the same time. Jin-Goo's intruder is no less than you. Activate the Realm of Darkness. More than 1,000 warriors, fight a life and death battle with them. Now you have the opportunity to use your magic power. Wide area of fangs? In just a moment, more than half of the benefits were wiped out. Ba Jiang saw that and responded with a rain screen, calling thunder. Millions of lightning flashing down, sweeping away everything around. In that situation, AC knows nothing but to close his eyes and wait for death. But, if you have Jin-Goo here, you can live freely. What to worrying about? You realize that if you let this storm run its course, sooner or later the mana bar, it's also drained. So first kill the VI strong. Jin-Goo moves to melee combat. Take care of the dragon first. But you didn't expect. I can see through the hidden magic. That flew you down. Was that and give more supergiant lightning. Change tactics. Jin-Goo calls for fangs to help deal with the thunder. Your child escaped. Gently cut off the dragon's head. Put the devil on the ground and you're tired. It's outside. The meeting between South Korea and Japan. It just started, Captain. The Juchi of the sword-wielding guild have come this far. Understand how important this is. You have to know that this is the Great Society of Japan, up to 11 S-class hunters. According to what the Japanese are investigating, the lifespan of ants is only about a year. In other words, if you can destroy the queen, then the remnants will go quickly. Next is how they work. Based on 3 attacks in the past, we know that the ants are attracted to the enemy with stronger magic power. So the 4th time, Japan wants to use that behavior to plan. 10 out of 11 S-rank hunters of the swordsman. Even the president will participate. They take on the role of attracting ants. South Korea will use that time to strike. God ant. This is the plan with the highest success rate. Based on AI technology, advanced continue with Jin-Goo. There is no time to drink mana. Stop reviving the soldiers so that the fangs. Ezis with fishy stay support attack is enough. But Ba-Zan is capable of weighing Ba, but still able to block the sudden blow from Jin-Goo. If you're caught by it, it means you're setting the door for death. But the boys worked beyond expectations. Open the opportunity to flip the rafters. I will not. Immediately gather magic power into a circle to repel all the enemies raw. Jin-Goo's mana bar has returned to 0. The devil also drew weapons. I want to make a decision. So, what are you waiting for? Jin-Goo rushed in using everything he had over 100 rounds. You're finally shot down. Forced to use unsupported hands. That is, but it takes too much time. The ghost is fighting close to change to play magic. The AC threw the weapon. Distracted him for a few seconds. Jin-Goo immediately used the ruler's hand to tear his hands apart. And transformed into Saitama. Do the right punch. 1 shot 1 kill ends the battle. The notification panel appears. There is no magic left for the devil. Congratulations to Samsung. Jin-Goo has successfully cleared the Tower of Hell. All that's left is ruins. And a bunch of rewards flowed into your inventory. The first is the blood of the demon emperor purified. Final item. To be able to make the holy water of life. That rate is. The size and number of kins depends on the location. Jin-Goo is a bit afraid. Think again and again. If you think about it, you have to do it anyway. He pressed the button and waited for luck. After the manufacturing process, I was lucky to smile when I got to 6. Not a bottle? Of course there's still no guarantee that this thing really saved your mother. Right now, Iron. Carrying the body of the red-eyed white dragon. Let the owner take over his brother. I rarely cut this body so hard. So can't miss the opportunity. I'm used to taking you seriously. So this time Jin-Goo needs to try one shot and eat it right away. Next is the hardest part. Naming is always a problem. By Jin-Goo, I can never remember their original names. The car is the most beautiful. The dragon also growled to prove that the falcon. It should be finished. Now Jin-Woo, find the fastest way back to the hospital to test the item. Come to think of it, you remember the quest reward. There are also unused stones. Say do it immediately. Jin-Goo 6 tossed the treasure to the head of the stone. It came out and broke. Instant skill dedicated ball swapping. Added to the character information table. With it, you can swap places with the shadow soldiers, no matter how far away. This is also the most appropriate thing at the moment. Sorry, but I have to buy you right here. Celebrate something so you can come over later. Don't let her say goodbye. Jin-Goo disappears, leaving every soldier bewildered. Don't understand what? About Jin-Goo? In the blink of an eye, you're back in your familiar neighborhood. The ball is sent out on patrol every day. There's only 3 hours of cooling time. You have to use it from now on. Learn the skills. Jin-Goo jumps to the sky. At the same time call CAI car Ra back to the hospital with maximum speed. At the same time the Hunters Association. We're going through the operational plan again. War is coming. Japanese side will use the Hunters' magical powers as bait. Lure the ants to come. Then, using a special type of electromagnetic interference to cut off contact between them. Take advantage of that time. South Korean task force will infiltrate the nest and deal with the queen ant. However, there is nothing to suggest that electromagnetic wave jammer will work effectively. You still have to be psychologically prepared. There is also a withdrawal plan in case it doesn't work. Next is Sung Jin-Woo Hunter. President Go, I'd love to know if I've made contact with him. Easy to guess the answer is no. At this point, he's just out of the tower. In another development, Chief Beck is having a drink with his friend Byung-Gu. Let's say a few words before we leave. Read more about Byung-Gu. He's an S-class healer. It's one of the few cases where I've quit. When you're young, even without serious injury. Plus, he's a teammate. I worked with Baek Junho. Byung-Gu now. It's very awkward when the president, Beck, is about to take part in the Cheta Island campaign. The obsession with Unseok leaving is still deep in my subconscious. So, even if the president tries to convince, it's just a cup. I know that, so today's drink. It's just like saying goodbye. Maybe you'll never see each other again. After this campaign, talking about here in the heart of the Byung-Gu becomes very chaotic. I open my heart to share that I'm going to be a civil servant. But I really can't stand the blood. Me here and there. That's why I made this decision. You say it. It's pitifully low in Byung-Gu. Not good at anything but history. A little more, this is a rare case. High-level hunters hate fighting monsters. For example, Baek Junho. Fighting has become routine. Or, be even someone who's interested in it. Back to Jin-Goo. He was sitting next to his mother's bedside. Look at the scar on her neck. I remember the time I played wild. It's because of you that I got this severe burn. As for the holy water of life, maybe she won't swallow. Even if you swallow, it is still the owner of bad luck. Of course the luck is better, because Jin-Woo has seen a lot of miracles created by the system. An E-class guy like you can jump to the highest level. Is the proof the most obvious? So now just put your faith in the system and try it. Jin-Goo opened it immediately. The lid lifted her up and trembled into her mouth. Right after that, the burns on the neck vanish at a dizzying speed. It's an extremely positive signal, but she hasn't opened her eyes yet. Jin-Goo fearfully clasped her hands again, praying continuously. Your mother is the only reason you fight and become strong. Now, if this drug can't be cured, you don't know what to do? Next to it, Janae suddenly loses focus without understanding the reason. Maybe my sixth sense is telling me something big is about to happen. The moon's now shining brightly, shining into the hospital room where hope is most needed. Yes, the moon brought the mother as a reward for effort. Sung's tireless efforts all this time. Jin-gu comes to a strong person like you. I can't control my emotions. Men's tears only fall when they let go of the fence, certainly in Tim. It's a rare moment for a class hunter. Sing Jin-gu, back to being my wet baby. No way I can stop the flow of emotions. So just cry. Crying to grow. Crying to try to protect this happiness. The next morning, the brain-dead patient recovered. So just cry. Crying to grow. Crying to try to protect this happiness. The next morning, the brain-dead patient recovered as usual. It made the whole hospital go crazy. Jinha also received the news. Be there to welcome your mother back to the family. The president, on the other hand, is holding a press conference to deliver the latest news on the Chu Island campaign. Here, he announced the association had officially approved the plan. You also announced 10 valuable Japanese military aid will accompany combat support. Watch the news. Bai Eun-gu once again ponders. Remember the words Yu Un-seok said before. Of course hunters are afraid. But those who can't fight, probably 100,000 times more afraid. So to end it, the hunters have to act. With review again, in terms of ability, you're the one Baek Jun-ho is most needed in emergency. At the same time, Jin-gu had just brought her mother home. I found the mess my sister made. You've only been out of the house a few weeks. Look at your daughter. What's this mess? Fortunately, my mother is here, or it's time for your grandfather. Look at this scene. Jin-gu is more afraid than happy. Was it while I was a hunter? You accidentally entered the territory. You shouldn't set foot. Suddenly I held up a family photo. He asked Jin-gu if he could contact his father. He used to be a super cool firefighter. It was because of that cool thing that she poured out. Your son must have inherited some. That's why I became such a famous hunter. Talk about here. Jin-gu receives a phone call from the association. Speaking of that, right now, I have a problem with Thomas under J. S-class hunters in the United States. He suddenly appeared in Korea. At this sensitive time, it's really worrying. Now you need to focus on Sung Jin-gu. Then this Thomas. You need to try to convince him to join Cover Island campaign. When you hear the news, you will nod. Because it's a great promotion opportunity. But now that I've saved my mother's life, it's true. I can't finish your sentence. He was startled when he felt the wave of power. Great magic. By the way, the president also led Jin-gu down to the arena. Take a look at the scrub screens of S-class hunters. Down to the place. Jin-gu is quite surprised when President Baek Jun-ho. He was beaten down by ghost hunters. But President Choi came and said that Bak are accepting. If he fights, he must turn into a monster. With symptoms of insanity, loss of reason. Speaking of which, the Hunters Club. The Japanese side also came to take a look. Right from entering the Goto president of the party. They felt the terrifying pressure from around the palace. His main purpose in bringing his troops here was to solo. So the first question was, do a little bit, guys. Of course the soldiers stopped. President Go fully support. But will only give the combat system up to minimize damage to facilities. After closing the deal with me for Bushu Bak. Vice President Cha Han. Ghost hunters and Cha hunters go to war. In Japan, they sent for people. In turn is Tawada, Kumamoto Hoshino and Tanaka. It's a shame that President Goto didn't participate. Although he's also in the melee system. But this is enough to satisfy Jin-Woo. When you can observe matches between all sever S classes. Don't wait long. Chaos of battle permission to begin. It says chaos, but the hunters automatically matched up. Divide each space. One in the ring. The two most powerful people will be young. Young, see which side falls first. Those who have an advantage in terms of speed will work together to add fairness. Of course, there will still be cases where this pair affects the Kia pair. But it's not much. That's pretty good with this kind of high-level combat. There's a small detail that President Choi noticed. This facility has been expanded, the most advanced magic stone. So look at it. The damage is still too much, so the president goes. Need to reconsider the durability. Focus on the match, Captain. Beck decided to be serious from the start. According to the law, the hand will lose. but I'm prepared to be broken. It's not just holding. Your opponent seems to be quite a coward. Just dodge the blow as well as keep the distance. It makes you think. Goto's trying to use me to challenge this guy. See if you're determined enough to fight the ants. You have to twist. If you have been selected as a judge, let Baek Jun-ho be very careful. The enemy also knows the danger is near. So I turned and ran away. No running out of the sun. When White Tiger's claws came out. A list leader in the world. Admittedly not enough. If it's thrown down, it shouldn't last 10 seconds. Speaking of which, the power match has been defeated. Not for Japan. Wait, the speed is up. Probably 2 or not. That score greatly affects the president's match. Baek because now it will be a fight 1, not solo. Ripe green again. Chahi's party. It seems more likely when you're gaining the upper hand. The opponent starts to see a lack of oxygen when your fighting style is too unpredictable. Very fast Father Hein. He touched the back of the opponent and move immediately to team support. While running the place, you suddenly feel that there is a hidden weapon. So it was reflexively counterattacking. Who thought it was a coward? When you smell blood, will go crazy into a state of extreme intensity. Japan is also very boring. He's in this situation because it's rare for AI to meet without serious injury. That Goto. Order to intervene only when there is an AI. Danger to life. So no one will do anything. Father Hein immediately fell into a passive position. I can only try to hold on until the enemy takes a dangerous turn. Harm to your body. Suddenly, Jin-Goo came out. You realize it's too much, to the level of a friendly match, and then intervened to control the madman. This behavior has caused the President Goto to raise questions. Is it true that Sung Jin-Woo belongs to the magic system? You have to check this yourself. The investigator is useless. About Jin-Woo? The match between the two sides was successful, so no more trying. President Baek has also lost. At this time, the translator came to ask Jin-Woo for advice. Let's see if we can accept President Goto's challenge. No, you just smiled. I'm also trying to test the power. Sharpening in the devil's castle how terrible it is. But I want to fight you. There must be an additional condition. Do your best and you will continue? Needless to say, I know Goto will accept it, so wait for Jin-Woo. Start a few steps, then it will start. Father Hein was also very anxious at that time. She had seen Jin-Woo so low before. In a class at dungeon. Should be curious, want to know if there are enough as-rated players. Talk about it, Captain. Baek came by to ask if she was upset. The whole S-class environment smells of hunters. Of course there is on this issue. You have to get used to it. Because you can't keep your nose shut on the battlefield. In addition, the general manager will prevent the battle between the magic system and the melee system. This time will be an exception. I have the same reason as Cha. That's enough off the sidelines. Jigen has warmed up. You signal for the umpire to declare the start. But the word hasn't been said yet. I love that Goto was in a hurry. Look at Jin-Woo's magic. You can confirm that you're a close quarters type. So now you're going to take off his mask. Jin-Woo also recognizes Goto as the strongest hunter here. But not to the point where you can't escape. Of course, not only, you are constantly testing the strength of your opponent. But too much of the garden will drive Goto crazy. As a result, he suddenly ramped up his magic power. Jin-Woo's blood may sow. You can still grab your opponent's finger. They can still fight well. The emphasis is on the finger, not the wrist. You don't want the game over so fast. Goto understand the idea, should immediately step back, prepare to unleash the full force. Do one last blow. Jin-Woo is also eager to play Theo, but they're stopped by hunters on both sides. They're afraid if anything happens, you will lose your precious power. After the last battle, Jin-Woo, I've got all the power of the people who are here. More, he also enlisted in the shadow of 5 men. It's enough to show up in times of emergency, so it's time to disperse. Go to the president to talk about the Jeju Island campaign. Next to it, Goto president contacted the Japanese headquarters to talk specifically about Samsung workers. Jin-Woo, if you draw your sword, strike properly. Not sure if you can eat it either. That is, on the list of people who participated in the attack, there was no name, which surprised him. Of course, with 15 S-class hunters, still have the strength to play to the campaign dock this time. Back to Jin-Woo? You came home just as my mom finished cooking dinner. It is convenient to sit at the dinner table together. Meanwhile, God's people have just made a decision. Migrate to another land. Because here, there was not enough food for his people. And the key to clearing out the problem is helping the herd. This is the big brother who was born. The unusually large egg size is evident. The most obvious for the power it possesses. Your body will be completely different, with a bunch of worker ants. This is probably the most powerful version, just behind God. The next morning the whole country reported about the Cover Island demolition campaign, the fourth time. Outside the attack team, the defense team was also joined by a large number of hunters. There is a very fast E-class. The Pioneer train has approached the Chu Cover Peninsula. It's expected to arrive in 5 minutes. The defense team will take care of the remote part, to prevent any ants from entering the country. Of course, Hunter Min Sung will also participate to suck this giant super fame. After this case, maybe I should go back to the actor. Especially not to mention the appearance of the only S-class cure hunter. Bungo decided to join this time. You're a real surprise to President Beck. But maybe it's more fun than surprise. Japan is now in a position of readiness. Just waiting for the Japanese 5 to approach the cave. The ants are falling. Campaign. This time it will be live across the country. Tracking with 10-minute delay. And of course, reporters have to be first-rate hunters. To make sure everything goes to its best. And so everything was in place. President Go, as soon as you get the information, make a statement. Island breaking trip. The 4th season officially begins. The Japanese team immediately unleashed their magic, lure the workers out of the nest. The Lost Ones, species targeted the South Korean team's helicopter, will be roasted by President Choi. See for yourself the reason at Sao. It's called the ultimate weapon. Firepower in scale battles. Big is really indisputable. After the treatment is finished, Set 5 Korean, quickly get out of the helicopter and enter the lair. Wave Jammer is also immediately launched to cut, breaking the ants' communication network. For the Japanese, it's about cleaning up all the worker ants. It's really easy. Only the numbers are staggering. That's why we need a tire crew to play the queen. Referring to the tire hanger team, the current, President Choi spread a net of fire over the nest. It's like a siren. See if any ants come out or into the nest. Then there's the number of turns that need to be investigated. The ant diggers must be 100 caves. So I don't know which one leads to the queen ant. That's why the President, Choi, launched more than 100 fireballs at once to detect. All once. Despite hitting the grass snake, the performance is very strong. The whole crew keeps going the right way. And reach the egg-laying maple. They were horrified to find out. A giant super big egg. The mayor tried to calm down. People should just focus on the task, the main case, but you are also worried. Because the evolution of ants is still a big question mark. That's right. It's a second to be led by ants. I lost an S-class hunter. The other two. Quickly into a state of heightened alert. Eyes continuously in the direction of the enemy's attack. But it didn't work. The ant leader lost the hunter Kenzo in a blink of an eye. Before he could react. The last victim, although very quick response. The speed is not inferior. But the end is no different. Back on the ant side. Tankers are doing a very good job. Head of the front line. Alone, you can withstand the pressure of white ants. You are strong. It's equal to S-level hunters, so the risk is huge. Of course, the rest of us don't just watch. Chahain as a professional dancer. Dancing in the air. And it ends with a sword tearing the target in two. I know we are hard. It's still within the ability of the S-class team to handle. South Korea is easier to breathe when there is support in the team. Strongest of all time. Being new hit so far and no one got a wound. It's all thanks to one hand. But you have to say it again. The deeper you go, the stronger the ants are. No one who walks on two legs shows up. It hurts my head, no kidding. Speaking of which, the shooters in the group began to doubt the path that Choi Dong-in led. However, Father Hein immediately dismissed the question. because you just smelled the smell of a powerful monster. Deep inside the cave. You hear that, Captain Cho, you're a jerk. The president called for self-discipline, not to be reminded. That's right, Bok. Junho has the ability to see from a distance. With incredible distances. I started rolling my eyes around the corner. Zoom in 50 times straight through. The spare incubator to the last room. Of course, ants. God is hiding in there. And it's protected by a lot of guards around it. Certainly among them, there will be as many as S-class hunters. And the power of God's people is still uncertain. But now I hit Lao. I don't believe in this powerful force. Can't solve it. So, what are you waiting for? We're all on our way at the same time. Second Japanese detachment realized that he had lost contact with Team 3. Should have gone to the area they are responsible for investigating. As you can see from a glance, they handled it very well. The ants around. Just look closely at Fujishima's glasses. Soon after two of them fell to the ground. Because the economic pressure is driving us here. Fear covers the whole brain. Make you lose control, freezing yourself the most powerful magic network. However, the leader is still determined to track him down. So still minus one more life. The fourth detachment is also on its way. Go to the BA to find out. Of course, after handling the gifts in the yard. Go, wherever you want. Continue on the ultimate weapons front. Choi Dong, he seems to be the best in this fight. I can finally unleash all my magic. Out without fear of AI being killed. There was even a doll from Bingu. Then we all swim in here. As always, ghosts know their own role and step forward. Combines both grand magic and provocation. Attract all the attention of the ants. Meanwhile Choi Dong will accumulate maximum magic power and launch a fireball. He wiped out more than half the enemy. The rest will be war. The most powerful head in the form of white tiger handle. Just a light switch. You showed up in front of a pair of white ants. And then press them against the rock until they break their heads. This is the power of the 100. Junho didn't dare to show raw. The animal state loses its mind. Other side, the live TV reporter just got the news. The audience has exceeded 80%. Ambition suddenly flared up. That makes you in spite of danger, to get closer to the close-up. But by Ungu, just in time to pull you back, before any unintended casualties occur. But with the angle of rotation, this scene is enough to please the viewer. Must know, the opportunity to see firsthand the hunters. Fighting together is very rare. At that time, the devil has reached his own limit. Forcing you to switch to an axe attack. Pushing the ants back. Right behind you is the gunner's position. Or maybe it's the team's main source of damage. You are comfortable. Bow and arrow without worrying about the enemy picking tires, resulting in extremely high performance. As for the strong white ants at the S level, President Bok, President Choi and Vice President Cha destroy. Very quickly they hit the queen ant. They just stand in front of you. Don't give it a chance to move. Let the team continue to be passionate. Asia died a long time ago, a queen without a guard. It's no different than mobile meat. Wear it for the hunters. I just finished talking about God. A large amount of toxic gas. It makes Baekjun cough a little more. I can only see heaven now. Bungo. It's really important to fight an opponent. After full recovery, the blood tree immediately grew. Hold the raw shield to perform the role of tanker. Take advantage of the space. Choi Dong and quickly pierced him with a song. Fire hydrants are there, but they don't seem to be enough. God's power suddenly repulsed everything. At the same time, screaming as if trying to call his fellow man back. Of course we won't let it go. Choi Dong and hit the head with a fireball. Then Ma Dong and Baek Jun-ho each hold aside. The person in charge of the ending will be Cha Hyun, with a greatly increased speed thanks to the purple buy. She threw a death dance and chopped it all up. God and foot, and put all his magic into the sword. Unleashed a fatal blow. Successfully cut off the target's head. The whole of Japan was emotional. Especially the president go behind the commander. Chances are, Chief Beck still feels like something's wrong. Especially the last howl of God's ant. But being new and everyone celebrated so badly. So I'm a little less worried. Right now, Japanese command reported that the jammer had been turned off. Effect: the remaining ants are massively returning to the nest, breaking the fire barrier that Choi Dong-in had teared before. It's clearly not the intended time. Make Bai Eungu extremely upset. But what do these workers do? Enough net breakers of the ultimate weapon. It means, and among them, there's an extraordinarily strong individual. Of course, the queen returned when she heard that the queen was possessed. Police, the amount of magic power it unleashed was enough to make the entire S-level party to feel threatened. The devil is going to do something. But as soon as I stepped up, I've seen my body split in two. Should be stopped for a beat. The leader walked towards the queen, frantically devouring the corpse of. He then turned and punched Cha Hein with a huge blow. The devil immediately took revenge. The more you hit, the easier it is to tear your body apart. Even White Tiger, I can't stand it. 1 second is enough to understand the odds of winning. It's almost reached 0. The team's gunner right now, trying to shoot ice rockets with some hope. But I'm sorry it didn't work. He was beaten like a child by the leader ant. It's even life-threatening. If there is no ghost in time, a word of help. One more time, Byung-gu proved his necessity. When continuous recovery for tanker. You've activated the invisibility technique. The enemy will not be able to recognize it. Of course, that's not enough to make it difficult for the leader. It lifts the ghost. It's no different than holding a piece of paper, and then you keep banging back and forth. And then it soars to the support position. Pierce through the chest Byung-gu. It's worse than chewing your head in front of you. President Bok. The anger immediately came. White Tiger couldn't control himself. As a result, he was strangled to the point of returning. Creating people is not over. It steals Byung-gu's brain. And learn the language from it. The growth rate is too fast. Compared to the hunter's association's calculations, now the ant leader asked to point out Ra the king. The strongest on my side. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Kill its queen. He will hunt the king of men. Talk about this suddenly, it's feeling a tremendous amount of magic presence on the island. Its current goal is to hunt the king. The little ones will be spared Baek Jun-ho's life. This can be confirmed. The leader and prey is targeting. That's President Goto. Mention Goto. Then the present. You're leading the first detachment over to the third detachment to investigate Division 2? This side is also ready to go. After dealing with the ants in the way. When they arrived, the whole team received a huge shock. In front of them was the dead body of a comrade. Right then, the president of the Japan Hunters Association called to ask Goto, report the situation. I know we've lost 7 of these S-class hunters. And he has no pity. Instead, they play dirty tricks. Ignore the Korean team inside the ant nest. Until they are all destroyed. I just announced that I tried my best. But can't save. Just disconnected. The ant leader appeared to get the head Izida. In just one note. Goto face as cold as ice. Ask for the other name. Quickly regroup with the second detachment to return. The leader will face you alone. Even though he himself was feeling shaky. The Korean team, on the other hand, almost exhausted the magic before the insertion. The relentless squeezing of the ant nest breakers. But when they were about to give up, suddenly the soldiers, the darkness rises to form a solid line. Right after that, Sung Jin-Woo from the Kia front line used interchange. Officially enter the game, handle everything. Back a few minutes earlier, the small detachment of troops. The dark soldier appeared. The attack of the workers. Even Ezreal and the bear are out. And of course, the two of them are indispensable. Tank number 1 Severison. As well as the Supreme Wizard. Next is the Lord, the King of Darkness. Sung Jin-Woo stepped forward in front of the astonishment of the S-class party. But that cool moment. It's not broadcast live. Because the signal was fake. According to the latest news about the manager. The scene is chaotic. So, it's inevitable that the signal flutters. President Gu, after listening, immediately order 10 more information. Update to Mr. Theo every second of every minute. Meanwhile, on the radio side, the head of the news department is extremely confused. He yelled at the staff at himself. I don't know what to do. In case all S-level hunters are destroyed, Sao. The rush to the top. I came screaming with the mic. Ask for the Kia line. It's feedback. Reporters on the money side. The line is currently struggling to adjust the frequency, so need a little more time. Jin-Goo Cho is in at the time. Using provocation skills on ants. Then let the subordinates. If you want to fight, fight. Look at this scene. In the mind of the ghost constantly appear questions. These dark soldiers are Sao. Then why is Sung Jin-Goo here now? Jin-Goo is getting closer. But not to explain. You need to heal people first. You remember Ra, the healing jar is a non-transferable item. So, you're going to pour it directly into the magic mouth. Of course, his wounds were healing at a rapid rate. Dizziness. It only takes a moment. All members of the team. All back to the top. Except Jae-hein. Although they're also allowed to drink blood vessels. But it didn't work. Your energy is too low. Just like Jin-Goo did before. The situation is getting more serious when the power Jae-hein. It's weaker than ever. Jin-Goo wants to break through now. But I just finished talking about ants. The workers are pulling in more and more, which makes you extremely uncomfortable. The president, on the other hand, he went to the command room to investigate the situation. People have been trying to contact the Japanese, but can't connect. He then tells them what to do the most. It quickly restored the signal. Just informed the medical team to act. He never hated his old body so much. If only I could help even a little. He will immediately roll out. Meanwhile, Jinna is extremely upset. It's not just the live stream. Even the VI is broken. Out of the way, you just go into the room and use the phone. You can't leave it like that. Towards Japan. The intelligence team just leaked the signal. The life of the president, Goto, is gone. The appearance of a powerful enemy. So, we can deduce the worst-case scenario. The others have no information yet. When I heard that, the president began to lose his temper. That banged the table, banged the chair, constantly swearing Goto to uselessly. Back to the anthill, General Aziz Ba. King Bear and Izan are constantly crushing the enemy formation. However, there are only 3 names that are overwhelmingly powerful, and the power troopers are completely outgunned. Jin-Goo really wants to increase his strength. But there's too many people here right now. Thinking too much doesn't help. He announced that he would use force to clear the way. And everyone just needs to follow the script. It will be preserved to the teeth. Other than what you're about to do? Let's hope no one reveals it outside. I said that, but I haven't had time to call my soul worker ants that one exists. More terrible has appeared. The ants realize immediately drift, both sides of the road for Chief Beck. Junho couldn't believe his eyes anymore. Because if this one comes back, that means President Goto has lost the war. That's right, his whole body emits an abundance of magical power, familiar to him. He roared one and asked again if the king was there. Is it in here? Jin-Woo has solved the question now. At Sao, the signal of the soldiers planted under the Goto ball. Disappear again, you go alone. In front of the leader. As if you're not fed up with anyone. He asked if you were a king. But what Jin-Woo replied to was exclamation. Insects can talk too. It feels like it's being belittled. So I raised a threat. But that didn't work for the family. Reporters on the front line. I got the signal back to the radio station. The manager immediately ordered the broadcast to continue. Even if you do that, we'll be live with almost 0 latency. If anything goes wrong, we won't be able to respond in time. And yet, he was determined to let the staff do it. In the current situation, it couldn't be worse. Immediately all of Korea. To see the scene of Samsung workers. Jin-Goo faces one another with Ant Leader. President Go so excited to crush the AI chair. Even Jin-Goo can be trusted. Back to the battle. The leader suddenly threw his head straight in the face. Jin-Goo makes the dust fly. Nothing, but it says humans are too weak. While you're just getting a little bumped up. To respond, Jin-Woo used gravity magic to crush his opponent. And then give it a big punch. Make it feel bad. He stood there looking at himself humiliated. I wonder if this is a shamanic hunter. About Jin-Goo? Punch a punch. I've noticed that this one's outer shell is stiff. Normally, as soon as the leader gets up, you throw another punch. If you miss, do more. Until one of the 2 sides falls. Briefly, the battle has become a kind of tit-for-tat. Jin-Goo, give him a blow to hit the enemy. And of course, the power on your part is greater. It makes the leader feel trapped. To the point where its pushback is enough to understand this game. There is only one dimension. Jin-Goo kept coming closer to throw another punch. I thought he would be unconscious. Who expected to stick out his tongue slightly across your face? Soon Jin-Goo's body was gone. All the power. When I heard the leader, it was poison that it absorbs from a marine organism. As usual, Jin-Goo won't be able to move anymore. Then slowly shut off. But to speed up the process, it's going to send you away right now. In another development, the Japanese president has just received the news. 7 of the 10 S-class hunters were killed. That's more than half the troops sent out. It made him lose his temper. According to the latest signal, the culprit reappeared near the crater. The reason for returning is still a mystery. Just finished the sentence, the president suddenly realized something in his head. He smiled the scheming way. He ordered his subordinates to bring back the 3 survivors. They'll go out after they join up with the backup. Very quickly the Japanese S-level team received instructions. However, one of them refused to comply, for being obsessed with the leader ant. He knows there's no way he can win that thing. If you don't run fast, you're killed. But they didn't have a chance to wait. If you do not do it, you will be executed when you return. Jin-Goo used it. Hand-to-hand standing attack from ant leader. Next, he pulled it close and punched the hook in a fatal blow. At the same time, praise for hiding the bleach quite well. Remember, Jin-Goo is intrinsically resistant to all toxins, so using this game is just counterproductive. Out. You've just noticed that the ant leader is getting impatient. Want to win. Of course you're the same. So, you have to deal with it quickly to take Father Hein to the hospital. Without hesitation, Jin-Goo continues to throw stones at the opponent. However, the leader flew out in time to avoid the attack. It feels like it's pointless to use poison or force, so I decided to bet it all on this one. Any amount of power will be used up. A new form is formed. Leaner, more powerful. Jin-Goo saw that and pulled out 2 swords. Start playing as your opponent wants. You were a little startled at first, because its speed is terrible. But when you adapt, then the battle is back on balance. Both sides switch to match accuracy on each cut. Then accelerate again. Jin-Goo is forced to be flexible in his fighting style. Just dodge and find a counter-attack angle. Thinks so, ant leaders have begun to feel unable to keep up. Not to mention Jin-Goo's speed is getting faster and faster, that the audience outside can't even see it. One can only see LM2, the red and blue light keeps escaping. It goes from corner to corner. Just turning your head is enough. Fast forward, let alone fight. Once upon a time, Jin-Goo won. Get the advantage of slashing more than 10 times on the leader ant. It immediately flipped back. Put you in 1,000 pounds of hair. In that moment, Jin-Goo quickly gathered all the skill points. To upgrade the compost, blink, the leader ant's body has been cut into pieces. The board is immediately turned. Make it feel like it's in unprecedented danger. His instincts tell him to use ice to block the road, combined with healing magic. Then turn around and run fast. Of course there will be no spring. Jin-Goo rushed to the spot and cut it to the ground. Cut off all 4 limbs, leaving only one body. The ant leader in pain shouted for the whole team to help. But it's not just him who has you. Jin-Goo, also for Dragon Snake Knight Oh-sung. Play green with them. He finally stepped in front of the leader. Give it a sense of extreme fear. Stitching can't run, but run away from the dominant hand. Jin-Goo pulls it to the ground. Give yourself a chance to crawl for feet. It's like a real ant. You finally followed. Hundreds of slashes in a second. Successfully finished off the leader. Bulletin board, the system is the most reliable proof. When he finished, he immediately rushed to Father Hein's side. Take the holy water of life and try it. But it didn't work. Now go out and find a cure. It's too late. The situation forces you to make a decision, even if it's extremely cruel. Jin-Goo first asks the reporter Hunter. Turn off the camera immediately. Don't blame you for destroying it. Fortunately, he knows something, so don't open your mouth and argue. Now that there are no outsiders, follow. Jin-Goo. To be able to do something that can be said to be very cruel. Jun-Ho seems to realize that he has some kind of dark intention. Have spoken to inquire. But even if he screams, Jin-Goo will not respond. Time is very limited now. There's no room for right and wrong. Jin-Goo slowly walked over to the hunter's body. Bungo and raise your voice. And then the darkness came around. And then slowly Bungo. Dark soldier version with holy book in hand. On the other side outside, the level hunters. The surviving Japanese has been taken to safety. President of the Union there, ordered to implement Plan 9. But there was one person who objected. He's afraid to face the monster. It's impossible to beat. It's easy to understand when you see it with your own eyes. The scene where it destroyed Bushu Godo. How barbaric? However, the manager now reports that ant leader was killed by Korean hunters. Prove the island. This level of ant is no longer too dangerous for level hunters. Or are you still afraid? Back to Jin-Goo? The devil has always wondered. What kind of power does he have, after all? I thought it was just a summons. Who even suspected using the power of the dead? Big Junho is also nervous. I saw my best friend being forced to work. But right then and there, Jin-Goo has spoken out. He heard a voice from the hunter Byung-Goo. He said to use my power. Byung-Goo came to Father Hind's by himself. Open the Holy Book of Ra, activate S-Class recovery skills. Now, Jin-Goo has a certain understanding when he was alive. What kind of person is he? By obviously, you've never ordered these dark soldiers to heal. Treatment for Hunter's father. Byung-Goo must be an extremely warm person. Whereas most S-level hunters are here. They all feel shivers. The guess capacity is indeed. This game cannot be shown on television. If you go through a battle, you will be big. The more power you get. How did the news get out? It also brings huge storm surge. Big Junho has just expressed his opinion. If from now on, Jin-Goo continues to fight as a hunter, the power of Byung-Goo, it will be a valuable resource. More than anyone, though, you are the one who knows best. He doesn't want to fight. So now I pray to Jin-Goo. Don't let Byung-Goo stand on the battlefield anymore. Normally, Jin-Goo will leave out words like this. But the last time, Chief Beck puts his hand on his shoulder. It's with an order attitude. And now, it's a blessing. It comes from deep within the heart. And the good news is that Jin-Goo thinks the same thing. So right now, you're going to release the extract. Ball returns freedom to the soul of a friend. A predecessor in the Korean hunting world. Before it dissolves, Byung-Goo had a smile with Baek Junho. Instead of goodbye. If you stay, try harder. At the same time, president of the Japanese Hunters Association just got the latest news that hunter Sung Jin-Woo appeared to destroy the ant leader. He was extremely angry. I want to know why he's on the island. Obviously, there's no name on the list of combat partners. Of course, your subordinates can't explain it either. He's only measuring strength. The new magic appeared. It was only then that Sung Jin-Woo appeared. This is more aroused. There is another worrying in the heart of the Japanese president. Because you've lost 7 out of 10 S-class hunters. South Korea only lost 1. Suffering near death. That subordinates keep asking about Plan 9. Whether to keep doing it or not. If you lose another S-class hunter, then Japan will be ruined. Balance of power in the world will also be seriously disturbed. Of course, he's also aware of this. So, let them all retreat. But as soon as you hang up, the rage that broke out in him was intense. There's no way to let go. Back to the front lines. The remaining ants suddenly became violent, constantly attacking people in their line of sight. The defense team is under tremendous pressure. Even though they're not strong, but it's bigger than the ass. This will also be a golden opportunity to the defense team to prove their effectiveness in this campaign. As for the Queen Ant Raid team, all of you have now withdrawn outside the cave to the helicopter. Prepare to leave the island. Look at the situation right now. They can speculate that the worker ants want to leave the island, flying towards the mainland. So, if you don't hurry up, then they'll all be blocked. Be aware of this. Choi Jong-in asked to take off without waiting for Sung Jin-Woo. It was because he said he wanted to stay. Clean up the remnants. More, if you try to wait, you will only get stuck. In particular, it is necessary to quickly bring here for the medical team. What about Jin-Woo? You're smoking fire in every corner of the nest. AI suspects the handling of unhatched eggs. They will also give experience points. You are also trying to test yourself. It's in the 100-story tower. The sword of the Demon King. It can be seen as a holy weapon. Just a slight slash. It can handle over 100 worker ants. Come and see the end of the show. Jin-Goo let the boys start. The bloody carnage. It doesn't leave any life. Level also according to it, soaring from 9 to 100. In my spare time, Jin-Goo went to the body ant leader to extract the ball. But I just used the skill. Your body is suddenly surrounded by darkness. Plus the senses are shut down. There was a serious problem in the process. Extracted but not. Just a few seconds later, everything is normal and so on. The darkness begins to rise, crystallizes the leader's body into a cocoon. Very quickly it broke the barrier on its own and appear in the most complete form. Jin-Goo looked without restraining his satisfaction. I was just going to go back and deal with the workers. Suddenly a voice spoke. King Jin-Goo was startled. Turn around and ask again. It's because the ant leader said no. Of course, this one is completely different from the Dark Soldiers. I just knew how to talk. They just understood basic human knowledge. He knelt down and begged the king to give him a name. Notification panel from the system. It shows up immediately after. Jin-Goo fell into deep meditation. By the jaw that says General. Maybe it can talk from here, Ra. But you have to say it again. Jin-Goo wants to determine, in the heart of the leader. Do you have any hatred for me? Because you're the one who killed it, not the AI. However, the leader doesn't care about that. It only knows, he was reborn by the power of the king. Should feel extremely excited. May the first serve the king forever. What are you worried about when you say that? Jin-Goo gave him the name Bezu. And then turned to the surrounding workers. In another development, the workers at that time had access to land. The second defense is the last line. Stop the enemy from entering the city. But there are hunters. I was so scared to stay in my house for fear of death. Fortunately, there are only a few, and most people are brave to fight. With your whole life. Jin-Goo, this side has just learned about the current situation. Out of the nest. According to Bezu, there's 4,000 workers running around because of the loss of the king. That's a pretty big number, so Jin-Goo wants to ask the ant leader to help out. As long as the owner wants, it will never refute. On the mainland about 10 kilometers from Ant Island. Squad captain, one is doing his job very well. He was undeterred by the large number of worker ants. But they're still in a very dangerous situation. Just at that time Bezu appeared tearing apart the ants. Save you a life of convenience. It also cleans up the rest of the surroundings. Then turn your head away. See, it does not know because Sao, who also accidentally called Jin-Goo. But let's just ignore that. South Korea's division, he was in danger of being blown up. Helicopter, just the people standing outside, it's not enough. Shield layer created by the mages in the team. Prepare to the limit. Baek Junho with Ma Dong would love to support. But in the air, both are useless. Very quickly the shield was broken. The ants are like bees bursting their nests, coming at a very fast speed. At this moment thunder fell from the sky. You can beat them all in the blink of an eye. That's right, Jin-Goo was riding a rescue dragon right behind him. To put an end to this Ant Island campaign. Most of the stray ants have been stopped by hunters. Thanks to that, damage to land has been reduced. Down to the minimum. The S-class hunters in the country also returned safely. And especially Father Hein was taken straight to the hospital, in a deep coma. Even though it costs a lot. But in return Korea, it was able to stop the threat before it spills off the island. To summarize the attack on the island of Chu. The fourth time, it ended with victory for the hunters. Next to it, there's still a bunch of worker ants flying straight to China. Of course, this power is nothing to worry about. Because only the top hunter finished using the sword, a single line is enough to sweep everything away. He's still craving. Want to test it with the leader. These pricks aren't enough to stick their teeth in. A few days after the fourth attack on the island, a memorial to those who died was built. Make it easy for everyone to visit. Especially the appearance of Samsung Jin-Goo. You are also there to show your gratitude. People say that, if it wasn't for you, this operation would have been a miserable 7. But on the other hand, the way you act has received a lot of criticism. They think that if from the beginning, Sung Jin-Woo join, the number of hunters killed will be greatly reduced. However, Baek Junho told him to keep his head up. No matter what people say, it can't change the truth either. The one who ended this tragedy is you. After the visit is over, Jin-gu caught President Go waiting at the bottom. He wanted to call Mr. Ra to speak privately. First of all, to bow. Thanks for your help in the last campaign. I promise one day, the association will reward Samsung workers. Jin-gu the way you want. Go to the president. I want to know what you plan to do next. Because when Jin-gu, to show strength in the last campaign, both inside and outside the country, the public will not leave you alone. So as the head of the association, you can't just stand by and watch. I want to help, more or less. After a thought, Jin-gu revealed, he will soon form his own club. On the other side of the island, there's a guild tasked with cleaning up the remnants, as well as collecting the remaining 10 resources. They don't have to go to the memorial. They immediately set out on a mission. Of course, that's what the president wants. Follow him working silently. This is the real man. It's just that today is not a good day. Inside the ant nest, suddenly a yellow-eyed man appeared. The same mysterious green guy. The entire union fainted for no apparent reason. And the two of them are talking. See if this place has traces. The power of that person. The green is quite surprising. When he's out to save people, gold is not there. He's always doing 3 paradoxical things. I said, blue snapping hands tearing through space. To continue the mission, at first he also discovered where. There's another strong man here, but he doesn't want to get involved. As soon as the green leaves, Summer Gold also tore the space to go fast to Sung Yo-han. Stay alone. Jin-gu is stuck on the highway, with the car stretching nearly 10 kilometers. I'm expected to be home in a few hours. That's why you called your Jinho brother. When I heard the news, I was going to hold a meeting. Jinho is not excited. It is still healing. Kid, Ji then came in and asked Jin-gu to hire him. Not say much, he immediately turned off the phone and continued to sigh. I am tired of the traffic in front of me. Suddenly the president goes, I called to ask you for something. There's a B-class gate that just popped up near you. Traffic jam hunters have been dispatched. But it looks like it's going to take a while. I want you to lend a helping hand. On the side of the gate, the manager is in a hurry. I didn't stop when I heard the hunter was stuck. The road has not arrived, but don't worry, Jin-gu has appeared, so there is no need to wait for AI anymore. You'll handle this gate alone in half a second. Music as sad as that, Jin. When you go through it, it turns into a red gate. This is definitely a word. It's almost impossible to die like this. This time it's a huge rainforest, with extreme rain showers. But with the current level of Jin-gu, this is still a bit boring. You immediately raise the Dark Legion. With appearance of many races, the head is the easy zone. Bear Lord and Ant Leader Bezu. The monsters in here are about to go through a storm. The nightmare couldn't be worse. At the same time, Father Hein contains many thoughts. Standing watching the sunset come down, she told Choi Dong in that. The last campaign reminded me how immature you are. You are the only one who needs to be saved. And he's so mean. You want to pursue shoulder to shoulder with him, and to do that, Father Hein himself needs to be stronger. Continue with the carnage inside the red gate. Jin-gu is very relaxed right now. Let's go back to the definition of a hunter in this world. Hunters are born to hunt. A dungeon is a place where big fish eat small fish, so hunters have to be mentally prepared to be hunted. I don't know when the game will be reversed, but they're still engaged in battles. Even if the enemy is stronger than you, they still ignore the purpose of fighting each other. Someone to protect the family. There are also those who persevere with faith. Some people want to prove themselves. There are also people who struggle against fate. The average hunter simply keeps hunting. So for Sung Jin-gu, now you're waiting for your prey. The next one will appear in front of me. At the same time at the United States Congress. The leader, Angie, is watching the video over and over again. The battle between Sung Jin-gu and the ant leader. He knows between the wild animals and Sung Jin-gu, there is a blood feud. The assistant asked Little, if those to fight, what should we do? Ace gritted her teeth and showed a ferocious expression. The wild animals are the hunters of the guild. It should also be his, he said. He cracked his hand, crushing what's fashionable into dust. He will not forgive for anyone who dares to touch his stuff. Even Cho, there is a dim water government. The escape time passed 3 days later. The island is clean. The Hunters Association started dispatching 10 teams to collect things. Private but just arrived. They died in the face of horror. From deep in the ant nest, a mysterious man slowly walked out of this island. It should be a shadow. The soldiers quickly withdrew their weapons, point at the stranger, and ask for his identity. But in return, they're just freakish sounds. It's a completely foreign language. While the whole team is still in awe, a snapping sound, and soon after, a surge of magical force swept through the entire team. Fall 10 fall. After that, he turned to his friends. That it was that guy who did it? So, the hunt continues as planned. The old man swung his hand and created a gate. The space is about to leave. Suddenly, the yellow-eyed man called him back. Because the prey has arrived. The old man paused a little. But this is not his business. So they're still entering the teleport gate, disappearing without a trace. The old man had just lost his sight. The other name became uneasy. He is a coward. But he doesn't even bother himself. He said he stomped. It creates a red teleport port. Then also turned lost out of the wilderness. After the shocking victory at Ant Island, Sung Jin-Woo became a national hero. The star is shining in everyone's eyes. But it comes with glory. It's the harsh criticism. People spread their ears to each other. If Sung Jin-Woo was in the war from the beginning, maybe Hunter Byung-gu didn't have to die. Today the Korean hunters have gathered in full at the ceremony. Byung-gu Memorial. Watching his loved ones suffer. You can't help but feel heavy in your heart. At this moment, Baek Jun-ho walked in. He patted Sung Jin-Woo on the shoulder and said, "Keep your head up, young man. You've ended this tragedy. Thank you for saving the country." Not in time to answer, you accidentally touched Father Hein's eyes. Less than a second, the hunter's beautiful face turned pink. Hurriedly bowed his head to avoid. Sung Jin-Woo scratched his head in bewilderment. I don't understand what's going on. After the ceremony, he expressed his will. I want to form my own union with the president. Without hesitation, he immediately nodded in agreement. But then he asked you, is there a barrier on the island? Because the level of hunters you sent out, cleaning up the corpses, all lost consciousness. Wake up, I have absolutely no memory of what happened. Of course it wasn't you. We can only speculate temporarily, maybe they've fallen into the ant trap. Solve everything. Jin-Woo leaves the association to go home to rest. Suddenly a strange voice called out to him. The man, claiming to be an employee of the United States Hunter Administration. I came here for the purpose of bringing Jin-Woo top secret intelligence. To prove the point, he promised to give you a chance to wake up. Once again become a genuine fake promotion. By simply releasing magic power, Sung Jin-Woo has made America's legendary hunter. The soul of the canvas. Because her ability is to activate power. Hidden in the hunter's body. Breaking the shackles. And open the door to wake up a second time. But when she had just explored his limits, suddenly, a strange ghost suddenly rips through space. He appeared in front of her and warned her to get out of here. The ultimate horror made her scream so bitterly. The guards startled and hurriedly pulled out their guns. Into Sung Jin-Woo. You're completely confused. I don't understand. It's not clear what I did. Where did they touch their blood? Turns out it wasn't long ago. An agent of the United States Hunter Administration. I went to Sung Jin-Woo. I asked you for some secret information. It's the second method of awakening. Sung Jin-Woo is half suspicious. Curious, follow him to the hotel. What the hell are they doing? I thought I had just arrived. The Deputy Director of the United States Hunters Administration. Put a complete immigration file in front of you. These old bed procedures are normal. It took a whole year. It's now well prepared. Just to tie Jin-Woo to the United States. Just put your pen to the paper. You will immediately become a US citizen. That's why Jin-Woo's face is dark. I insist I'm here because of Agent Adam. They say there is important intelligence. It's the second wake-up upgrade. The deputy director laughed slyly. Waving the wrong hand, he invited Lady Sano. Soon enough, she showed up slowly. Sung Jin-Woo carefully examines the magic around her grandmother. Must admit, this climate is indeed different from the sky. Compared to the awakened, you can see Sung Jin-Woo's suspicious face. This is, to speak immediately of his divine power. The first is what everyone knows. The limits of the awakened in this world. It's all determined by heaven, without a second wake-up. Level will permanently stay in place. But her power is coercion. Unleash the potential within. Break the chains and make way for a second awakening. The deputy director followed Theo. Confirm her words. Say no says it's all golden truth. But every time I use this power, it's all draining. It takes a long time to recover. So every year, only 3 or 4 people are lucky to have this privilege. Sung Jin-Woo starts to get dizzy. If it's all true, this ability is really a game. Then you hit. Ask about the dynamical effect of the second awakening. Listen to her, everyone is in trouble. But after she unleashed the potential through 3 phases, it's at least 2 or even 3 power-ups. You hear that, your heart is racing. To 2-3 pieces of power, not less. What is the name of the Wild East? Cursed by the whole country. He also sold his conscience to emigrate to the United States. Just be a hunter. Who can resist this deadly temptation? The deputy director accepts you. The power of Lady Sano. It's a meeting gift for you. They are sure. I have tasted this taste once. You'll never get out again? With that confidence, they ask directly. Jin-Woo, see if you want to do something. But we seem a little overconfident. Even if you try it, you will not die without hesitation. Sung Jin-Woo puts his hand in the palm of Mrs. Sano's hand. To see this scene, the director laughed like the season. He must have held this hunter in his hand. What kind of work is done? You will also sign the document. Sell yourself on the spot. And now, Lady Sano's demonic powers have been activated. Port displacement that even Goto, who have national power in Japan, is still holding hands. She's using a power she's never heard of to successfully rip apart. But the next second, Lady Sano used to be terrified. I can feel myself being swallowed by a ghost. Endless engraving force. She looked up and saw only in the air. There was a strange figure with an unknown face. And then he tore the wind, and it came crashing down right in front of him. She screamed in her face and disappeared immediately. In the blink of an eye, the lady hugged her head and screamed as if tearing her liver apart. The subordinates panicked. Pull a gun and point it at the humpback. The deputy director now has no blood on his face. Shout out to stop these idiots. Because if you anger an S-level hunter, they're all going to die here. The men trembled at the sound and lowered their weapons. Hurry up and check on the lady. The deputy director was also sweating. I'm sorry, Sung Jin-Woo. You're still confused right now. So don't pay attention. The deputy director asked about Miss Sano's situation. I just saw her all sweaty. Again twitching endlessly. Unbeknownst to him, he only has a way of complaining. Today, the lady's health is not very good. I will contact Sung Jin-Woo later. Wait for him to leave the office. The chief asked Mrs. Sano. What calamity has happened after all? She was horrified. He explained that he was a true king. He looked up in wonder, wanting to understand more. But this is also the first time she's faced this situation. He was far from ordinary kings. When she looked up, Sung Jin-Woo, there's also a dark force watching her back. It's worth talking about here. That power doesn't come from Sung Jin-Woo. It's from the infinite darkness inside of him. In other words, that person has no boundaries. Back to Jin-Woo? You've been thinking about the question in your head. What did she finally see? Are you afraid of something? Right now, when the phone rings, the president calls. Turns out there's a B-level teleport. Appeared in the middle of the road. He wants you to help solve this problem. I still have to ask if it's really possible. Because you don't have a license, the president only knows how to laugh. You're the one who issued the papers. Sung Jin-Woo heard it and realized that it was true. Then respect is not equal to obeying Sung Jin-Woo. Immediately toward the wind, rushing to the side of the transfer gate. Your shadow is brave. You attract all the eyes of the crowd. They don't believe their eyes when S-class hunters go out on their own. Level B port and this one. But the moment Jin-Woo enters the teleport gate, the faces of everyone, at the same time re-meter. Because of the color of the gate, it's turned blood red. But Jin-Woo is crying and laughing. I don't understand why each port that you use, everything goes wrong. But with your power now, the red gate is just like a mosquito bite. Stainless steel is not a bit shy. He immediately summoned the Legion of Darkness and Darkness, determined to end the play on a note. The little monsters in this dungeon in front of Sung Jin-Woo is no different than scum. He ordered the soldiers of darkness to sweep through. I am a horse alone. Straight to the center of the maze. The Lord saw Sung Jin-Woo alone, furiously roaring like thunder, call his followers to punish the proud. But in response to his summons, it's just a silent space. The Lord was suspicious or? Sung Jin-Woo smirked cunningly. Call the Dark Army out, tell him who's the father. To see the scene. The Lord of Heaven's armies, his heart wants to break. It's burning now. In the names he showed, soldiers laid ambushes around. One piece of armor has been erased. Sung Jin-Woo, looking coldly at the dead beasts that were left in front of him, and sentenced to death. Get the order. The army of darkness like a tsunami of fury begins. The bloody carnage. The Lord blinked as his friend fell. But lose all reason, screaming low straight want to risk death with Jin-Woo. Bees were one step faster. He turned and grabbed and tore off his arm, and held his axe. Next to Tut. Show out, using the reverse gravity technique to force it to the ground. Then Sung Jin-Woo walked up and advised. If you meekly answer the question, it will be less painful. But as soon as you ask about the mystery system, the Lord's head suddenly exploded into pieces. Sung Jin-Woo frowned 7 hopes. Looks like the system's back in. Then you open your bag. Take out the key from the cursed box. Cursed the day before, because the moment the Lord died. Your level has reached 100. This is information about the key. It's also deciphered. This is the key to the cannon. The double dungeon that once pushed you into the abyss of despair. Of course now, you're not a useless E-level hunter anymore. He's the most powerful S-level magician in Korea. If this is a pre-rendered game, if it's always waiting for Jin-Woo, just wait until you come back. You will find it soon. Hand reveals the terrible secret himself. Behind this system. Episode 16 After the victory at the island of Ants. Jin-Woo, I decided to create my own union. Marked an important turning point in his career. The first person to apply suddenly. This is Cha Hyun, South Korea's most powerful S-level female hunter. Jin-Woo couldn't help but be confused. Your eyes are suspicious. I wonder why someone like you. He is the vice president of the union. The most prestigious country, ready to give up everything, to join a little guild. Newly established as mine. Take a closer look. He noticed that her pulse seemed chaotic. The breath is rushed, the dreamy eyes that hide something hard to say. Clearly your presence. It's not an impromptu decision. But the real motivation behind that action. It's still a mystery. Jin-Woo can't explain. Can't hold back the curiosity. Jin-Woo asked for it as far as you know. Hunter Cha has not yet ended his contract with the guild. Hunter Dad. Hein replied immediately. With the voice of a rich woman. I have enough money to pay for breach of contract. You take that risk. To be able to join your guild. That statement made Jin-Woo even more suspicious. You frown. Continue to investigate that the union has just been formed. So I can't give out of the contract amount. That's what a hunter like you is worth. Father Hein smiled softly. Because the contract money doesn't matter to you. Even if you're not, you're willing to sign. That answer makes. Jin-Woo is completely caught up in the thought cycle. This woman, I'm definitely hiding a secret. With a serious face, you ask straight, why did you go through everything to join the union? Review for the same. This place doesn't do you any good. But only Father Hein knows his heart. Since I first met Jin-Woo, she was attracted to something strange. You don't smell characteristics of other hunters. Instead, it's a pleasant smell. So close that she couldn't resist the curiosity. Then she quietly investigated his identity. And discovered that you're an emerging S-class hunter. I told myself to ignore it, but I don't know when. Jin-Woo has become the only bright spot. In your boring world. All these years, the memory of the campaign on Ant Island came back. As alive as new, it happened in that fierce battle. She was beaten by the leader ant like you. Consciousness slowly sinks into darkness. In the moment of death. You are not afraid because your life is about to be lost. It's regret. Maybe I'll never see Jin-Woo again. But then when everything seemed to be over, she woke up on the deck unscathed. I immediately felt a strong feeling in my heart. Jin-Woo has appeared. Save yourself from the scythe of death. To confirm, hurry to the president and ask him. When he got a positive nod from his cheek. You are suddenly pink. My heart beats like it wants to break. It's not a dream. So I'm standing in front of Jin-Woo right now. Cha Hyun is nervous. Keep your fingers pressed together. The same shy red face. I can say the words from the bottom of my heart. That she hoped Jin-Woo would always be there. Protect you to the end. Shame makes your mind smoke. While Jin-Goo just rolled his eyes and asked questions constantly. What are you doing? There's something hard to say that Sao at Sao not answer. Look at that red face like a monkey's ass. The more sure you are that Father Hein is trying to hide a secret. He sighed and made a decision. I have to arrange a test. Let her know it's hard to back off. As usual, joining the union needs to be inspected. Even Father Hein is no exception. I can't believe I finished listening. Her face immediately became unusually serious. It's easy to understand that your specialty is fighting. No, Hein raised his head to ask what the test content was. Jin-Goo smiled. It's about defeating the Dark Soldiers. You've specifically chosen to give her a very strong opponent. The test time is set immediately. The location is the Hunters Association Stadium. However, the distance from the festival to the stadium is not close. Jin-Goo had an idea. Ball swapping displacement skill test. He called Father Hein back before she opened the door and left. Now you want to know the hunter. Do you mind if I hold you? Not enough time for people to respond. Jin-Goo has spread his arms around Cha-hyun. Then activate the ball swapping skill. In just one breath. To have appeared at the Association's vast stadium. Hunter Chae-hee in wide-eyed amazement. I can't believe Jin-Goo, again it's such an impressive ability to teleport. Meanwhile Jin-Goo silently confirmed his judgment. That this skill is actually a teleportation portal. It can carry people across space. But you frown. I wonder why my chest is hot. It's like being burned. Maybe this is a side effect, when moving with others. To break the tense atmosphere. You're teasing. I don't know if the hunter needs a pickaxe or not. You heard that, Father Hein. I was so embarrassed that I just wanted to dig a hole. You have to explain that time. For the sake of Jin-Goo's safety. So I hurried in with a bird. Of course it's all a joke. So there's no need to explain that. Father Hein embarrassed. Turn around and get your ID card. Opening the stadium's arsenal. There's plenty of backup weapons here, enough to practice. She quickly chose a long sword. Prepare for the upcoming challenge. Jin-Goo nods his hand to summon Isis. One of the most powerful warriors in the world. Right now, Father Hein asked what the conditions for victory were. Very simply destroy Aziz or she surrenders. He said his eyes looked defiant. He said he would choose the strongest opponent for her. You still zero when King Ambio. For fear that power can leave a ghost in your heart. But look at Cha-hein's excited face. I thought to myself, Aziz probably isn't strong enough to make this person falter. To add to the drama, he gave Aziz the sword. Once obtained when destroying the Demon King. As soon as he holds the sword, and its atmosphere flared up violently. Body covered by the power of thunder. With a swing of the hand. It's a firestorm in the sky. Made half the stadium engulfed in a sea of lightning. But Cha-hein with quick reflexes. Just lean in and dodge. Completely attack. Jin-Goo couldn't help but admire. Very fast indeed, because if you're a normal person, you just touch and you lose your life. The next second, Cha-hyun swinging the sword. Face to face with Aziz. The battle between the two sides exploded. Magic waves radiate strongly. It caught the attention of the president. Frown wondering clearly. There's no AI in the stadium today. Finally, opened the camera. Surveillance and caught Jin-scene. Gu and Cha-hee in each other's arms. The two of them have been this close ever since. He remembered the moment Cha-hyun blushed. His heart pounding when he learns that Jin-Goo is the one who saved him. Turns out, you've been too slow to realize this. He ordered his men to turn off the camera. And note that today's stadium has been inspected. But as soon as I hung up, a violent commotion from the stadium. It knocked down his office. President Go just shake his head. Youth is formidable. In the stadium right now. Jin-Goo is almost petrified. I didn't expect that. Isid was defeated by Cha-hein in less than 10 rounds. You're standing there with the air turning. I asked the Black Knight. That's actually your strongest shadow soldier Sao. Didn't I say I'd pick you the strongest opponent? Jin-Goo seriously warned. If you let it out, you might get hurt. Cha-hyun ignored the soldiers to block. Jin-Goo was surprised to ask why she knew about it. It turns out that Father Hein has seen that power with his own eyes. I even watched a video about it. In the face of a strong urge, Jin-Goo summons Bo-Ra to play some. There's a tremendous amount of magic coming out of it. It immediately made Father Hein sweat. He walked in front of her and asked for the last time. Because despite being a warrior, darkness, it's made bees much weaker than they were alive. But it's still a fighting machine. It's designed to destroy hunters. If there is real fighting, Cha Hein's chances of winning are almost zero. So Jin-Goo orders Cho-Bio to defeat her. Without causing injury, receive command. It immediately unleashed all its power, and in the blink of an eye, all the lights on the stadium ceiling broke. The darkness covers everything. Father Hein was stunned to know that Jin-Woo, you beat a crazy monster like this. And as soon as you're amazed, the shadow of the Bo has quietly appeared behind. Unleash the technique that once made her fall in the ant nest. Every year I confess my love. Goddess level extra Hein reveals with Sung Jin-Woo. Think back to how stupid you looked at that moment. She was so ashamed that she rolled over in bed. Bury your face tightly into the pillow. I wonder why I can. It's like saying those kind of cheesy words. Up before. Because he wanted to join Sung Jin-Woo's guild. Father Hein has accepted the entrance exam. She chose to challenge the ant leader Bezu again. But Sung Jin-Woo knows that Bezu's power is too great. So before we get started, you told him to beat his opponent without causing injury. Get the order. Bezu immediately unleashed all his magic. Father Hein was stunned on the spot. And then it extends its claw into an attack position. Sung Jin-Woo looked at it coldly, as if reminding me not to use that trick. If she gets hurt, you come here and die with me. This word immediately extinguished half the will to fight of the ant leader. Father Hein watched the opponent suddenly stand still. I thought this was a great opportunity. I can't believe you're about to attack. Bezu has teleported to the back. Feel the gas. Father Hein is horrified. Because you know this is, he defeated me on the island. Ants before. Learn from the experience from last time. Father Hein used the long sword in the counterattack hand. The sword was easily grabbed by Bezu. The king's orders were 1. Defeat opponents without causing injury. So Bezu decided to overwhelm Cha Hein with all his might. So, you can see the real power gap, and then lost the will to fight. Under strong attacks. Father Hein was quickly oppressed. But even so, you're always looking for loopholes. Gradually she realized the enemy's evasive rule. This is the moment. In the blink of an eye, she focused her efforts on the weakness of the leader ant. But soon her face was filled with wonder. I can't believe it. At such a close distance, that it can dodge without moving its legs. Not in time to return, Bezu moved again in front of Father Hein. He attacked her with his bad breath. Father Hein was forced by this trick to constantly back down, make Sung Jin-Woo feel uneasy. You want Cho to stop the fight here, because the victory is clear. But Dad, he wiped the cold sweat off his face and said. It can continue. Sung Jin-Woo looked suspicious. I don't know what you're thinking. They know the difference and still want to risk their lives. You are kind enough to remind, you shouldn't be that kind of thoughtless person. The leader ant is different from the other dark soldiers. Although there is wisdom, but it's still a deadly weapon. You can feel it? Bezu is having to restrain his killing spree. If Father Hein is looking for a chance, I hope it's not a false judgment. Father Hein has not given up. Bezu, once again transformed into lightning rushing towards her. This time he raised his claw, banging down where you're standing. In the face of the attack, Cha Hein relentlessly dodged. Look at the prey running away. The scrutiny in Bezu's heart is more intense. This is the primal instinct of a hunter. But I didn't expect this. Father Hein gave up running away again. That presents an offensive posture, swords and sword skills towards the opponent. Bezu immediately uses claw to support the blow. The sword broke as soon as the VA touched it. But Cha Hein's attack didn't stop there. This is an opportunity you've created yourself. In the blink of an eye, you have all the remaining power. He launched the Kwang sword straight ahead. This sword pierced through the leader ant's body. However, Sung Jin-Woo looked worried. Because at the moment of attack, in Bezu's head flashed an order. That's the order it got from the queen ant. When I was born, destroy the enemy? He immediately saw Cha Hein as an enemy. He used all his strength to attack her. Sung Jin-Woo hurriedly shouted at him to stop. But at this point, Bezu is completely out of control. His claws still towards Cha Hein and tore. As soon as the attack is about to hit, a sudden violent explosion occurred. Waiting for the smoke to clear, a hand that gripped its claws tightly. Is Sung Jin fought standing attack? The leader is also awake now. Again looking around in bewilderment. Next second, he fell back on his knees like a guilty child. Please forgive the king. Sung Jin helplessly sighed. This is an instinctive reaction. I can't blame it either. And then he pulled Chahi up. After confirming she was not injured, I was curious to ask why I risked my life. This is just a test. You're risking your life because it's not worth it. Finally, he asked Father Hein. There's no point in doing that, but she just kept her head down. This is the first time you have such teenage feelings. So, I don't know how to answer. At that time Sung Jin probed again. Are you interested in me? Father Hein hesitated to open his mouth, but Sung Jin was once again lost in thought. Suddenly in his ear came the voice of the goddess. In a small and shy way. That's what it seems. And then it's not clear what happened. Both quickly returned to their homes. Sung Jin immediately went to the toilet. I looked in the mirror and saw when I woke up. You are higher. The body is also strengthened. But you wonder if you're that sexy. It feels like out there. There's a lot more people like this. Out of curiosity, he pushed the toilet door. Ask your sister how she sees you. For example, male attractiveness or something like that. Jinna finished listening and showed a contemptuous face. I don't know where confidence comes from. When he heard that, he went up and put Jinna's head down. Unexpected in my sister's eyes. You're a nerd again? Use it but think carefully. That was the case, so Jin-Woo changed the subject. Tell your sister you want to form a guild? What is the name Solo? The sister finished listening. I can't believe my brother is just handsome. There's also a problem with the mind. Babe reminds Sung Jin. Can summon the soldiers of darkness. You're right, Ra, you're not single. It's called a guild. A Jin is cool and shows off your abilities. Sung Jin to the guild. Ask Vice President Jin Ho about this name. After listening, he agreed immediately. Just don't call it a solo party. Now father. Hein felt restless after coming home. Just thought of my answer? It's no different than a confession. She shamefully rolled back and forth on the bed. The legs spread their face into the pillow. I suddenly remembered Sung's words. Jigen when you leave. If you're interested in me, there's no better way than joining the Sao. The more you think, the crazier you feel. He'll surely think you're a stranger. Now you can only keep comforting yourself. That the life of, I was saved by Sung Jin. So being kind to you. It's very normal. But this reason, you can't convince him. Father Hein she put a pillow on her head and kept rolling. It doesn't stop until the pillow is smoking. Suddenly an important memory comes back. Father Hein remembered when he was about to die. Then the Byogu hunter suddenly pulled her back. He anxiously told Father Hein. Tell me about Cho Sung Jin. Be careful with the power you have. Father Hein immediately sat up. Let Sung Jin know as soon as possible. At the same time at a Jin guild. A group of people came to see Sung Jin-Woo. The leader is the state of the knights. It's turned out to be a supermassive teleport, appeared in Zone F. Magic energy measured at a plus highest. And their state wants to take this mission. But there's got to be a level hunter. If you join, the association will license you, because their state doesn't have an S level. So this time I'm here to work with you. Sung Jin will definitely give a generous reward. Usually when the big guilds attack the bunker, S-level hunters will receive 10% rewards. But this time, he decided to give Sung Jin 20% of the profit. But Sung Jin was blunt about the split. Or 20% if this attack counts as cooperation. Between two guilds. Just two guilds. Your Jin is also in the process of being established. He thought for a moment and agreed. But make it clear that Demon Lord level must do Sung Jin. Solve it yourself. After the two parties sign the contract, they immediately arrive at the area near the transfer gate. The first law enforcement task of the Azan Guild officially started. This day has finally come. Jin-Goo's guild officially accepted the mission, cleaning out the first dungeon. Because it was the first time, so Jin-Goo arrived at the transfer gate very early. I can't believe I just set foot. A sea of passionate fans has surrounded you. This popularity stems from the battle on Ant Island. It's turned you into an illustrious celebrity hunter. At the right time, Jin-Goo is still trying to escape. A girl with short hair and a steady gaze suddenly appeared. Stop the flow of fans. She is Jin-Goo's partner in this campaign. A talented support magician from the Knights Guild. After gathering the full team of 5, together they entered the ruined old city. Emit the air of death. But I just stepped inside. The captain couldn't hide his astonishment. A giant two-headed man-eating demon, with cool red eyes and sharp teeth, to cut the way. Where there are human-eating demons, there are zombies. Of course, right after that, a giant army of undead appeared before their eyes. Jin-Ho, hurry up and put the whole team in position, ready to fight. However, when the zombies saw Jin, horrified to step back, as if is facing an untouchable king. Jin-Goo looked like 7. Because you had high hopes for this high-level dungeon. But the next second, a chill runs down Jin-Goo's spine. Make your brother stop. This feeling can't be wrong. Your sister is in danger. Just like that now, Jin-A's school has fallen into chaos. Turns out it wasn't long ago. A gate that moves suddenly appeared in the middle of the classroom. A boy saw that and comforted everyone that this closed gate is safe. Not hunters can't get in. What's inside can't come out. I can't believe the word just dropped. The gate began to crack and a giant hand, coming out from the inside, grabbed that boy, crushed his head in the blink of an eye. Then countless Osmans came out of the gate. Started a bloody massacre in the school. In just 10 minutes. The school is 7. Jin-A's classroom is on the top floor. We didn't have time to evacuate. Soon the OS will surround this place. They just looked. I've noticed an unusual power in you. Gina immediately raised the big axes towards her. Just as Gina thought he was about to lose his life, a giant red hand suddenly appeared. Battle standing attack. And gave them a right to fly them. This is Jin's brain. Goo left in her sister's shadow. About Jin-Goo? As soon as he sensed the danger of his sister, he immediately summoned King Bio. Ordered to protect the rest of humanity. Whatever you want to do? And then you tell the guys on the team. Bell will replace it. My position is, finally you left behind 10 ant soldiers and prepared to leave. But the skill of swapping shadows? Still in cooldown time. Jin-Goo has to run fast. In the blink of an eye, he flew out of the underground city. Your magic is running out. That means the dark soldiers. It's constantly being destroyed and reborn. But at that time, the exit has been blocked by the Legion of the Undead. Jin-Goo angrily roared out of the way. What I didn't expect was the zombies. After hearing the order, again drifting to both sides simultaneously, bowed down to the hunchback Jin. What is the situation? Maybe it's because of your career. More than a shaman. You can control the dead. No more time to think. Jin-Goo rushed straight out of the transfer gate. CAI Fiber Flying Dragon Summon, at the same time liberating the territory. The king ordered. Let it fly at full speed towards the school. At the same time at school, Lord OS, he also stepped out of the gate. General OS, our side is not its opponent at all. Notice their ability to continuously regenerate. The Lord determined that they were cursed. The easiest way is to keep killing, until it can't be revived. But the call to kill. The people in his head are getting bigger. He had to finish the battle quickly. Natural. The Lord's head jumped unusually fast. It deduces if the opponent is cursed by you. You need to kill the developer. But it's strange to think of Jin-A as the developer. He ordered his followers to attack continuously. Mental generals limit their actions. They lose protection. Jin-A is easily caught by the Lord. However, as soon as he was ready to finish her off, its senses suddenly alert it repeatedly. Makes the whole body shiver. That's how Jin escaped death. The Lord stared at the sky. Because I knew something terrible was coming. He quickly ordered his men to flee. But not finished yet, then a terrible explosion in the back knocked it off. That's right, Jin-Goo arrived in time. The Lord was about to open his mouth to ask about Jin-Goo's identity. But you weren't patient enough. The anger has enveloped Jin-Goo, so 1 is to shut up. 2 is death, and he hugs his sister and comforts her. I saw the wound on my sister's face. Your face immediately became dark and scary. You summon Isis to protect Gina. At the same time sending soldiers of darkness. Get the surviving students out. The Lord is also reborn. He immediately ordered his followers to attack Jin-Woo. To face the anger of the minds. Jin-Woo did not shy away. On the contrary, step by step towards God, the hand of domination. With just a squeeze, the head of the brain at the scene simultaneously exploded. The terrified lord fell down. The dominant hand is once again activated. Jin-Goo pressed his mouth to the wall. Why does he want to kill humans? The lord looked terrified. Keep explaining that. There is always a voice in my head. Force him to kill. Jin-Goo changed to another question. Did I ask you to kill me? The scary weapon that Jin-Goo radiates made the lord tremble and pray. Jin-Goo summons Ra the dagger. You can sort of guess the voice in your head. They don't see themselves as human. You can forgive them, but still have to punish a little. And of course, it's not going to be pleasant. At the same time in the dungeon, the board destroyed all the demons in the outer ring. Go to the boss room. When everyone on the team sees what it looks like, everyone is amazed. This dungeon boss is evil with more than 10 Death Knights. Among the evil lord level bosses, more famous for the Huang Long Festival event, destroyed, it's one of China's great trade unions. After being destroyed by Atlantic, led to the loss of control of the dungeon. Although the hunter Liu Jiang has timely prevented widespread land disaster, but a first-class assault team, normally it can't be resisted, they are obvious. Right then, the only way to escape was by the army. Life stop. Fall into a dilemma. Together they had to close the door to the Lord's room. Use your life to stop the army of the undead. When people are confused, the pig suddenly rushed in front of Atlas. It startled him. Because both sides are legions of darkness, so he wants to know. The same king came to attack each other. Listen to this, brave beef, pointing to the Atlantic. The king chose me, not you. Of course he wouldn't believe it. Tell the king in person. Laughing without even finishing the sentence, Bees led the attack, piercing Atlantic's chest with sharp claws. Then hook his heart out, crush it and absorb it. Follow the broken heart, death technicians and corpses. Life also turns to dust. Everyone on the team was amazed. Only by soldiers of darkness that can easily conquer the highest level a dungeon. It means the real fighting power of the soul. Jin-Goo is probably stronger than the states. The most powerful society. Key aside after Jin-Goo. Solve the mess. At the transfer gate in the school, the president has come to you. He said that in recent months, number of ports globally, it's growing exponentially. The weird thing doesn't stop there. The number of people who want to check the fake wake-up rank, it also increases endlessly. The number of gates that appeared made more and more monsters. The number of hunters dealing with them has also increased. It's like maintaining some kind of balance. The president handed Cho Jin-Goo a stack of letters. These are official invitations from other countries. I want to contact you. The Hunters Association has no right to stop them. All decisions are made by you. But he had a hunch if Jin-Goo left, this country will find it difficult to adapt to this change. He'll do everything he can to create conditions. I just hope you can stay. Jin-Goo thought for a moment and asked, maybe allow you later to enter the advanced port alone. The president goes suddenly at the limit of the number of people. The minimum force that's been put in place is to stop the risk hunters. They lost their lives in the dungeon. It's hard, but it's not impossible. As soon as he returned to the club, he immediately called a meeting. Decided to include the summons in the number of participants. This made the other members very unhappy. As soon as the Jin-Woo Hunters Association was formed, there's this ridiculous rule. It's not a special favor. What is it? The president's face immediately became upset. He said frankly, this is a very special treat. The purpose of this meeting is to inform. It's not a referendum. If you are not ready, just come and find it. Of course you will. Give them new clothes. Subversion that hundreds of people came together reluctantly to overcome. That's Sung. This Jin-Goo can easily be conquered alone. Because, in your hands you hold a mighty army of darkness. It says conquer the copy. Let's just say it was a unilateral massacre. It turned out that thanks to the friendly exchange of the President Go, Sung Jin-Woo have had the privilege of going into the premium supplement alone. And the first debut of the guild you're leading. It also attracted countless reporters to report. Even though the millions, as a hunter, it made a huge impact on the world. The manager was waiting at the transfer gate. I took out the magic meter. Checked the hunter rank of the dark soldiers. The unexpected thing is, even the most ordinary soldiers, there's also a B-level hunter. far beyond the standard, allowed to raid level a transfer port. After confirming you, allow Jin-Goo to enter the gate. But right now, you take off your work suit in front of everyone. It turned out to be the president. I gave you a verification mission. See the transfer gate of Jin-Goo. Is it really that safe? Of course this is under his consent. Not long after entering the dungeon. Head of department, the scene in front of me made me stand up. The animal's Greta. Master both combat and magic, that even veteran hunters have a hard time dealing with. There is no enemy either. The numerical superiority of the Dark Legion. Especially easy with lightning sword in hand. You have to know the magic. That there are only high-level witch hunters. New control. But it can create thunder after every slash. And its majestic appearance when destroying monsters. Make me. People associate that. Even one-on-one with a level of hunters. They can also win. Manager Goo, that Ezis has passed level A and asymptotically level S. At that time, an ant soldier runs in front of the monster's corpse. Just about to open his mouth, he was shot by Sung Jin-Woo. You are such a red beast and you dare to eat. Then you turn to the governor? The mining soldiers are lazy. Work quickly. The director had seen this for a long time. It's not over yet. Sung Jin-Woo was able to conquer the dungeon. You can recover the monster. There's mining. You've done the work of hundreds of people. While you're thinking, the monsters outside have been wiped out. Jin-Woo leads him to the boss room. But the unexpected thing is that right now, he disbanded the entire army again. While obviously, just relying on the summons is enough. Sung Jin-Woo directly summons the contract. Reply to Goo department manager, that if you're to attach to the summons, your ability to feel will diminish. When I finished, he rushed straight to me. Boss, and in the blink of an eye, it was killed by Sung Jin-Woo on the spot. The manager was so surprised that SA spoke. Obviously, it was hard to deal with last time. Why is it so easy now? Maybe the power of Jin-Woo can constantly improve. After killing the boss, level of Sung Jin-Woo was also raised to 101 times. Career skill levels are also enhanced. Cooldown time of the dark swapping skill. So that's down to 2 hours. I1R reduction per level. Later, when the level gets higher. No matter where you are. I wouldn't put my mother and sister in danger. On the other hand, the boss tried to touch the body. His scales were as hard as armor and shield. That's Sung Jin-Woo defeated him with 2 daggers. Even when I'm still in deep thought. Then suddenly, Sung Jin-Woo's voice cracked. The boss's body was swallowed. And turned into a shadow soldier, appeared in front of him. The level seems to be equivalent to the, but the size is much smaller. General forces of the Legion. Your darkness has been greatly enhanced. As for the naming, as always, it's easy to remember, so Zima will be the last option. Not long after the boss died. The cave is beginning to show signs of collapse. But this body can't be wasted. And then there's a scene that's taken countless reporters by surprise. The extreme happened. Take Zima's body and go outside the gate. The crowd around me was amazed. It's less than 2.5 hours. We've cracked level a transfer port. This disrupted the 6th century world, the fastest completion speed. Faced with countless camera lenses, Tup was also embarrassed to scratch his head, completely unaware the soul of the chief is about to fly away. He's like that with a 7-headed face. Report to the president. That Samsung Jin-Woo. It's not basically breaking through the teleport port. It's killing. After listening, he breathed a sigh of relief. He also began to understand at Zhao. Someone as experienced as a manager. It's still so amazing. Then he allowed me to rest. Sweeping the dungeon to recover the body. They can even mine minerals. This isn't just a one-man sweep. It's a whole gang of people. Maybe soon. Hunter world map will be Sung Jin-Woo. Make a complete reversal. At the same time, the monster that appeared on Ant Island before are relentlessly hunting down level hunters. In the world rankings. Look at the dying man in front of you. His face suddenly became angry. It seems this time, he couldn't find what he wanted either. But at the right time, he was suddenly attracted to the noise behind him. It turns out that our fellow humans provide important information. Small land in the east. Is the seat of the Kingdom of Darkness? So, the rulers plan to release. He's in a place a little further south. And he was also sent there. The seat of the Kingdom of Darkness. Just need the designer to do the contract. There will be no problem. There's even more exciting news than the most brilliant piece. Right on that land. The old man's face showed an evil smile. He promised he'd go to that little land first. But right then and there was a strong atmosphere that caught the attention of both of them. It was Sung Jin-Woo's father. Sung Jin-Woo only saw that he was evil. Asked the small land in the east is only Korea Sao. The old man looked contemptuous and did not answer. The target is about to enter the transfer gate. Han immediately drew his sword straight at him. But the old man just swung his hand. An ice shield appeared in front of the front. Standing attack. The power of the two VAS collided violently, causing a massive explosion. Wait until the smoke clears. The old man left this place through the transfer gate. And now Sung Jin-Woo, one more time, received a summons from the dual dungeon. See, all the truth is coming closer to you than ever. Sung Jin-Woo dared to look at the goddess level. Extra he in the shower. Beautiful picture Kia makes your face flushed. Heart palpitations. At the same time, I discovered a secret. Petite of Ants leader Bezu. Who would have expected the bloodthirsty everyday brutality? He's a cute archery nerd again. Turns out, as soon as you get the privilege of going into the dungeon alone, Sung Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho constantly sweeping the dungeons for promotion. Because it's less than 2 days until the double dungeon will reopen the door. You have to seize every moment to become stronger. This time, Jin-Ho, I asked the police officer about your sister's situation. After being attacked by a monster, Sung Jin-Woo sighed, thinking, maybe she needs time to relax. You left the soldiers, the most reliable, next door, so there's nothing to worry about. Just mention Jin-A. So by the way, look at what that kid's doing. Then raw teleportation skills immediately after upgrading unlocked a new possibility. Share the feeling, even a vision for any soldier. Jin-Woo immediately connects with the ant leader Beju. And my love. A film of fighting flashed in front of his eyes. Was Beju are mimicking the gestures of the characters on TVI. What can I say to you, Your Majesty? My younger sister is sleeping next to me. So stop seeing nothing. What grass? This Beju-an has been talking so strangely lately. Next, take a look at my mom. You're going to the market. Baek Junho is having a heated argument with Choi Dong-in, but the next frame stops right at the shower. There is something wrong with it. It's like a second later. Sung Jin-Woo was stunned to see father. Hien is soaking in the bath. Your face immediately turned red. Tell yourself it's not okay. Take a chance, sorry. Invite her to a new meal. After the underground chastisement is over, Sung Jin-Woo drives home. I can't believe I just stopped the car. You caught father. Hien is sneaking on the other side of the road. When you saw him, you turned away. If it is already here, why hurry? Jin-Woo quickly appeared in front of her. Asking why is like a thief. Come here to find something. Father Hein is confused and unable to speak. It's because you saw it on social media. Image, Sung Jin-Woo posing with a famous female celebrity. I don't understand why in my heart there is a feeling. It's hard to describe, so I came here. But you're afraid to ask directly, Jin-Woo, about his relationship with Miss Kia. So let's make it up to the mysterious person I have asked you to transfer. It's all about power that you own. Jin-Woo immediately led her to the office. Asked the tale of the story. Father Hein recounted that after the Shadow Hunter saved her, she said a few things. The first is, someone pulled him out of the infinite darkness. Even if you still have your own consciousness. But Byung-gu, I always felt like I had become a slave. Only live for that person. And he's especially happy about that. So there's more and more fear. And the most important thing is Sung Jin-Woo. He's not the real master of the Legion. Sung Jin-Woo fell into deep meditation. Whether this is true or false, you've got to figure out the source of this power. At the same time, the former deputy head of Kia wanted to entice Sung Jin-Woo has returned to the hunting agency and report to the director. According to the survey results of Lady Sano, Sung Jin-Woo may be the king of kings. The director was horrified to hear that. But now she suddenly added, all those who wake up, it's all connected to the power of the Kia side. And she can feel the paths that the false awakenings connection sometimes, because the power they get is too great. So that path points straight to, shining like the sun. You call those people kings. But Sung Jin-Woo doesn't have that kind of road. The power hidden in him. Not bound by any path. In other words, that power is infinite. The more I heard, the more I was shocked. After taking Mrs. Seno home, he took the deputy to the basement. I can't borrow Mrs. Seno's power. There is only one way to use other means to get the gun. Jin-Woo, he asked the deputy chief. Remember the first S-level port? Then the United States spent enormous amounts of money to recruit the world's most powerful hunters. As a result, only 5 people survived, and they were the first national hunters. And that dungeon boss, the Kamet Dragon, is a monster. They can kill the top 10 hunters. After the tragedy that year, it also left a small gift. It's the mysterious stone of the shamanic system. The gate has been closed for nearly 8 years. But among national hunters still don't have a shamanic system. So, it's always in this cold ground, waiting for the owner. And now Camus will once again to this beautiful country a priceless gift. Besides the opening time of the double dungeon, it's time to count down. Sung Jin-Woo is ready for this. But his mother was worried. Sung Jin-Woo smiled to reassure her. You're just going to meet up, and you'll be back soon. After leaving the house, he took out the key to the dungeon. According to the instructions of the key, near AC level transfer port. You're the manager of the Hunters Association. Tell me, this portal has been in existence for 3 days. Should feel insecure. After learning that there was a team of hunters, they're doing their job inside. He hurriedly asked them to stop. Because the hunters are dangerous right now. If they don't stop now, they'll all die. When you finish, you go inside. Of course, now the hunters had come to the door of the temple. But in every way, they still can't open the door. At that moment Sung's voice, Jin-Woo, suddenly echoed from behind. Warning, it's a trap. Everyone immediately recognized the identity of the level hunter. Your S should be trusted. You threw them all out to take care of yourself. A system window suddenly appears. Request to use the key. Unlike before, just give me the key. This time you need to follow the instructions. The ancient door then slowly opened, but just at this time, the leader of the vanguard suddenly stepped out. That the right to mine this dungeon was bought by them. So, it won't be easy to leave. That's why Sung Jin-Woo's face became serious. The cry will not stop. Whoever wants to come in, come in. Finish listening. The captain was the first to go to the door. And soon after, a giant stone statue rushed to attack. See that, Sung? Jin-Woo pulled him back in time. Make it miss. Eyes turned up, staring at the person at the door. Jigen asked again. It's full of stuff like that inside. People definitely still want to enter Sao. You don't need to ask for advice. But change to command the love of all. Now go out and contact the Hunters Association. Notice that a double dungeon has appeared here. When Sung Jin-Woo entered the temple, the big gate slammed shut with a bang. The familiar green flame also ignites automatically. This is where it all started. That's where Sung Jin-Woo is. The system has changed destiny. All the secrets will be revealed here. Set 21. Sung Jin-Woo once again faces the challenge at the temple. Double dungeon. This is where it was given to you. Infinite upgrade system. Turned you from a feeble level hunter to become a powerful S-level magician. Today you will discover all the secrets hidden here. Unlike last time, this time you were alone. Along with the appearance of Jin-Woo, the heavy stone gate suddenly slammed shut. The blue flames are spooky on the wall. Also automatically ignited, illuminating the murky space, the flashing light. A stone tablet full of old rules, with the stone statues, used to make you fall into despair, once again exists. But the feeling this time was different. You can see that these statues are not animals, are not living creatures. It's just puppets being controlled. More in this big room. There's only one person who has magic. Sung Jin-Woo, staring at the stone statue holding the stela in the center. With cold eyes. It feels ridiculous when it keeps pretending. If you don't move, you can beat Cho. That's right, Jin-Woo's goal. It's the statue hugging the stela. I can't hide it anymore and stop pretending. On a lifeless stone face, suddenly with an evil smile. Then a threatening voice greeted him. Sung Jin-Woo has returned to his hometown. And then the statue stood up. The stone in his hand was crushed to pieces. The little statue, this seemingly harmless boss is the last boss hidden. Sung Jin-Woo looked at me coldly and asked. That beer is so easy to break. It seems the rules, nothing else up there makes sense. Angel 6 Wings landing. Of course it makes sense, but now it doesn't matter. Sung Jin-Woo continues to inquire. See if he called me here. Six-pointed angel smiling full of meaning. Because your question is wrong. You shouldn't ask who it is. You should ask yourself if you're right. When he finished, he clapped his hands. Now is the final test. If after completion, you can still stand here, you will know the whole truth. Immediately, all the stone statues in the temple started moving. They all converge on Jin-Woo. So, you're going to summon your dark army. But did not expect, they just appeared. Was smashed by a six-pointed angel with a snap. He simply doesn't allow the game of calling. I just want to test the power of Jin-Woo. And then you get a notification from the system. To do the final test. Prohibiting the use of professional skills, prohibiting the use of items from the store, prohibit the use of any state recovery methods. Do not leave the playing area before the test is over. I can't believe the trump cards you took so long to prepare become useless again. But you realize, the system does not prohibit the use of equipment from the box. If so, you decide to use your own power, my strength to crush these stone statues. I saw a long lance coming. You grab it immediately. Then use the steel fist to directly break the spear. Then you clench the spear you just won, throwing power back at the lance-wielding soldier. The head of the statue and immediately after. Sung Jin-Woo jumped up and threw a kick. He broke his head. At the same time, a soldier holding an axe from the side suddenly attacked. Sung Jin-Woo quickly summoned the Demon King's sword. Just in a moment, slashing two big axes. Then you're coming down from the air. Aim directly at the axe-wielding soldier. Put the sword in his head. Take down another enemy. But the number of sentinels is just too many. So very quickly, an archer in the background suddenly shoots a sharp arrow. Sung Jin-Woo got melancholy reaction. Use the disorderly skill double arrow slash. Not over, you make a beautiful swivel kick in the air. The blade on the shoe splashed out at incredible speed. Through the archer's head. Just like that, Sung Jin-Woo, constantly gliding among the stone statues, constantly destroying their bodies. Six-winged angel observing Sung Jin-Woo's reaction. There was a satisfied smile on her face. With a weak human body that can persist to this extent, watch out mature NDTO. But the test is far from over. At this moment, Sung Jin-Woo's body suddenly fluttered. A giant foot stomped down in front of him. The largest statue of God, of course, he also participated in the battle. On the face of the six-pointed angel, it also shows a cunning smile. Immediately, all the protective stone statues in the testing area, it's all gone crazy, rushed towards Sung Jin-Woo. Facing the attack of too many people. Enemy at the same time, you can't completely avoid it. And the most troubling thing is not these familiar soldiers. It's the red light in the eyes of the giant. It's flashing, the destructive laser is about to be launched. No longer in time to dodge, Sung Jin-Woo decided he could only take the blow, then use the power of domination, up on the nearby stone statues. Tied up some of them. And besides, the laser from the idol's eye shot straight at her. Sung Jin-Woo immediately pull a soldier who rocks raw as a shield. Soldier name. The stone that was hit by the laser broke into pieces. Right after that, you get a notification from the notification system. The dominant hand has been upgraded to the ultimate form. The power of the ruler. However, this laser is still too dangerous. Even with the current power, Jin-Woo couldn't stand that attack either. It's clear that we have to deal with the idol first. So, you activate the acceleration. Turned into a lightning bolt towards the idol. And when he saw it, he lifted up his giant's leg. to crush the challenger. A stomp that makes the ground shake and crack. That made the face of the idol reveal a pleasant smile. I thought I ended you. But the next second, a blue ray through the smoke. It turns out that Sung Jin-Woo dodged the attack. And it's flying fast towards its head. I see that. The eyes were once again gathered. The laser is aimed directly at you. Sung Jin-Woo thought. If you apply the ruler's power to high speed, you can immediately pull yourself out of here and into its blind zone. Say do. You activate the skill of locking the neck of the idol and pull yourself towards it with force. Successfully dodged the fatal golden ray. When finished, I was amazed, because it's 10 times stronger than it was before the upgrade. At this moment, the idol turned its head angrily, staring at Jin-Woo. Take advantage of the opportunity to use your skill. Repeatedly slashed in his face. But in the blink of an eye he was stunned. When I saw the game knife of the King of Ma, it can cut through anything. Now it's just left a few scratches on the surface. But without Sao you still came like an arrow. If the sword can't get through, use your fists to break it. Just aim for the deepest crack in the face. Is that Sung Jin-Woo clings to the crack? Concentrate all your strength on the arm. He punched the idol in the face. It creates a deep hole. The six-pointed angel saw that. Laugh at me evil. I didn't expect the players to be so cruel. With his ambitious masterpiece. Of course, Sung Jin-Woo's fist didn't stop. By his words. Continue to punch hard into the cracks. Of course, level 103's fist was more effective than a sword. Sharp. Not long after, the face of the idol you hit completely destroyed the red light in his eyes that slowly died out. Losing control. The giant statue collapsed to the ground. It's a giant wormhole. This time Sung Jin-Woo fall in the middle of the ring of the remaining sentinel statues. They immediately brandish their weapons at you. At this very moment, you spread out your hands and aim straight at them. The ruler's power is once again activated. Just in the moment, the stone statues are so strongly attracted, crushed to the ground, compressed into tiny pieces. Look at the debris around. Then look at my hands. You just saw it? Today's battle has made me stronger. The six-pointed angel is watching. I've been applauding since. The player's performance really surprised him. Sung Jin-Woo coldly looked at him and asked him to keep his promise. Tell me the truth. I can't wait to hear it. He gave a cunning smile again. The test is not over yet. There's him here too. And he's the final test. Just finished. Sung Jin-Woo receives a notification from the system, with the emergency mission title. If you do not destroy the enemy within 10 minutes, the player's heart will stop beating. You're stunned. I can't believe this guy can be arbitrary. Assign system tasks to yourself. Right now, the six-pointed angel seemed to read his mind. Jin-Woo laughed mysteriously, at the same time revealing the face hidden behind the darkness. Because you're curious about his identity. So please solemnly introduce Thu. He's the one who designed this system. Episode 22 Sung Jin-Woo again? Face the challenge of dual dungeons. Years ago and this time, your opponent is the one who designed the system. You have to defeat the enemy within 10 minutes. Or your heart will stop beating. 6 pairs of wings on the back. The designer suddenly turned violently. Turned into 6 muscular arms. Even though Sung Jin-Woo is still in shock, he teleported immediately to the front. The arms behind his back flashed a heavenly blow. They directly hit you in the battle. Sung Jin-Woo shot backwards, crashed into the wall of the temple. Immediately his eyes rolled like a stray. Realize in time should be spectacular. Dodge the designer's next punch. The punches roll out like inner bar machine guns are relentless. That Jin-Woo, they can only defend and avoid. Jin-Woo is getting stronger. The designer grinned at the NDTO. It exceeded his expectations. The expression on his face suddenly became distorted. It's like Jin-Woo is in a bad mood. Suddenly woke up. Backlash with a very strong punch in the face. Made him back more than 10 meters. The designer laughed excitedly. Because he never did get excited about fighting with a human as much as now. He never thought, throughout my long holy life, there is a man who becomes a worthy opponent. Sung Jin-Woo thought to himself. This guy must have thought you were still in 101. He must have thought he could beat you at that level. But now Jin-Woo is level 103. That means he calculated wrong. You spit blood in your mouth. And start the 1 million question paper. Because Sao designed this system. Why did I choose you as a player? And what's going on in this world? But the designer didn't respond immediately, but rushed towards. Sung Jin-Woo once again whispered. Want to know the answer? Do you think, if you kill me, you won't hear me? Hear that, Sung Jin-Woo also quickly turned his head away. Because melee is bad for a magician like you. You run and use your power of domination to prevent the designer from following. He immediately reacted, point your hand at you and say, don't have illusory dreams. You just need to keep your distance. You can escape death. Words just dropped, the ground where Sung Jin-Woo stood began to collapse violently. I was lucky to avoid the attack. But you can't help but be amazed. It turns out that the designer, you can also use the same skills. Then a long-range attack would be pointless. Sung Jin-Woo starts questioning the designer. Why can you make all this stuff? Then how do you give me power? Hear that, the designer absorbed all the weapons from the stone statues. Guard, he was defeated in his own hands. Then explain. He didn't choose you from the beginning. On the contrary, you made your own choice. He's just designing and operating the system. Nurture players and Sung Jin-Woo is the perfect player that he has nurtured. Look at the countdown on the dashboard. Less and less. Sung Jin-Woo only has a direct confrontation. Right now, the designer swung his weapon in his hand at him. The sharp, aggressive weapons that pierced, but Sung Jin-Woo dodged flexibly, his body twisting endlessly to try to manage. This expression clearly makes you look suspicious. I don't understand why. The feeling of the body becomes so light again. It's as if you've awakened to a new power. You can feel it clearly. The attack trajectory of each weapon. It's easy to avoid them. The designer is also in awe right now. I don't understand why Sung Jin-Woo can not only dodge all-out attacks, but they're constantly fighting back, and the speed is getting faster and faster. At that time, Sung Jin-Woo's weapon suddenly cut off one of the designer's arms. The expression on his face became terrifying. I don't believe people can hurt for this fake body. But the next second, the designer suddenly remembered something. He only uses a small amount of power. But that's ridiculous. Sung Jin-Woo once again attacked. It makes him angry. A small man who dared to murder the gods. This is a very serious defamation. Under his roar, the guards and the idols were removed. Jin-Woo defeated earlier. They all regrouped and stood up and attacked at the same time. Sung Jin-Woo immediately uses the power of domination to beat up the guards again. You've got to take down the designer quickly. There's only 3 minutes left. You don't stop. Dodge the heavenly punches from the statue of God. At the same time swinging a gam knife. Cut down the guards who stood in the way. You're finally in front of the designer. Suddenly the force wanted to throw a dagger at him. But right now, a clay soldier carrying a shield suddenly appeared in front of Sung Jin-Woo. Remembers Ra. That's the stone statue. I broke my leg before. He jumped into the air angrily. He smashed the guard's head with his elbow. Look at the brutality of Sung Jin-Woo. The designers are getting more and more panicked. Right now, Sung Jin-Woo with a terrifying speed cut off to his other arm. Continuous and last-minute attacks. You put a dagger around the designer's neck. Put him in that position. He came here to admit defeat, as well as the test and notification. Then he raised his hand and pointed at Sung Jin-Woo. All the answers are in your body. Sung Jin-Woo was startled when he heard this answer. Not enough to react, the system window suddenly appeared. The designer put on a mysterious smile with a warning. The choice to know the truth is in your hands. Sung Jin-Woo watched the window pop up and sank into thought. But very quickly, he showed a steady expression of acceptance. Next second, a bright golden light emitted. Cover Sung Jin-Woo. Your consciousness is dragged to a strange battlefield. The ground was black and covered with the bodies of all manner of magical beasts. And now, they're all looking up at the sky. Sung Jin-Woo is curious. Want to know what they're looking at. But soon after, you're amazed at the sight in front of you. In the sky, there are countless giant teleport gates. There's a frozen spirit inside. Giant with thousands, the devil is led by evil. If they all spill out into the human race, surely there will be no chance. However, they're not dealing with humanity right now. The sky suddenly broke. Pieces of white feathers falling from space. The next crack. Thousands of silver angels appear on the battlefield. In front of Sung Jin-Woo's astonished eyes, an angel blows the trumpet. Signals that the war has begun. The demons join forces against the army of angels. Via weapon sounds touching, the sound of armor crumbling echoed endlessly. Soon enough, the screams turned into cries and moans. The ground was red with blood. The angels are too strong. In front of the light God and their weapons of destruction, the demons are crushed like straw. But just in time for the legion of demons, they are about to be completely destroyed. All the angels suddenly stopped. Raise your head to the distance. A stream of air, immediately terrible, dark and overwhelming, are land radiating, make the whole battlefield shake. Sung Jin-Woo's face now only has 3 letters. What the fuck? An existence with the power of infinite darkness. He stands at the top of destruction, in the midst of the battle of light and the primal darkness. It's this silhouette that's etched into the subconscious. When you fight with the designer. At the same time, outside the dual dungeon, the Hunters Association, after receiving the news, immediately dispatched the head of the Gu department to the transfer gate. He assembled the 7 most powerful hunters of the guild, with the intention of supporting Jin-Woo. But when you get close to the transfer gate, the flow of magic fluctuates horribly. It almost choked the head of the department. That terrible storm of magic. Even in the Ant Island before, I never felt it either. The situation inside the gate, it's clearly exceeded all expectations. It's not just a dungeon anymore. The life of the hunter Sung Jin-Woo, even the safety of the surrounding area, hanging on a very fragile thread. The head of the department now. I just hope that support will come in time. Before the real disaster, the arrival. Sung Jin-Woo, finally banged out for the system designer. The source of power and all truth. Turns out it's all in you. When memories are pumped into the head, you see countless legions of magical beasts are drawing their blood with the angels. But the angels are so powerful, so the demons are almost wiped out. Right now, a majestic voice echoed from behind. The great beast ordered everyone to stand up. Sung Jin-Woo stood stunned. Because the prophet has this song. The king's territory was also summoned. Dark soldiers from the dead. There's no doubt about it. The man riding the black beast. He was the first Dark Lord. Father of this system. With the dark soldiers under him. Death is not the end. My blood turned dark red. Give them new strength. His shadow army is over 100,000. 100 times more soldiers. Current rights of Sung Jin-Woo. Right after that, the demons began to crawl up from the grave. Crazy, rush towards the angels like bloodthirsty zombies. Legion of darkness with legion of angels, rushing together, dries blood on the ground, screams with the sound of metal VA touching the sky. A one-sided massacre. The angels' appetite was flipped 180 degrees. Because of the appearance of the Dark Lord. He is alone in the army of angels. Like death collecting rent. Just clench your hand with the power of domination. The bodies of 10 angel soldiers were smashed. Sung Jin-Woo looked at me with his mouth open. That's the skill you're using. The soldiers of darkness are constantly smashed, but it's instantly resurrected like a sneaker hack. The angels have no end. Where the king goes, there's only one pile of rubble left. I thought it would be the victory of the demons. The victory of the Dark Lord. Then a new crowd appeared. 'Cause the chessboard to turn upside down again? While Sung Jin-Woo, I was busy watching a BAD movie. Then outside, Choi Dong-in and the hunters managed to reach the temple. They immediately feel a stream of terror spilling out. And Chahyun confirmed. It's not Sung Jin-Woo's. Hear that? Manager Gu suddenly startled by Sung Jin-Woo clearly. I told you that. The guy who broke the dungeon before that wasn't you. Carrying a bunch of big question marks in my head. They all pushed the door in. It looks like there was a war. The third world has just swept through. Make everyone rolled their eyes and open their mouths. Right now, the designer's familiar voice cracked. I didn't invite you to fly here. So that's another unplanned case. The whole crowd was as stunned as the sky. For the first time in my life, they heard a monster in the dungeon that could speak. The designer puts his finger to his lips. Sign for all silence. Don't disturb the king's sleep. I hear that. They all looked at Sung Jin-Woo. I don't know why he's standing there like a statue. Suddenly a sound as fast as an electric shock. It's because the designer did it. The speed was so fast that he chilled his back. He turned to look at her and laughed. He planned to offer this man as an offering to the king. The words that had just broken off the stone guards came together. The giant god statue is also on combat preparation. The designer laughed like a madman after the incident. Who is alive? He will grant. It was an honor to witness the birth of the king. Finish talking. The eyes of the giant god flashed with lightning. The gold of death. See that? Choi Dong-in immediately shouted a warning to everyone. Seconds later, the golden ray of destruction shot out like a laser gun. We were lucky to get there, so we followed. Cho Dong, he took the opportunity to throw a giant fireball in the face of the stone statue, and he's screaming for people to watch him while he's blind. Temporarily quickly handled the small stone statues. However, the team quickly realized that their defenses are too strong. Physical attacks such as scratching. Let Dong-in try to play fire magic, but the statues are inert, as if there was no separation. Magic resistance is also high. Even the provocative skills of the top tanker. It's also completely useless. In the blink of an eye, the entire team is cornered. Now there's only one way to live. That's to wake up Sung Jin-Woo. Choi Dong-in risked his life, threw a fireball straight at him. I hope it will wake you up. But no designer came out of nowhere. Use your body to catch a fireball. And his face full of murder rushed towards Choi Dong-in. Punishment for disturbing the king to rest. Just as you're about to go up to the altar and see naked chickens, team leader with his task force. Suddenly from where to rush Ra pushed the designer to save the price. In time, they shouted that they would risk their lives to stop this monster. He then tells Cha-hein to find a way to wake Sung Jin-Woo. Back then in Sung Jin-Woo's slow-paced memory, you see two red and blue teleport gates open on the battlefield. On one side are the horses of the great families of the world. Over there is a giant white wolf, leading a flock of animals out. They're directly targeting the Dark Lord. He rushed to devour his army as if right. The sight of demons and wild beasts slaughtering the soldiers of darkness that made Sung Jin gush his head. If it's a battle between demons and angels, why do these people bite each other? Obviously, the king of darkness is with these magical beasts. Unless it's a civil war, that's for sure. The brutal civil war, lasting BA days BA nights without break. The king of darkness wins. But at the cost of my dear black horse. He looked at the demon in front of him. But swearing profusely, I should have finished with those angels today. And they stabbed him in the back. That's what the demon general laughed at. He joked that he had a chance to kill the king. But I missed it. The king of darkness asked the reason for the betrayal. But right now the answer. The demon general's body suddenly became stuttering. The king of darkness is impatient. He used his power to arrest the traitor. Lift it up and squeeze it hard. Send him to his grandparents. But when Sung Jin-Woo looked at the demon general, you feel strangely familiar again. Right now, the Dark Lord took off his mask. I can't believe the face below. He is the king of three worlds. The king looked at his blood-stained hands, and then screamed so bitterly. Because right then and there, he is no longer king. It's Sung Jin-Woo. Suddenly, he felt a strange warmth coming out of his chest. Give me your hand to touch you. The ultimate horror. I realized I had just grown a second heart. You've gone from a guy watching movies. Become the main character in a way. Nasty. Not even close to God. The sky above is falling apart. Countless six-winged angels with trench, light and power of terror. Down like a meteorite. At the most dramatic moment, the memory flashed a power cut. Back to reality. The designer is looking at Cha-hein with a smile. Your challenge is good, then continue to disrupt his perfect design. Let's see. Father Hein immediately deployed his sword and slashed to the ground. But these attacks are completely useless. The opposite. The designer's sword slashed a blow. The sky fell on Father Hein. Then he raised his sword. Point to the rest who are dying. It's boring to disparage these people. In the end, it was still 7 miserable defeats under his calculations. However, as soon as he was ready to end it all, a fireball came from nowhere. Smacked him in the face like a slap in the face. That's Choi Jong-in. I tried to use my last bit of magic to spend time hoping to give you a chance. He wakes up Sung Jin-Woo. But designers are not stupid. He doesn't care about you. He directly reached out and attacked Cha-hein. A blow that seemed inevitable. But you miraculously dodged it. The designer looked closely. I realized there was a strange shadow on her. Rules of the room. That shadow doesn't show the full picture. But he was still amazed. The king has secretly placed a shadow soldier next to this person. That's why the designer decided to let Cho go. Cha-ha. Today, one of the greatest kings will come down on him. Allow you the honor of seeing it with your own eyes. That moment. Except for Cha Hyun-ra, of course, the rest of you will have to die here. But his words are not over yet. A heavenly punch smacked straight into his smug face. My brother is awake. Sung Jin-Woo finally banged out for the system designer. The source of power and all truth. Turns out it's all in you. When memories are pumped into the head, you see countless legions of magical beasts, dry blood with the angels. But the angels are so powerful. So the demons are almost wiped out. At this moment a loud voice came from the after the great demon army, order everyone to stand up. Sung Jin-Woo stood stunned. Because the prophet has this song. The king's territory was also summoned. Dark soldiers from the dead. There's no doubt about it. The man riding the black beast. He was the first Dark Lord. Father of this system. With the dark soldiers under him. Death is not the end. My blood turned dark red. Give them new strength. His shadow army is over 100,000. It's 100 times bigger than the current army. Jin-Woo soon after. The demons began to crawl up from the grave. Crazy, rush towards the angels like bloodthirsty zombies. Legion of darkness with legion of angels. Rushing together dries blood on the ground. Screams with the sound of metal VA touching the sky. She massacred one way. The angel's appetite was flipped 180 degrees. Because of the appearance of the Dark Lord. He is alone in the army of angels. Like death collecting rent. Just clench your hand with the power of domination. The colors of the 10 angel soldiers were as broken as the sun. Sung Jin-Woo looked at me with his mouth open. That's the skill you're using. The soldiers of darkness are constantly smashed, but it's instantly resurrected like a sneaker hack. The angels have no end. Where the king goes, there's only one pile of rubble left. I thought it would be the victory of the demons. The victory of the Dark Lord. A new group of people suddenly appeared. 'Cause the chessboard to turn upside down again? While Sung Jin-Woo, I was busy watching a BAD movie. Then outside, Choi Dong-in and the hunters managed to reach the temple. They immediately feel a stream of terror spilling out. And Cha Hyun confirmed. It's not Sung Jin-Woo's. The head of the department was suddenly startled, because Sung Jin-Woo clearly told you that the guy who broke the dungeon before that wasn't you. Carrying a bunch of big question marks in my head. They all pushed the door in. It looks like there was a war. The third world has just swept through. Make everyone roll their eyes and open their mouths. Right now, the designer's familiar voice cracked. I didn't invite you to fly here. So that's another unplanned case. The whole crowd was as stunned as the sky. For the first time in my life, they heard a monster in the dungeon. Know how to speak. The designer puts his finger to his lips. Sign for all silence. Don't disturb the king's sleep. I hear that. They all looked at Sung Jin-Woo. I don't know why he's standing there like a statue. Suddenly a sound as fast as an electric shock. It's because the designer did it. The speed was so fast that he chilled his back. He turned to look at her and laughed. He planned to offer this man as an offering to the king. The words that had just broken off the stone guards came together. The giant god statue is also on combat preparation. The designer laughed like a madman. Tell me who is alive after this. He will give honor. We witness the birth of the king. Finish talking. The eyes of the giant god flashed with lightning. The gold of death. See that? Choi Dong-in immediately shouted a warning to everyone. Seconds later, the golden ray of destruction shot out like a laser gun. Fortunately, we all managed to escape. Should be next. Give them a chance to throw a fireball. Super huge giant in the face of stone statue. And he's screaming for people to watch him while he's blind. Quickly handle the stone statues and I. However, the team quickly realized that their defenses are too strong. Physical attacks such as scratching. Choi Dong-in tried to play fire magic. But the statues are inert. As if there was no separation. Magic resistance is also high. Even the provocative skills of the top tanker. It's also completely useless. In the blink of an eye, the entire team is cornered. Now there's only one way to live. That's to wake up Sung Jin-Woo. Choi Dong-in risked his life. Threw a fireball straight at him. I hope it will wake you up. But no designer came out of nowhere. Use your body to catch a fireball. And his colorful face rushed towards Choi Dong-in. Punishment for disturbing the king to rest. Just as you're about to go up to the altar and see naked chickens, the head of the unit and his task force suddenly from where to push the designer to save the price. In time, they shouted that they would risk their lives to stop this monster. He then tells Cha-hein to find a way to wake Sung Jin-Woo. Back then in Sung Jin-Woo's slow-paced memory, you see two red and blue teleport gates open on the battlefield. On one side are the horses of the great families of the world. Over there is a giant white wolf leading a flock of animals out. They're directly targeting the Dark Lord. He rushed to devour his army as if right. The demons and the wild animals are dying, killing the soldiers of darkness. That made Sung Jin gush his head. If it's a battle between demons and angels, why do these people bite each other? Obviously, the king of darkness is with these magical beasts. Unless it's a civil war. That's right, that's for sure. The brutal civil war, lasting BA days BA nights without break. The king of darkness wins. But at the cost of my dear black horse. He looked at the demon in front of him, but swearing profusely, I should have finished with those angels today. And they stabbed him in the back. That's what the demon general laughed at. He joked that he had a chance to kill the king. But I missed it. The king of darkness asked the reason for the betrayal. But right now, the answer, the demon general's body suddenly became stuttering. The king of darkness is impatient. He used his power to arrest the traitor. Lift it up and squeeze it hard. Send him to his grandparents. But when Sung Jin-Woo looked at the demon general, you feel strangely familiar again. Right now, the Dark Lord took off his mask. I can't believe it. The face below is the devil. BA space. The king looked at his blood-stained hands, and then screamed so bitterly. Because right then and there, he is no longer the king, but the king. Jin-Woo suddenly. You feel a strange warmth oozing out of the chest. I touch you with extreme fear. I realized I had just grown a second heart. You've gone from a guy watching movies, become the main character, in an incomprehensible way, not even close to God. The sky above is falling apart. Countless six-winged angels with trench, light and power of terror, down like a meteorite. At the most dramatic moment, the memory flows through an electric sand. Back to reality. The designer is looking at Cha-hein with a grin. The challenge of being good continues. Let's break his perfect design. Father Hein immediately deployed his sword and slashed to the ground, as these attacks are completely useless against the designer's sword. I cut a hole in Father Hein. Then he raised his sword. Point to the rest who are dying. It's boring to disparage these people. In the end, it was still 7 miserable defeats under his calculations. However, as soon as he was ready to end it all, a fireball came from nowhere, smacked him in the face like a slap in the face. That's Choi Jong-in. I tried to use my last bit of magic. Now hope. Cha-hein wakes up Sung Jin-Woo. But designers are not stupid. He doesn't care. You just reached out and attacked Cha-hein. A blow that seemed inevitable. But you miraculously dodged it. The designer looked closely. I realized there was a strange shadow on her. Rules of the room. That shadow doesn't show the full picture. But he was still amazed. The king was secretive. Put a shadow soldier next to this man. Thanks to, that's where the new designer decided to spare Father Hein. Today, one of the greatest kings will come down on him. Allow you the honor of seeing it with your own eyes. That moment. Of course, apart from Father Hein Ra. The rest of you will have to die here. But his words are not over yet. A heavenly punch. It crashed right into his smug face. My brother is awake. Sung Jin-Woo killed the system designer himself. Completely in control. And inherit the power of the Supreme Monarch. At the same time, wake up. The second black heart is smoldering in your chest. At the moment, Father Hein beaten to death by designer. A steel punch filled with sudden outrage. Straight into his cocky face. That's the guy with the red eyes roaring with anger. Who dares to touch my people? I know he chose the path to hell. Right now in Father Hein's eyes, Sung Jin-Woo's silhouette appeared like a halo. He pressed the designer to the ground. The punishment is constantly getting stronger. The disfigured face of the self-proclaimed god. The designer panicked. Vague mind-fitting. It says that you are not a king. But why is the black heart in your hand? Who owns a black heart? To keep my own consciousness. Sung Jin-Woo looked down. The heart on your chest is radiating black magic. I wonder if everything, it all comes from it or not. Then the familiar system window appears. Notice, the title of Black Monster Hunter has been met. Unlock. To free the memory of being erased by the Fire King. Magic power value increased by 100,000. Sung Jin-Woo was stunned to see the number 100,000. It's enough to control, at the same time, thousands of soldiers of darkness. Not kidding. From the designer's panicked response, it can be deduced, Blackheart is not the product of this guy. And the data that's just been decoded, it has nothing to do with his question. Jin-Woo still doesn't know anything. So ask for more. He said he objected to choosing you as a player. So, what's the player? What does he want to do to you? Listen to this question. The designer's eyes fluttered violently. It's like remembering something terrible. He shouted unjustly. The regal memory of darkness. Dare to treat us like that? You are betraying. You think the other kings will stand still and watch? I saw him excited. Sung Jin-Woo immediately pulled the knife straight into his head. Cold voice like ice commands to answer questions or die. The designer suddenly laughed like crazy. Now he realized that Sao chose to Sung Jin-Woo. Along with the savage laughter, the stone statues in the temple start moving again. He stared. Sung Jin-Woo threatened that if he killed me, no one can stop these statues. However, Sung Jin-Woo's eyes looked cold again. One rays of emotions. Respond if I kill you and destroy all the statues. I think the intimidation doesn't work. Designers rush to change tactics? If you kill the person who designed this system, will cause extremely serious consequences. Not finished yet. Sung Jin-Woo gave a smile full of evil spirit. Wonder, will he become a Wiki level hunter? You've been thinking about this for a long time and have noticed, even if this guy disappears, the system was formed, it will definitely not disappear. The designer's eyes revealed extreme horror. After the last words, countless system windows pop up around you. Jin-Woo said coldly. If the system can take advantage of us, we can also take advantage of the system, and will eventually devour it. The designer panicked exclaimed, but soon after, Sung Jin-Woo swinging his sword, one appeared in the back. He slashed him to pieces with a machete. Before consciousness completely disappears, the designer raised his hand and pointed at Sung Jin-Woo. Near the predictive voice, when the pillars of fire that support heaven and earth rise, the inevitable death will come to you. Sung Jin-Woo is not emotional, let me see. You understand that the real designer must be someone else. But this guy is definitely not going to reveal the truth. So after destroying the designer and the survivors of the Hunters Association walk each other out of the gate. The hunters outside were amazed. When you see the tragic scene, even S-level hunters are full of injuries. They wonder, what terrible thing happened inside the gate? This C-level Sung Jin-Woo looks at the bodies lying there. A deep sense of self-blame. He didn't expect the association and the surveillance team to come to his aid, leading to such serious casualties. The manager came to ask Jin-Woo at that time. How do you know there's a dungeon here? You can only explain that. The dungeon has summoned me. Hard to believe, but with the lives lost, I'm sure this isn't a joke. Right now, Father Hein anxiously went forward to inquire about the situation. Sung Jin-Woo assured me that he is not Sao. Just a little tired. Just finished the sentence, you suddenly fall in front of everyone. While Jin-Woo was in a coma, a level shift port, the giant suddenly appeared in the national sky of Japan. If the monster from inside spills out, it would be an unimaginable disaster. A real hell on earth. People started to panic. I wonder if the end of the world is really coming. Government of Japan, emergency summon of the association leaders. But this country has suffered too much. After the Battle of the Island, they lost 7 top S-level hunters. And there's only 4 people left. This force is not strong enough to attack a level shift port. That's why they were forced to seek help from the world's top hunters, especially Ju Jiolo, the world's only national shaman hunter, with SS grade equivalent strength. But he made a very harsh request. $10 million per day, and a contract has to last 100 years. He promised to attack the gate at any time. a diplomatic officer, dying at the price in the sky. But although he said that $3.6 billion a year is still cheap. Board versus cost of hire Thomas, so he gave them exactly 10 seconds to think. If you don't, even if you kneel down, I will. Diplomat, ask yourself what you have to pay for. Alop calmly asserts himself. That's the equivalent of more than 100 people behind you, then gently enforce the boundary. Lock down to S-class guards with the diplomat. Make them completely immobile. This is more than enough to. Alop proves his terrible power. Out of the way, the diplomat was reluctant to agree to this contract. See that Alop immediately announced that he would attack the teleport port alone, at the same time asking for a French giant battle and a large amount of magic stones around the gate. National Japanese immediately shipped hundreds of thousands of tons of magic stones and proceed to set up the battlefield as required. Meanwhile, the president of the Hunters Association of Japan responded, airplanes to South Korea, to offer to hire Sung Jin-Woo with a huge amount of money. President Go Orton can only sigh. Explained that Sung Jin-Woo, not on the board of the association, so you can't decide for him. But Sigio still insist they want a chance to negotiate directly. It made the president go into a trance. He realized that the Japanese nation after the loss of Goto, it was completely impossible. Deal with the gate yourself. Grade S. He looked straight at Sigio. Then warned them not to dream. Because you know very well about his plot on an island. Through a black box obtained from Goto's group. Sigio was so horrified that the face had no blood left. Right now, Bob breaks the black box in his hand. We will not allow the safety of a nation, or a whole continent, 6 threatened only because of Sigio's refinement and cunning. Back to Japan 200. OOOT magic jelly arranged around the displacement port. Just enough power for the battle that Orlok requires. But he felt that there was something strange. It's as if that AI is silently watching me. Just finished talking, right on the opposite roof. Seen the shadow of Sun Yuhan, Sung Jin-Woo's father. He whispered to himself that Allah felt very good. But it's too late. Everything's going according to plan. A tragedy that was destined. It's finally about to start. Sung Jin-Woo took down the system designer. Officially in control. And become the new king of darkness. However, this enormous flow of power, beyond the limits of the human body, it makes you fall into a deep sleep, right after the fateful battle. During Sung Jin-Woo coma, the Japanese nation is facing a crisis. There's never been a level shift port. The gent appeared right in the sky of the capital. They rush, shipping tons of magic stones from all over the world, towards the shift port. The precious stones. Gold is poured out into the streets like trash. It's all about powering the OLO, the only national level support hunter. However, when he was about to cast SS level barrier magic, his characteristic to seal the gate of death, a sudden flash of red light tore through the space. From inside some giant beast, like mountains moving out. The hunters who were guarding nearby were horrified to realize. You go first, is a familiar level a dungeon lord. But Olaf just smiled smugly. See them as easily crushed ants. You focus your magic, draining energy from tons of surrounding magic stones, unleashing a giant barrier, complete blockade of the gate. This is a special sealing skill that made the name of Olo. Even S-level hunters when locked up. I can only wait to die. Now the monsters are in captivity, frantically attacking the boundary, but Olo, confident that they can't break the class, his perfect defense. But soon after, a giant appeared from inside the gate. With just a small slap, it's beating the monster in front of it. Then clench the greatsword in your hand, slashing a sweet sugar slicing the SS class boundary in half, into the halves so horrible that both legs are limp. The giant grabbed him like a doll, thrown into the air and swallowed in one gulp. The plan of attack of the Japanese nation. It also completely collapsed. The giant monsters are free to destroy the city. The national armed forces were immediately mobilized, but they are powerless to look at them. Turn the capital into a living hell. Japan is about 7. The hunters, the highest levels of this country, were forced to go to war, in which a black-haired girl with katana bar, sharp vanguard rushed to attack the giant. But when you get close, you realize, despite his massive body, but his speed is incredibly fast. It's easy to dodge just by bending over. Avoid the attack. That moment made them realize that they were completely. It's not possible to deal with this kind of monster. Especially when there's another giant leader. Placing the sword on the ground. Right in front of the transfer gate. With the air of terror. After all, he was the one who broke the barrier. A lop with just one slash. Of course, this hell scene is being broadcast live. Across the globe. Sung Jin-Woo on the other hand. After the body has adapted. With the terrible power of the Dark Lord. I finally woke up. Immediately report on the disaster in Japan. As well as the simultaneous appearance of the level shift ports, high around the world. For 3 days I was in a coma. Just woke up and came back to the house. Because if we let this situation continue, then all 6 will soon turn into the second ant island. Just when you're hesitating, I don't know if I should go to war or not. Suddenly Jin-Ae's sister ran to hug her brother. Please don't go. It turns out that the psychological specter of the OS attack. Previously still obsessed, little Jin-Woo gently comforted her sister. And promised I won't go anywhere. Then you go down to the park below. To sit and think. Ready to summon leader Beju. Asked about Jin-Ae's situation lately. Just like that, Beju said. She can only fall asleep every day. I can't do anything because of fear. But even so, the next day, Sung Jin-Woo has decided to go to Japan. You explained that to Jinho. That I'll be back soon. Even if you are 1,000 miles away. You can still protect people. Just finished the sentence. I turned around and saw my son take out the collection. The newspapers talk about your exploits. But what's remarkable? There is a Jinho in every sheet here. That means he has to go to the CA. The new mission was successful. Jin-Woo only knows how to ignore Ra. Look at the determined form that Jin-Ae is displaying, Ra. You can't help but laugh. How can I refuse this guy? Jin-Woo agreed to let Cho-Jin go and got up and went home. He also told his mother about his intention to go to war. We believe this is necessary to protect our family. It's too late if you don't go. The demons also invaded Korea. His mother told him without stopping. Your father was always the one. Run to the most dangerous places, so I understand. It's not too late to eat first and then go. That night he quietly entered Gina's room. Sitting next to you to reassure you that everything will be okay. I'm here to protect you all the time. Even if the sky falls. You will be here to help me too. The next morning, the Hunters Association held a press conference too. Jin-Woo made a statement. You're going with the Korean support team to Japan. S-level Gate Seal Giant. Jin-Woo and his brother Jin-Ho immediately set off. Japan has spent a huge amount of money to hire the only national level hunter Juji Rob. But he was attacked by the giant, devoured in a stripping manner, led to the Shift Gate Power Task 7 failed, completely pushed the entire nation to the brink of destruction, while despair enveloped the King of Darkness. Sung Jin-Woo, he showed up with his powerful army. He ordered everyone to leave immediately, to enter the battle of life and death with the powerful giants wreaking havoc everywhere. About Jin-Woo? You're not behind the order, with a gam knife and rushed into the front line alone. Just one arbitrary slash, it's enough to defeat a giant. As tall as a building. Besides the battle, the reporters were working in helicopters. Global live broadcast. They were stunned to see the scene. Dark ants, endlessly devouring the bodies of giants. There was no chance to protest. On the other side of the street, when a little girl is about to be grabbed by the giant, Isid you dare to appear. He used the Magic King's sword to cut off the giant's arm. It's right above. Iron is no less when jumping up, swinging the giant battle axe to smash the enemy's head. The dark soldier of Sung Jin-Woo. The blink of an eye has spread to every corner of Japan. Like a black tide. The command center at the time. We're constantly getting news from places. Kyoto and other cities. In turn to regain control. The CEO just looked stupid. Amazed by the power. Unimaginable of Sung Jin-Woo, he realized the power. The fighting force alone. He's far ahead of the total battle power of all the workers. Japanese hunting combined. I wonder if you're really going to be alone to deal with all this titanium or not. Mention of Jin-Woo. You are currently standing in the back. Calm down and take care of everything. Make sure people are safely evacuated. Then your eyes turn cold. With a powerful echoing voice. Order all the dead bodies to rise. Immediately, the Titans have been destroyed, swallowed up by darkness. Then come back and become part of your power. With an almost infinite amount of magical power. After a full inheritance, the power of the Dark Lord. Sung Jin-Woo, it can easily control thousands of soldiers. You have the ability to regenerate endlessly, turn your army into an army. Invincible in long battles. While the giants only consume physical strength. In vain, that can't win. However, the S-level dungeon, the loss of control caused a domino effect. That made other low-level dungeons chaotic. Low-level demons overflowed into the city from the wings, smaller port, forcing the survivors to flee. We just have to fight to survive. To the 7th day, Japan has turned into a ruined ruin. While Sung Jin-Woo and Jin-Ho go on patrol, they both received a report from a hunter. Out of 16 international S-level hunters to support. In addition, 5 others were killed. Then there's a total of 31 giants. Has emerged from the teleport port, and one of them crossed the ocean. And it's headed to China. But it's not something to worry about. The biggest threat right now. It's the giant lord who's guarding it. The gate that possesses the power of terror. Look at the ruins in front of you. Sung Jin-Woo feels something familiar. Reminds me of the demon city in the book. Memories are transmitted. He wondered what the designer had shown him. Is it a warning about the future? Even if that person is gone. You believe that if the city of demons is really a prophecy, you will use the same power you have built up all the time. So long to stop it all. This is also one of some of the reasons you don't stop being strong. To never be manipulated again. With iron determination, Jin-Woo ordered to gather forces. Without waiting for support from other hunters. Immediately countless clay soldiers ants darkness. Good melee units. Along with the strongest commanders in turn is his own. Ezid and Beju. Put the devil on a pillow in front of you. The Dark Army is ready. Sung Jin-Woo stands on a dilapidated building. Pointing to the giant lord. Is guarding the transfer gate. A voice echoing through the battlefield. All strike the final decisive battle. The expected battle between the Jin-Woo and the giant lord. It's finally officially opened. First Jin-Woo waved his hands and shouted for the whole army to go out. Get that order? Beju immediately raised his face. The sky makes a roar. Signals to the entire legion, darkness at the same time. Soon after, a large army. It's made up of dark warriors of all races. The beast is like a black tide. He rushed towards the giant lord while Jin-Woo calmly observed the situation from behind. You're supposed to have an overwhelming advantage in numbers. The battle will quickly turn in his favor. But did not expect that, at the moment, the soldiers of darkness, the avant-garde is about to approach the target. The lord suddenly opened. Those cool red eyes full of murder. Jin-Woo was startled because the next second, a giant air sword was aggressively slashing straight at the legion. The darkness is coming. The giant lord took a step forward. He rushed straight into the middle of the line. He kept swinging the sword in his hand. Kill the enemy. There was a great power every time he swung his sword. Jin-Woo couldn't help but be amazed. It's hard to believe that only one of his tricks has easily wiped out more than 100 warriors of darkness. Indeed, this giant doesn't just have a huge body. That the great power of magic emanates from you. He is still strong enough to use himself. Jin-Woo thought in discomfort. How can there be a crazy ghost beast? To this extent. Now there are 2 ways you can get rid of it. A sense of insecurity is rising. One is to run and the other is to live forever. Of course, Jin-Woo chose the second option. At the same time, the giant and the shark were fighting. Another dark soldier suddenly appeared right behind her. It's about to launch a surprise attack. He saw that. He reacted very quickly. Used the giant hand to crush the attack from the and then immediately swung the sword and slashed the 2 tire pickers. As for their ground troops, the lord is in a short period of time. After the attack, has climbed up simultaneously, endlessly biting his body. But those efforts were almost in vain. Because the lord just needs a simple leg swing. Is to be able to wipe it all out. I saw the ants under me constantly sacrificing. Bezu immediately became angry and wanted to do it himself. But right now, Sung Jin-Woo suddenly raised his hand to stop him. because it's not time for the trump card to go out. Reality, you knew this difficult situation very well. Your magic power is still in abundance. We need to fight a little more with the Lord to find his weakness. And so the battle goes on in a cycle. Soldiers of darkness, repeatedly beaten to death by the giant lord, he was constantly resurrected by the king. By observing, Sung Jin-Woo found out that there seems to be a class. There's a lot of magic around the lord. Acts as an invisible layer of armor. Maybe that's why he's almost defenseless before the usual attacks. But Sung Jin-Woo remembered. Only once did he stop the attack. And that blow is aimed at the eye. Can't be wrong. He concluded that his eye was his greatest weakness. Immediately Sung Jin-Woo summoned Phi Long Queso. He ordered Ezid and Beju to attack together. Blinking Bezo flashed like lightning. Fast forward to the eyes of the giant. To discover the intention, he immediately took a step back, gently dodged the attack. But in the moment he dodged, the greatsword in Izid's hand had condensed with power. Lightning suddenly slashed a sharp blow. Even if you have a large body, Lord Titan is extremely fast. Back again with your back. Successfully dodged the dangerous sword. Say it again. That he's just dodging eye attacks. To confirm that Jin-Woo's reasoning is correct. Right now, the new Titan Lord counterattacks the Kaiser Phi Long. With just one sword, he slashed the flying dragon to pieces. But soon after, he panicked when he saw it. Isis appears right in front of you. He was holding the sword of the Demon King. Then stop saving. The piercing light wrapped in the power of thunder, immediately swung out by Isis. The Lord Titan reflexively raised his hand to cover it. But doing so also means hiding. Vision in front of you. It's as if a shadow had suddenly appeared. I realized that it was Sung Jin-Woo. You've been hiding all this time waiting for this opportunity. A powerful slash, aimed straight at the unprotected eye. Lord Titan's shield. I saw the giant's leader groaning in pain. Sung Jin-Woo grinned. Of course you guessed it. At that moment the ant leader Beju swung his sharp claws again. Fast forward to the injured eye. I see the enemy hiding. Sung Jin-Woo holding hands. Activate the power of the ruler. Under the giant thrust of this skill, Bezu rushed straight into the enemy's eye sockets. Now, all the remote observers. They are amazed to say nothing. This is no longer a battle between workers, hunting and monsters, rather than the competition between two real monsters. Back to Beju. It frantically uses its claws attack inside the eyes of the giant. While Sung Jin-Woo also took the opportunity to summon all my swords. Aim directly at the same position. Disorder skill is activated. Toss countless swords like a storm. After suffering this devastating attack, the giant's eyes finally broke. Sung Jin-Woo had the opportunity to bathe himself in the purple liquid, disconnect the flow coil. And then he suddenly screamed out Beju to finish. Get command ant leader as fast as electricity, stabbed deep inside the giant's head. Through a wound in the eye, and swung his sharp claws, continuously destroying from within. Sung Jin-Woo outside. They're also constantly using their disordered skills to wear down. Under attack both inside and outside of you. The Titan Lord painfully spewed out a mouthful of thick purple blood. Then unwillingly kneeling to the ground. Sung Jin-Woo at the moment. You also get notifications from the system. The enemy has been destroyed. At the same time, the level has increased by 4 levels. This is not an announcement when killing the boss of the dungeon. It means this name. It's not the strongest in here. Out after death. His color also has no characteristic black smoke. It's probably impossible to extract the ball. At this moment a noise suddenly came out. He hastily raised his hand to block Jinho. He's running towards me to check it out. But it turns out it's just a Do Beju sound. When you get out of the dead body. I can't believe this guy is dead. But the magic sound is still so powerful. But right now. A frantic flow of energy, exploding from within the teleport port. It creates strong suction. Directly pull the body of the loser inside. Sung Jin-Woo couldn't help but be startled. Because you've never seen the transmission. It can be absorbed again. The monster's magic died like this. Even just the magic ripples, radiating out in the process, has slightly scratched your skin. Recognize the urgent situation. Jin-Woo Cho is at stay. Let him take his brother to safety. and himself rushed straight to the gate. Inside is a large space. It's like a giant temple. Bezu very quickly warned the owner that deep inside is emitting a monstrous smile. But then why? Sung Jin-Woo softly twisted his wrist and replied with interest. I've broken into the transfer gate. You can still laugh. At the end of the temple, there's another giant, are bound by countless chains. After feeling the special gas of Sung Jin-Woo, he suddenly burst out laughing strangely. Then cursed the damned rulers. Look who came to see me before. He realized Jin-Woo is the king and asks for his help to unkind him. He knows the ruler's plan. I want to let the other kings know. Just finished the sentence, he looked at Sung Jin-Woo and changed his attitude. Because you're not a king, but still holds the power of a king. Inside the super level S dungeon in Japan, Sung Jin-Woo faced the king of the giants, the head of Titan. He's on countless chains right now. Magic tied to the ground. From that guy's hateful murmurs. Sung Jin-Woo, know that it was the rulers who imprisoned. He's here. But you have no compassion, it's cold, the real identity of the rulers. Despite repeated attempts to extract information from the wise beasts. But no one's ever told me half a word about their origin. The giant king heard. He answered in a hostile voice. That the rulers. It's his mortal enemy. The cursed winged creature's Kia. That's why they kept him here. They want to take advantage. This place is like a pedestal, to lay the groundwork for a war. Really coming. Hearing this, Sung Jin-Woo's eyes became expressionless. The enemy of the king is your enemy. They tied this guy up. This shows that he is also one of the kings. That's right, he confirmed it. That you are the crown prince? The head of all titans. He then warned that perhaps other monarchs and the rulers have their eyes on Sung Jin-Woo. But with the current power, you don't have enough money to fight them. I want to do that. You need to strengthen your power. After saying that, he asked Sung Jin-Woo to remove the seal. In return, they will help unconditionally. The old man seems to have forgotten. Now AI is the one who takes the initiative. Sung Jin-Woo does not believe animals are actively helping humans. So don't you untie Cho. The crown prince seems to have anticipated this suspicion. He smiled and said he would make you believe. Finished, he began to mutter a complex, ancient language. Sung Jin-Woo's eyes suddenly shrunk. Because there's a couple of system windows in front of you. The crown prince used good faith treaty skills to make a contract. With you once accepted, neither side can lie to the other. Stand before this choice. Sung Jin-Woo hesitated, but finally decided to accept it. The treaty was established. It creates a temporary trust between the two sides. Sung Jin-Woo asked, why is he different from other magical beasts? Or say Cho easy to understand. You are free to talk to him on sensitive topics. The king's father was puzzled. Ask again. Are you talking about the inhabitants of the world? He explained that you can't compare these people to kings. Dominate them who come out of the teleport gate. It's just a defeated general, defeated by the ruler's army, and was taken prisoner. Self-consciousness is completely destroyed. And you are the king. Should remain rational but quietly patient, waiting for a chance to escape. Jin-Woo pondered for a moment and then asked the reason. The rulers kept sending the demons, disturbing the human race. The king grinned. Explain the reason very simply, is to channel the magic power to Earth. They're preparing for war. I want to make this world a battlefield. The giant once again waged war on the kings. After hearing, Sung Jin-Woo felt a chill in his back. Because if the demonic beast is the calamity that the teleport gate brings, then magic is the blessing that it bestows. Most people, not just hunters, think so. Magic stones and magic crystals, items that contain magic. It is considered to be the most optimal source of energy today. But it turns out they're tools for the war plots of the rulers. The king continued. To bring in power that doesn't belong in this world, the best way is to use the blood of the demons. And the power levels are increasing in some areas. It shows that the demonic blood is working. They want to use magic to strengthen the world. Create a place strong enough to withstand the decay, the destruction of war, without being completely destroyed. Sung Jin-Woo took a deep breath. Understand that the Great War, between kings and rulers, it's about to happen again. And the human world, it will soon be a bloody battlefield. The king of Thailand urgently requested Jin-Goo releases himself, because there's not much time left. If it gets out that you met him, neither the king nor the ruler will sit still. Maybe the messengers of the ruler. It's already started. But slowly, Sung Jin-Woo want to know, why do you insist that they're targeting you? The king laughed coldly and said, Sung Jin-Woo really doesn't know anything. The power you possess doesn't belong to you. What you get, it proves, the original owner betrayed the kings. It means, Jin-Goo has become a common enemy of both forces. Now only you are on your side. For they have made a covenant of faithfulness. It also sounds bad, so Sung Jin-Woo is going to break the chains. Wait a minute. Jin-Goo suddenly had a question. If you want to be on your side, turning into a shadow soldier in better than Sao. The words just ended. A magical purple ghost suddenly fluttered into Sung Jin-Woo's body. The king was startled when he saw that. Realize that the person in front of you is not simple. He quickly explained that the kings, as well as the ruler, they're all soul entities. If they die, they are completely destroyed. You can't be a soldier of the dark. Sung Jin-Woo is somewhat reassured. Then summon the Demon King's sword. Get ready to work. But you still feel like something's wrong. It's as if this guy is trying to hide something. He walked slowly towards the king of Thailand. Play again carefully. You're on my side, right? You said you used a sword. Break the chain that binds one of his arms. The king looked at his newly freed arm. He replied that if you help, you will help. It's a fair trade between kings. But as soon as the Jin-Goo is about to cut the strands, the last chain binds the king's body. You suddenly stop cold. Look him straight in the eye. I asked after that war started. Are you on the side of humanity? The question just ended. The atmosphere became eerie silent. He didn't dare to answer. So Sung Jin-Woo asked why he was silent. Is it because of your faith? At the same time, he discovered the magic crystal behind the neck of the king. Because of it, he was forced to obey the orders of the ruler. Just like the other animals, is to destroy humanity. When I heard that, the king gritted his teeth. Ken immediately swung the remaining giant hand. Slap hard at Sung Jin-Woo. The blow carries the force of the earth. The power of the emperor. It really can't be ignored. But Sung Jin-Woo is ready. They quickly dodged the attack. The last action means the cancellation of the transaction. So Jin-Woo doesn't need to be disrespectful anymore. He rushed straight to the king of Thailand. Stabbed the dagger in his hand into his chest. It is better to remove than save. The king tried to endure the pain, warning you that you've made the wrong move. Because you're not the disaster, you're the disaster. When he finished, he used his last strength. He opened his bloody mouth and tried to bite off Sung Jin-Woo's head. You quickly bend over to dodge the blow. Counter justice by skillful digging disorder. The king's father was under full attack, spitting out a sip of thick purple blood. But still trying to swing my only arm. It is still moving to attack. Jin-Goo he jumped into the air to dodge. Then it came down like a lightning bolt. The sword pierced through his heart. This deadly attack. Finally, the king also lost all resistance. That fall to the ground. Before death, he used what little power the king had left to curse the fig. Jin-Goo a cruel curse. That the war between the kings and rulers. It's inevitable. The world will be more cruel than ever. And the things that you hold dear, it will turn to dust. But Sung Jin-Woo doesn't want to hear any more bullshit. He immediately appeared behind the enemy. And in the next moment, the head of the king of Thailand is gone. The system booms up to one of the 9 great kings. The king's father was destroyed. The amount of experience gained is too large. It takes some time to calculate. Sung Jin, he looked at the body of the king and sighed. I can't turn him into a shadow soldier. So stop treating this like a trophy. You quietly leave the dungeon. Experience points have also been calculated. Sung Jin-Woo promoted 10 levels immediately, officially reached level 122. To understand this, we need to go back 2 hours. I'm in my sleep. Crush suddenly woke up. I feel a dangerous air. So I hurriedly got dressed and walked out of the room. Just like that today, the house is unusually quiet. To check, he took the glass of red wine on the table and threw it hard on the ground. The wine glass is broken, but strangely, it didn't make any noise. To witness this extraordinary crisis, he immediately confirmed that the house had been attacked by the enemy, and their power is definitely strong. I suddenly remembered my meeting with her. Say no during the day. Did they know this was going to happen? But now's not the time to wonder. The muscle screeched and asked downstairs to probe. See who the enemy is. Just finished, a dark cloud appeared. And as it slowly melts away, a blond man appeared out. He is one of the 9 kings. He spoke fragments of the bright light. I finally found you. The muscle screeched and couldn't help but startle. By basic, I can't understand the language of the demons that the blond man is talking about. I noticed his stunned face. He laughed cunningly and pointed his hand to the sky. Explain that these words. Not to tell you? It's Cho who's connecting with you up there. It turns out that the hunters. The state has the power. Far beyond the normal hunters. It's because inside their bodies they hide contains the power of false rulers. In the eyes of kings, these hunters are the shards of light. The enemy is laying waste all over the world. And their ultimate goal. It's about getting all the power back from these pieces of light. Just finished the sentence. Suddenly, there were 2 more people. Appeared right behind the crush. And just for a moment, he was captured by 3 powerful kings. Surrounded from the side. However, Chris didn't flinch before the kings. On the contrary, you arrogantly claim, you ants are sure. We'll have to become a ghost under the knife of a hunter, national level like us. The princes were also quite surprised to hear that. Who knows, human beings can also be spiritualized. Just a second later, around the endless exploding ribbons, the flames of destruction, they immediately attacked the kings. This great power at the same time, it also caused a terrible explosion. It covers the outside area. The manor meanwhile, due to time zone deviation. So, Sung Jin-Woo still doesn't know anything about the tragedy happened with the crisis. You're on a flight to the conference. International Association. I met an acquaintance on the plane. He was the one who had previously saved. I invite you to wake up a second time. Through Adam's attitude. It's clear, this is an arrangement that's been calculated before. Sung Jin-Woo immediately spoke up. Frankly say that, after their last meeting broke down, the 2 sides will never see each other again. At the same time doubtful. Is it the United States? Is also having trouble with the S-level port? Or don't hear that. Adam hurriedly explained that this time he was looking for him. It's not because of the port issue. Then quickly opened the computer, handheld in front. Sung Jin-Woo. On the screen, in progress, hot news about the terrible fire at Chris's mansion. This is clearly not a normal fire. Because, despite trying all the most modern firefighting methods, the fire shows no sign of slowing down. Even, low-level hunters just touched the flames. It was immediately burned to coal. Adam revealed that this terrible fire was caused by national-level hunters, the crisis caused in his last war. To be able to put out the big fire that he left behind, United States Department of Hunters, we had to mobilize a huge force. There were 1,800 firefighters. With the top 25 magic hunters, I can reluctantly control the fire. Everybody can't believe it. A powerful national hunter like Chris could be brutally murdered again? Right in my own manner. That's it, Adam. Take out a photo and give it to Cho Sung Jin-Woo. This is the #1 suspect that the Hunters Administration has speculated raw. As soon as I finish, my body was suddenly lifted into the air. Sung Jin-Woo in extreme rage. That crushed the laptop. Then wield the power of the ruler. Clasp Adam's neck. And raise it up. He coldly warned that if Adam dared to joke, don't leave here easily. At the same time, you don't hesitate. Flatter the U.S. Hunters Administration, if necessary. Strangled to suffocation, Adam hurriedly prayed for forgiveness. He explained that people he's from the underground city. And probably not the one that Sung Jin-Woo is thinking about. He said more. Magical energy waves emanating from this person. It's very similar to the beast. And he attacked the level hunters of the United States as soon as it appeared, without saying a word. Adam asked again. Sung Jin-Woo, do you remember the mysterious explosion at the U.S. Bureau of Hunters? 2.5 months ago or not? Sung Jin-Woo is a little hesitant. Because Adam's idea was that the explosion was caused by his father. Come here, slowly loosen your hand. Let the senator sit on the floor. Let the senator sit on the floor. He went on to explain that the man, after defeating the workers, the hunt has disappeared. Even though I've been quietly searching all this time, but he seemed to have evaporated from the world. It didn't leave any clues at all. Adam claims that, I totally understand Sung Jin-Woo's mood right now. But there's no denying that the person in the photo meet all the conditions to be the prime suspect in the murder crisis. Hearing that Sung Jin-Woo suppressed his emotions, asked Adam's true purpose. When you show me this picture. Adam then explained that at the next international conference, it's a place where representatives of famous hunting societies gather. All over the world, United States National Hunters Administration will officially issue a global arrest warrant for this suspect. It means the investigation will no longer be a secret. Jin-Woo began to lose his temper, causing Adam to freeze his back. He quickly explained that the US government has lost a national hunter. Very important in this event. Therefore, they will have to take all necessary measures to arrest of criminals. However, the worker management, I still want to maintain a good relationship with him. Jin-Woo should have decided. Let me know about the arrest warrant. About to be announced. Right now, Sung Jin-Woo showed a bewildered and unbelievable expression. You can't accept the truth. My father has been missing for 15 years. It's turned into a killer monster. The powerful flow of magic power that it opened Adam's eyes. By normal, a high-class magic hunter. Just enough power to control things. Sung Jin-Woo is much better. It's as if it's power that only national hunters have. Immediately Adam, think about quickly reporting. This is important news for the deputy director. Because it's very possible. This is the 6th national hunter coming up. At the same time at the headquarters of the Korean Hunters Association. Go to the president. To report on China. Would like please profile details of hunter Sung Jin-Woo. He looked suspicious. Obviously before he made clear his wish on his behalf. I hope not to accept the invitation, imported from any country. But the head of the department said, this is not a request from the Chinese government. It's a personal request that comes from a hunter. I explain more. China has a hunter-gatherer hierarchy, separate from the rest of the world. In there, the highest rank is normally a 5-star hunter, and the liver is the only 7-SAO hunter. An existence that goes beyond that hierarchy. After listening, the president thought for a moment and smiled. This is a real hero. So, you have no reason to refuse. Meanwhile, at the Sky Venture building in the United States. Jin-Woo is coming to the US tomorrow. Thomas immediately summoned the east wind. Frankly warned. Absolutely don't touch him during his time in America. Of course you know the feud between the two of you. But no is still no. The devil was about to open his mouth. Then immediately, a huge flow of magic from Thomas pressed on him. He raised his hand straight to his head. With a scary face, he warned me he had no right to speak out. Under tremendous magical pressure, Huang Dong-su immediately stiffens in place, only reluctantly agree. Then quietly turn around and leave the room. After the winner Su left, Thomas's assistant came to ask, is that enough? According to Thomas, this level of warning, it probably made him completely give up. But he had to stay in one place until it was done. Jin-Woo leaves the United States, enough with the present. As expected, of course. After leaving the room, Zhu's wild face became extremely angry. He obviously can't swallow this. And will most likely try to cause trouble. The United States just lost a hunter. The national level is crisis. They were urgently looking to replenish their forces by using a stone from the body of a dragon, came it as a decoy, to recruit Sung Jin-Woo. The only one so far, you can conquer the S-level underground city on your own. Therefore, as soon as Sung Jin-Woo set foot in the United States, the Hunters Department immediately sent someone to greet him. At the same time, 2 S-level hunters from the Waiting Guild. The German representative also got off the plane to attend an international conference and came across Sung Jin-Woo by chance. When they were about to go up and say hello, it's a horrible sight. That they were immediately astounded to hold people in place. They realized that Sung Jin-Woo refused to return from another space as usual. Instead, you always carry them with you. To witness the sheer number of legions of darkness. They can't help but think, even if we go to war with the United States, it doesn't matter. At the right time, Sung Jin-Woo also found out that someone was looking for him. Go ahead and ask for the purpose. However, Senator Adam, he quickly appeared to welcome. He put Jin-Woo in a car. Straight to the hunters. He also made it clear that the United States wanted to recruit him, replace the position that Chris left. Adam opens the screen in front of Sung Jin-Woo. It shows the ghost skeleton. Giant dragon with a mysterious stone. He explained that the skeleton belonged to the giant dragon. Kamid, and the stone contains powerful magic. There's a reward for you, if you accept to join. Adam goes straight to the point and asks, how do you see this new offer? But the unexpected thing is, Sung Jin-Woo became excited when he saw the picture. Kamid. He walked up to the screen and asked to take a closer look. Clearly compared to the recommended stone, the Kamid skeleton is what's more appealing to you. You can't help but ask where it is. Priority over there first. You were very generous. Spend time working with the Hunter's administration. Make sure this request is not excessive. Adam recovered from the surprise. You explain again. The information I know, only limited to content approved by the superior. So, I don't even know where Kamid's body is. But I believe that your boss will not refuse this request. You just need to report it first. Sung Jin-Woo can only breathe helplessly. Agreed to continue to the Hunters. After arrival, Man immediately reports Sung Jin-Woo's request to the director. Finish listening. The director couldn't help but be suspicious because all the way there was no mention of stone. Is it true that I just want to see that dragon's body? He asked Adam to come out first. Then I turned to the deputy director. Sung Jin-Woo wants to see the body of the Kamid. The deputy director admitted he didn't know. But it's certainly not just a quick glance. Remember, the value of skill is endless. Top hunters when they saw the stone. I don't care about the price at all. Because skill is the power that hunters possess. And power is associated with life. So definitely for Sung Jin-Woo. A glimpse of the dragon's body. There is value, then getting skills from the magic stone. A closer analysis of Ra found. Maybe Jin-Woo's ability. It's not just limited to extraction. The shadow of the monster he defeated. That means the animals died a long time ago. You can also be turned into a monster. And now Jin-Woo, wanting to turn Kamid into his summons. Before this terrifying possibility, the director immediately stood up, hands banging on the table, because if that's the case, it's absolutely impossible. You can't have such great power. Focus on one person. But if you refuse Sung Jin-Woo, Hunter Management Department, it will be difficult to have a good relationship with him. So, the director decided to take it personally, Jin-Woo to body Kamid. I think this is a good opportunity to see it in person. Confirm the power of this person. Not long after, he led Sung Jin-Woo down to the 15th basement, where the body of the Kamid is hidden. When the heavy door opens, a powerful flow of magic immediately came. Soon after, the majestic body of the Kamid appeared in front of everyone. It's unbelievable. 8 years since he died. The magic that it left behind was still so powerful. People can't help but imagine that if Sung Jin-Woo really turns him into a shadow soldier, how terrible will your power be? Sung Jin-Woo doesn't seem to be able to control himself. It's attracted to that mysterious power. He walked alone in front of the giant dragon and yelled for everyone to back off. When you finish, you unleash the power of obsession, the king with purple energy, around the palms of the hands, then gently stroked body of Kamid and stately ordered. Stand up immediately. The darkness covers, and a crazy flow of magic exploding from the dragon's body. However, what Sung Jin-Woo did not expect, the next thing, is that extracting darkness for the first time is 7 failures. Take a deep breath and try again. This time you gave it your all. Mobilize all the power of the king's obsession. It stuck in my body as if I wanted to swallow it. This action itself awakened the already dormant will of the Kamid. Accompanied by a roaring dragon, Malong woke up again. The terrifying magic that it radiates immediately, that the entire lab started to collapse. And then he looked down. Sung Jin-Woo is standing below. Ask a question. Did you summon me, my lord? To see this scene, everyone standing next to me was stunned. At the same time, Malong Kamid also pays attention to the group of observers. His body suddenly trembled, and then lightning-fast Ra shatter the glass that's holding it. To see this scene, the director's mood is unbearable. You can't believe it. The glass is magically enhanced by the highest level hunters. It can be broken so easily. In the midst of everyone's amazement, Kamid stepped out and roared the words "kill." The man's mouth began to condense purple magic power, clearly prepared to destroy everyone who was at the scene. But at the right moment, it's about to unleash a destructive force. Sung Jin-Woo ordered a stop in time. At the same time explain, the crystal in your head has been removed. No need to listen to the ruler's orders. People are even more surprised to hear these words. Who would have expected someone to understand the language of the beast? Comet also seemed to calm down after Sung's words. Jin-Goo muttered to himself, Ra is obsessed. The subdued king feels that way. Then get down on your knees, as a greeting to the new king. It's just a short sentence. Seeing Jin-Goo, still quickly recognized important information contained in it. Of course Kamid. He was the commander of the army under the Dragon Emperor. The king destroyed. Soon Jin-Goo looked surprised. At the same time, I feel strong anger, radiating from the consciousness of this soldier of darkness. This is really a monster. The strongest you've ever faced. And now I'm showing respect in front of you. Standing nearby the director was completely blank. He forced his mouth to utter. At Cao, the biggest disaster in history. The human race seems to have been abandoned, turned into a pet. Meanwhile Sung Jin-Woo fell into deep contemplation. The king of the undead is called the king of haunts. The king of the giants is the crown prince. Are these the 9 great kings that the system was talking about? Right now, Kamid suddenly pulled him back to reality. He said, we have to go first, because it's too late. Sung Jin-Woo was startled. Immediately wonder, perhaps the power of the king's obsession. It can't resist wear and tear. Of 8 years Cao time. Let you call. It can't be stopped anyway. Kamid's body gradually dissolves. In the last moments, it expresses its admiration for the soldiers of darkness. Fortunately, it can serve its owner forever. And before leaving, he wants to warn you that there are a total of 4 others, using the power of the ruler. Finish the last word, the shadow of Kamid. Disappear completely in front of your eyes. The wonder and regret of Sung Jin-Woo. You get it at the same time. Notification from the extraction system. Ball 70 feet. The enemy's shadow has returned to the world of nothingness. Too long time to die. Extraction no longer makes sense. With 7 hopes, Sung Jin-Woo went to the director. Sorry for the damage that was caused. At the same time, they are willing to pay for repairs. Then I walked out of the lab. As soon as we get to the door, the anger can't be contained. Make you punch a hole in the wall. It makes a big hole. 7 times is too big. Not just losing a shadow champion. Extremely powerful potential. It's also missing important information about the ruler and the kings you're about to get. After that, Jin-Goo returned to his place. I didn't expect the manager to suddenly come. I was wondering if you saw Jin-Ho. Because about 2.5 hours there's a scavenger hunter claiming to pick up Jin-Ho. Said that Sung Jin-Goo is waiting for him at the Hunter's Bureau. When you hear this news, you can't help but be stunned because I just got back from the Hunter's department. Not seeing the brother at all. A sudden unhealed feeling that Jin isolated. Run out of the house. On the way, you can't stop blaming yourself, because before, when you used the darkness switch to save Father Jin-Ho, you've recovered all the balls. I didn't leave any soldiers to protect my brother. You're afraid that, if this time, same thing happened to my sister back then, the consequences are really unimaginable. Jin-Goo immediately turned into a shadow. Go to the highest point in the city. Summon all the dark soldiers. And order them to search for Jin-Ho. With the fastest speed, under orders, the soldiers quickly turn to darkness. Then it's coming in all directions. Meanwhile, at Sky Venture headquarters, Thomas after receiving a phone call. The face is dark. He said the most worrying thing finally happened. The damn bastard dared to provoke Sung. Jin-Goo did not hesitate. He immediately mobilized all the members of the union. Find him, and by all means find him. Before Sung Jin-Woo out. Back to the house. You're still standing at the top of the city, waiting patiently for news from the dark soldiers. You are thinking now, the argument is that even though Jin-Ho is only a D-level fighter hunter, but it can't be easy, subdued by a bunch of ordinary people. More, if the car is supposed to belong to the Hunter's Bureau, really get out of the city. That kid is for sure, will recognize the anomaly and resist. That's the only clue right now. Towards the crime of the guild. Sky Venture and the highest possibility is wild and crowded. You remember the past in the cataclysm. Only me and Jin-Ho are the survivors. Think about it, the rage inside you is raging. So much so that my heart wants to explode. If Jin-Ho really happened, you're going to kill him. At the same time at Sky Adventure, Thomas is also waiting for news. In my heart constantly scolding. The Wild East does not know how to live and die. You know that even S-level hunters. He's sure. We need to understand the power gap between ourselves and the world. Jin guts to take the risk. Not long after, the assistant hurried to report. We found the exact location of the mountain. Thomas immediately set off. It's in an abandoned factory right now. Jin-Ho is suffering, to suffer merciless blows from the wild. No, that can't touch Sung Jin-Woo. He decided to target the weaker. You use force, you have to testify. Sung Jin-Woo, he's the one who killed his brother in the dungeon. Out, he threatened to continue the torture if he didn't. Not even hesitate to hire healers. Hide to save your life. Every time near death. And then torture again. Jin-Ho is determined to die. They don't betray the CA. Made him very angry and tried to slap Jin-Ho to death. But at that moment, he discovered something unusual. Suddenly outside the building a brain appeared. Is shivering not thinking much? He immediately threw a punch straight at it. But as soon as the fist is about to reach the target, a familiar cold voice echoed. Ball swapping. Almost at the same time, Bezo is watching TVI, suddenly startled with shock, for feeling the king's wrath. Other side, Thomas also felt the terrifying power, pushing the tension to the top. He hurried to kick the car door and run towards it with all his might. The abandoned factory, back to battle. Wild frozen Su spits out a big sip of blood. His body was punched like steel in the waist. Make him fly backwards. Finally, it's against the far wall. Cannot be removed temporarily? Right at the location of the previous OS, the shadow of the king's haunting majesty appeared, with an icy cold face full of rage. However, instead of punishing the wild East Su immediately, Jin-Woo's first priority is to save Cho Jin-Ho. So, you rush out the cure? But the boy's wound was too heavy right now. This makes conventional medicine almost completely ineffective. I see the situation is critical. Sung Jin-Woo turned to look at the two workers, hunting hands and feet of wild East Su with eyes like death. Coldly ask who among you is you. Do you want to cure this person? If you don't want to die. Horrible gas radiated from Jin-Woo. The name is supposed to scare you so much. Almost all out of pants. But the problem is he doesn't understand your language. It hurts right now. The voice of the wind echoes from far away. Cho understood that Jin-Woo said, cure that boy. Next is a warm greeting. Long time no see. However, Jin-Woo completely ignores his existence. He just stared at her name. Coldly raise a warning again. Treat this person immediately. That's it. After seeing the wild East Su went back nearby. Does your name seem to regain some courage? He immediately responded by arresting Jin. You have to convince the boss first. He just finished. Sung Jin-Woo's big hand slapped him in the face. Threw him off a nearby wall. Then you turn your eyes to the rest of the skinheads. I asked if you were a teacher. The bald man was so afraid that he stammered out of words, hastily shaking his head in denial. Hear the answer. Sung Jin-Woo said no more. That toss, he flew him 100 meters away. At this moment, Hwang Dong-Su walked in front of Sung Jin-Woo. He claims Jin-Woo is the one who killed his brother. However, Sung Jin-Woo still has an apathetic attitude. I didn't even look at him, but only responded contemptuously. I usually want to know why. Then go down there and ask him yourself. This attitude of utter contempt, it finally made the winner cold. I can't control my anger anymore. He roared like a wild animal. Then he threw Lao's fist at Sung Jin-Woo. Yet in the eyes of the Prince of Darkness, the enemy's movements were as slow as scenes. Slow motion, you just need to lean in. It was easy to avoid the attack. While throwing a powerful hook punch straight into the wasteland's stomach, was hit by a sudden blow. He took a sip of fresh blood. The whole person again, fly back raw like a meteorite, smashing against the steel pipes in the distance. He tried to grit his teeth in severe pain. But Jin-Woo obviously, there was no intention of giving him any chance to breathe. Almost immediately, you have appeared in front of the king. When you see the enemy trying to fight back, one of your strong hands is straight in the face. Put his head in the pipe, and then rubbing it relentlessly. But the rage doesn't stop there. Jin-Woo grabs the wild head, constantly banging against the hard concrete floor. In that moment, the abandoned factory, there's only a cry to the extreme. The cry seems to be getting worse. Sung Jin-Woo is getting stronger. This brutal torture just stopped. Until another man shows up. Behind the person who just arrived, no one else is a national hunter. President of Scavenger Thomas. He spoke up. The voice is somewhat tired, that he told the wasteland. Don't mess with you. That's it. Jin-Goo doesn't even need to turn around. Thomas continued if he could understand what he was saying. Then things will be easier to solve for hours. Let him go, and you're going to pretend that today never happened. Right now, Sung Jin-Woo glanced at Thomas with sharp eyes. The challenge is not released. Thomas's face was a little angry. The voice became firm. Then don't blame him for not being nice to you. Sung Jin-Woo didn't flinch when he heard the threat. He casually swung the wild thrower. Sue is dying to the side. It's like throwing something away. He turned towards Thomas. The challenge is to go ahead. Really not. I can't believe the wind has so much energy. Thrown from a height of 10 meters. He's not dead yet, but also tried to yell at Thomas. Demand justice for him in particular, and the whole Sky Venture community in general. Thomas slowly walked in front of Sung Jin-Woo. The overwhelming atmosphere radiates out. Do you really not know who you are? Sung Jin-Woo replied without hesitation. It doesn't matter who you are. Anyone who stands in my way today must die. The great atmosphere radiated from Sung Jin-Woo. That really startled Thomas, who was born into an immigrant family. Poverty grows in the midst of enemy encirclement. Thomas achieved his position today, entirely thanks to his unparalleled ability. That's why he never allowed anyone to belittle him. Right now, self-esteem is hurting. Thomas was determined to use his own violence. That you're most proud of. To make Sung Jin-Woo must kneel. No more words. Thomas raised his giant arm. Tried to grab Sung Jin-Woo. That moment, it's a battle between two of the workers. The strongest hunt. The world officially begins. Outside the factory at the same time, where all the members of Sky Venture are gathered. They suddenly felt the powerful currents. They touch each other. This horrible pressure suddenly presses down. It's almost impossible for them all to breathe. Just a second later, the ground below, they're suddenly sliced in half by an invisible force. It was followed by a violent explosion. Soon after, a shadow was struck, fly back out from inside the factory at an astonishing speed. No one else is Thomas. Was beaten by Sung Jin-Woo. It causes shock and some loss of face. Thomas roared. Give orders to all outside members. Immediately into combat mode. Meanwhile Sung Jin-Woo quickly summons the FEI Long, Queso and Night Isid. Assign them to Jin-Ho immediately. Go to the nearest hospital for treatment. After safety assurance for Jin-Ho. You just came back to summon his entire Legion of Darkness. Officially declared war on the entire Sky Venture. Before that majestic scene, Thomas is not afraid. And on the contrary, he laughed. As one of the most powerful hunter in the world, it's been a long time. You haven't been this excited. Now the life and death of the East Sioux. It didn't matter anymore. The only thing you care about is to personally kill Sung Jin-Woo. To regain self-respect. Just been hurting. Thomas, it's like a golden lion in a rage. Eyes glaring at Sung Jin-Woo. Express a wish for more opportunities. Just accept the blame and get down on your knees. You might consider saving a life. In return for that grace, Sung Jin-Woo simply raised his middle finger. An act of contempt without words. Thomas is pissed off to the top. The terrifying power around him burned violently. The golden ridges began to appear all over the body intensely. Clear sign that shows he began to borrow the power of the ruler. More remarkable, he seems to be able to share a portion of this power for all of his subordinates. In the face of that terrifying power, the dark army of Sung Jin-Woo, it doesn't seem inferior either. The will and will to fight on both sides. They are all pushed up, the highest right after your order to go to war. Haunting legions and elite hunters from the guild. Sky Venture immediately rushed into each other. Began a chaotic and intense battle. In the front line the bar hunters. The enemy's muscles quickly young the plates. Giant shield. It forms a solid defensive wall. To support the wave. The first attack of the Obsessive Legion temporarily made it impossible for us to break. Defense line, immediately on the part of Thomas. He's in the middle of an army of darkness. Like a real wild animal. Easily tearing apart the dark soldiers who stood in the way. When it's blocked by Tut's strong defensive wall. Thomas only roared for an hour. Concentrate all your strength on your feet. Then it comes like a heavy shell. Not just tear down the defensive wall, it's tearing it apart. He smirked. These cheap shadows are so weak. Then, without hesitation, go straight inside the factory, where Sung Jin-Woo is waiting. But just inside, the first sight that hits the eye, he's his elite subordinates, lying on the floor like dead dogs. The unbridled rage flared up. Thomas roared and rushed straight towards Sung Jin-Woo. Aizen immediately stepped up in front of the owner. Tried to stop the enemy. However, Thomas just roared in anger, "Get out." Suddenly a multitude of golden dwarfs gathered on his fist. It's a destructive attack. Smashed the iron to pieces. But the very moment the zone was destroyed, Sung Jin-Woo has disappeared from its original position, right behind Thomas. Take advantage of the moment, swinging the Magic King sword straight into the abdomen. And the unbelievable thing happened. Sharp sword segment. I can only make a few flares. When VA touched Thomas' steel hard skin, it's completely impenetrable. Sung Jin-Woo held his breath for a moment, in front of this man's defense. Take that chance. Thomas gave a sinister smile. He clenched his fist. Has been enhanced by golden magic. Then throw a punch. Aim straight at Sung Jin-Woo's head. Take this big punch. Sung Jin-Woo's body flies backwards. In that moment, you realize you've underestimated the true power of a national hunter. And then the golden power came out. Began to condense endlessly in the palm of Thomas's hand. Sung Jin-Woo is flying backwards. Suddenly hit by a huge flow of energy. Pull the jerk back. Thomas continued to mock. As soon as he finished speaking, Sung Jin-Woo's eyes suddenly shuddered. A magical purple flow begins to hover in the palm of your hand. Then he aimed straight at Thomas. The power of the ruler is activated, suddenly heavy on the enemy. Temporarily incapacitated him from acting. Suddenly oppressed. Thomas couldn't help but look surprised. I wonder if he also has the power of God. Soon Sung Jin-Woo came flying like lightning. Thomas woke up and reacted. However, Sung Jin-Woo's fist is still aggressive. Smacked him straight in the face. Hit by a stomachache. Tom's body is as cool as a bullet. Just came out of the barrel. Shoot out the back at lightning speed. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth endlessly. He was pushed back 25 meters to stop. This is the first time in my life Thomas was so hurt. But not yet determined. The shadow of Sung Jin-Woo once again appeared in front of him. He repeated the enemy's previous joke. Then your body turns into countless shadows. Relentless onslaught. To the parts of Thomas's body. The more they are attacked. The atmosphere that radiated from him was even more terrifying. Even if you don't want Thomas, forced to activate phase to enhance transformation. Immediately a ray. Holy golden light shining down from the sky. Cover your body. Immediately a golden armor. Beauty appears on the surface of the body. By this time Sung Jin-Woo understood Ra. Maybe among the survivors from the battle with dragons. Comet that year? For people borrowed the power of the ruler. And Thomas was one of them. Sung Jin-Woo continued to rush forward. Thomas had no intention of avoiding this. Instead, he held up his armored fist. Aim straight at the ground and throw a punch at the sky. Sung Jin-Woo was startled. Because as soon as that fist hits the ground, the entire abandoned factory began to shake violently and then collapse. Countless pieces of debris from the explosion kept falling like rain, directly to Sung Jin-Woo. In this situation, you have to give up the attack. Quickly back behind, to avoid the epicenter of the explosion. However, Thomas clearly have no intention of letting go so easily. He held a golden ball of light in his hand. Pointed straight at Sung Jin-Woo. Activate the ruler's capture skills. The Sky Adventure members survived. Hurry and shout. Tell everyone to stay away from the leader and take cover. Meanwhile, the soldiers of darkness didn't react. Suddenly violent seizures. Turned out to be a ball of light in Thomas' hands. Right now has suddenly morphed into an aggressive mini black hole. Sucked the whole thing in. Sung Jin-Woo couldn't help but panic when he saw this. But right now, Thomas's eyes flashed with gold and gold. It looks like that. Sung Jin-Woo realized that he was about to receive a powerful blow. Next second, right where you're standing, there was another terrible explosion. Wait for the dust to melt away. Sung Jin-Woo's shadow also fell from above. However, Thomas was still staring with his deadly eyes. The next warning will not be missed. As I said, he used all his strength. Put your feet up straight into the bow. Jin-Woo like an arrow. In just one breath, Thomas appeared in front of him. They just want to attack. Jin-Woo suddenly raised his feet. Violently kicked a foot straight into Thomas' head. Rocks to the ground. But even though Thomas is falling to the ground, he still managed to raise his hand to Sung Jin-Woo. The ruler's ability to capture is reactivated. Immediately, a giant gravitational pull envelops Sung Jin-Woo. But how can the king withstand weakness? He also raised his hand to Thomas. Use the power of the ruler. Then you clench your fists and prepare to attack. Thomas was startled. Yes, the opponent is trying to use the traction to accelerate. He immediately millions. Restore all the power of the ruler. Maximize the intensity of his fists. Next second to VAS fists touch each other. Horrible shock from it. That all glass doors in buildings fall under category VI. Within a 10-kilometer radius, it's all broken up. Gradually the outer armor covering Thomas began to. They were watermarks and they broke apart. He couldn't help but be horrified. Sung Jin, on the other hand, he was as confident as he was at the beginning of the battle. After this terrifying confrontation, the factory was completely destroyed. At the same time, Thomas, constantly breaking through the remaining walls, then shot back out. He fell to his knees and screamed in pain. I can't believe that a warrior I could lose to a magician. In terms of pure power. Sung Jin now gently landed on the ground, ill opponents with the eyes of death. But after catching that eye, Thomas said that the Jin-Goo is despising me. So he tried to endure the pain. Get up and run into Jin-Goo again. He kept throwing crazy punches. However, Jin-Goo just needs a gentle slip. It was easy to defuse all attacks. At the same time, when Thomas missed to reveal, he reached out his hand and gripped his helmet. And so on a strong, uncompromising knee. Straight into Thomas's face. At the same time that Sung Jin-Woo was beating Thomas. Outside, the abandoned factory was filled with black cars. That's the guy from the U.S. Hunters Administration. Look at the ruins left after the battle. They're very curious. What are the two monsters that fought here? Next second, the ground in front of them. Suddenly a giant water hole appeared. Councilman Adam, I saw your face turn pale with fear. If I'm not mistaken, that's not Thomas Sao. The man next to him hurriedly called Adam. Stop them up. But now I'm so scared I can't speak. As the dust melts away, Image Sung Jin-Woo is brutally beating Thomas. Appeared in front of everyone. They can't believe what's going on. A magic system hunter can be completely superior again, of both power and speed, to crush absolutely Thomas. Thomas looked up at Sung Jin-Woo. See the person standing in front of you. It is truly a god of death. He looked back at the surviving guild members. I'm watching my 7 failures from a distance. Dragon's self-respect doesn't allow him to fall. So he tried to raise his claw. To make one last stand. Even though I know it's hopeless, but Sung Jin-Woo didn't even look. Just arbitrarily blow his claws away. And then, he kept using his fists, like a machine punching Thomas in the face. The majestic Dominion armor on his face. They can't stand the terrible pressure and break apart. Power overwhelms opponents from start to finish, which is the only way. Let him prove his existence. But now, the power of that pride has been unleashed. Jin-Woo cruelly stomped under his feet at the moment. Thomas is completely out of control. You risk your life trying to escape the grip of Sung Jin-Woo. But we haven't done anything yet. Sung Jin-Woo again unleashed a cruel elbow blow. Right now in his eyes, there's only death and endless anger. Just like that, in front of everyone's astonishment, Sung Jin-Woo's punches poured down like a rainstorm. Soon enough, Thomas' dominant armor was smashed to pieces. Finally, Thomas had to put his self-respect aside. And it's hard to speak up. I lost and heard that. Jin-Woo slowly stopped. Everyone in the Hunters department is dumbfounded. Thomas is invincible. You can be beaten up so badly. If this gets shipped out, it's going to cause an earthquake, shaking the world. You have to say it again. Even though we went through a great battle, it's so intense. But when cleaning up the battlefield, the Hunters department found out there are no members of the Union. Sky Venture is dead. This clearly shows that Sung Jin-Woo had a soft hand in the war. Of course, the only exception is the leader. His fate ended when he suddenly stopped him, even while being cured. Meanwhile, Sung Jin-Woo quietly left the battlefield. The next day, they saw you standing on the roof. Hunter Management Department building, South Korea, with another shadow looking at the city below. Turned out the night before, Jin-Woo used the skill of swapping balls to change positions. With King Bejuant, let it use all its power to treat Cho Jin-ho. At that moment, the black shadow stood next to him. Jin-Woo suddenly spoke up. Please give me a name. It's quite surprising that the Shadow is on one knee. This is the S-level hunter. And his rank also reached the rank of general. Sung Jin-Woo heard the name Grizz. It's Greed at the bottom. Now he couldn't. I am grateful to the king for giving me his name. Grizz continued to carry out the order. Put your head on the ground to make mistakes. After noon of the same day, the International Congress was also officially organized. Sung Jin-Woo walked into the hall, under the light of countless reporters. The overwhelming presence of the press showed clearly they knew about yesterday's landslide battle. Where Sung Jin-Woo, he beat the whole union alone. The mighty sky venture. But you don't want to be distracted anymore by the story of Eastern Sioux. Your main purpose is to come to America, this time to answer deep questions hidden in my heart. So he calmly wears the translator earphones and pushed the door into the meeting room. The hall that was noisy was suddenly silent. Obviously, everyone is waiting for their arrival of this central figure. As soon as Jin-Woo walked in, all the eyes of the world's top S-level hunters. It's all coming. And the most notable of these is the 7-star hunter. It's on your way to your seat. The whispers of incessant chatter echoed. Wait for him to settle down. The new meeting officially started. The host is Dr. Vegeta. Immediately get straight to the point. Probably everyone here is aware of the increase mutation of the number of shifting ports in recent times. Along with that was the appearance of many powerful magical beasts. But the abnormal changes, it's happening right in the atmosphere. He explained more. There have been many scientific papers published about the concentration of dissolved magic in the atmosphere. It's growing. This phenomenon is called magic. Currently, it's highly concentrated in some countries, as if foretelling a coming calamity. And it appeared simultaneously in 9 locations around the world, where there is concentration. The highest concentration of magic is the capital, Seoul of South Korea. Listen to here. Suddenly everyone turned their heads and looked towards Sung Jin-Woo. There is also an underground wave in your heart. A total of 9 locations. So, this has something to do with 9 great kings. At that moment Dr. Vegeta continued. The exact cause has not yet been investigated, of the magic gathering. That's why there's absolutely no way to deal with it. Maybe, the world is about to undergo a major change. Never had. After the doctor finished his presentation, the head of the U.S. Hunters Administration came to the podium. He declared, I will explain the next part of the conference. But first, there's something very important to announce. That was about 2.5 weeks ago, National Hunters Crisis. He was killed by unknown enemy. This statement has just ended. The scene immediately fell into chaos. Everyone understands that, who can kill a national hunter? It could just be another awakened person. There is equivalent power. Very quickly, many suspicious eyes turned to Sung Jin-Woo. Notice the misunderstanding is wide land. The director hurried to speak. You have identified a man as a suspect. The main culprit in this case. He impersonated the image of the suspect, projected onto the big screen. So everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, not a few people realize that face looks very similar. Jin-Woo sharpened his face immediately. It's dark because the person in the picture is on display. No one else. That's the old man who loves Korea. Then, the director continued to give more details about the case. This person appeared at a transit port somewhere in the United States. The Hunters Bureau initially determined he's a demon that speaks human language. So they asked S-class hunters. Emperor Su interrogated him. But tragedy happened during the interrogation. The suspect defeated him and escaped. Immediately after the building, headquarters of the management department, the hunter was engulfed in flames. The director emphasized the suspect's identity is clear. They can easily defeat the hunters. So, his side suspects that the crisis hunter. It could have been the monster itself. The man who escaped from this cell. Aimed at, however. All of this is still speculation right now. While the director presented a video, record the interrogation process. It's also played on the big screen. Sung Jin-Woo suddenly startled, because he found out that his father had told him, don't go to Korea anymore. Not for my son, but for you. We'll die for free there. This warning clearly shows he seemed to have foreseen something dangerous. It's going to happen in Korea. For additional authentication, Jin-Woo immediately summons the Ghost of the Wasteland and asked about the authenticity of this video. After receiving a positive reply, Sung Jin-Woo is more sure. My father must have known something. Suddenly someone raised their hand and asked a question. Why didn't he reveal his identity? The director hesitated a little and sighed. Because the hunters. It has to do with a worker. Some hunting is here. So, you've decided not to go public for the time being. However, Liu Jigong suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the director's proposal. Public identity. It's obviously more conducive to the pursuit. Without hesitation, he asked directly, that ghost hunter and the fake hunter. What's the relationship with Jin-Gu? The director was startled when he heard it. Once even Liu Jigong spoke up to ask. Can no longer be hidden? You publicly, Sung Yuhan is the real father of Sung Jin-Gu. This word just came out and immediately caused an uproar in the entire hall. About saving Jigong, I noticed that Jin-Gu was angry. But keep asking questions. If the suspect is actually the father, you've been missing for years. So, if the other hunters arrest him, how would you react? It has been silent from the beginning. Listen to hear. Sung Jin-Gu finally answered. It's natural for a ghost hunter to hunt. If he's a real monster, I'll kill him myself. But if my father wasn't a demon, then those who dare to touch him, it could just be the hunters I'm going to have to kill. Jin-Gu confirmed firmly. Even if you have to be an enemy of all the hunters in the world, you must also protect your family. After the meeting is over, Sung Jin-Gu and Congressman Adam leave the hall. The senator still doesn't seem to be able to recover after that emphatic statement. You said you dared to say those words in front of representatives of more than 120 countries and over 500 of the world's top hunters. There are only two. Sung Jin-Gu was curious to ask who the other person was. Of course that's who's in the Kia hospital. And suddenly, there was a thud at the scene. Turned out to be the nation's 7th Sao hunter. Jigong led them straight in front of him. Jin-Gu, he smiled friendly, greeting you. While Congressman Adam, she also plays the role of a translator. He said that, since Liu Zigan was captured off the coast of China, the body of a giant beast that Sung Jin-Gu missed, he was admiring Sung Jin-Gu. At the same time curious. I don't know what people are like. New can be easy to deal with such a powerful monster. Add to that, Sung Jin-Gu beat Cho Thomas in a good fight. It also made Liu Jigong feel good. After that, Liu Jigong reached out his hand. I want to shake hands with Sung Jin-Gu. Of course he also responded politely. It makes him think. At first I thought this guy was a tough guy. I didn't expect it to be quite interesting after contact. This is a really strong person. It can represent an entire country. Preparing to leave. Save Jigong, say more. I hope that person is not your family. Finish talking. You and your entourage left in good spirits. Since Sung Jin-Gu defeats national level hunter Thomas, he's become the pinnacle of power in this world. That's why the U.S. National Hunter Administration, I didn't hesitate to come to you for protection. It's the same as last time. This time they still brought someone with them. Especially Lady Sei-no came. As soon as he saw Sung Jin-Gu, he immediately looked suspicious. By the original, he thought that after 7 defeats in the previous upgrade, I'll never see you again. But I didn't expect this time they came to me. At the meeting, Lady Sei-no explained that she's been dreaming the same dream lately. In that dream, top hunters are being hunted by an AI. The scary thing is, everything in the dream, it's all become a reality now. She went on to say that the hunter Chris was the first to be killed. And even though the hunter's administration had warned us before, but he didn't choose to believe. This lack of trust eventually led to a catastrophic death. Right at home. That means strong hunters, those who are protecting the world, will be killed in turn. And they'll never stop either. Hunting down hunters. In this critical situation, Sung Jin-Gu, who could defeat King Thomas the Hunter. He is the only savior of America I can think of now. So this time, they're here to ask you to protect the rest of the hunters. Sei-no continued to explain. She tried so hard to remember those faces. But it can't be done. Face a difficult situation, she changed it to a different way. Use your power to try to confirm their identities in their dreams. Sung Jin-Gu just woke up. When Lady Sei-no woke up for the second time, that she's staring into your eyes. It's also to confirm identity. According to the lady, in their bodies they have infinite power. Just look at them and you'll wake up. However, what they said, I still remember it clearly. Sung Jin-Gu looked at her with a serious expression and asked them what they said. But right now, her face was suddenly filled with fear. Turns out she saw a giant purple eye. With the words "war is about to break out." Jin-Gu listened to that person immediately. The words of the King of Giants. in the war between the ruler and the king. So, which side is after the hunters? Jin-Woo then asked for more. About this, it's got nothing to do with asking you to protect the hunters. The lady now reveals the reason. She discovered the same power. There on you, Sung Jin-Woo. You can now determine that day. She saw it on you. Is the power of the Dark Lord? And the Kia have the same power. This means that the kings are hunting down hunters. Immediately, the director of the hunting agency standing next to him spoke up.